Hey, good afternoon from the Georgia WeatherNet 24/7 Storm Center. The time is 2:26. We have an active tornado warning in effect. This is going to be west of Macon. This is going to cover northwestern Bibb County, southeastern Monroe County, and northeastern Crawford County until 2:45. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just near Roberta. It looks like it's going to be to the northeast of Roberta, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this is radar indicated. We're going to take a look at our rotation tool that we have, and we flip on over here to look at our Doppler radar. There it is coming up. And so let's go back to the reflectivity. So we're looking, again, this is west of Macon. This is moving toward the northeast, heading toward Bolingbroke and Smar. If it continues on track, we'll continue up toward Jones County, heading into, it's right now in southern Monroe County. So this is where the bulk of the system is, beginning to move over State Route 74, southern Monroe County. And it does look like the edge of this will be in the northwest corner of Bibb County. So let's take a look at the velocity tool here again, and we'll take a look at that rotation. So pretty broad rotation right over the Crawford-Monroe County line, starting to approach western Bibb County. But there is that rotation there. So the Weather Service had this as a severe thunderstorm warning originally, but now has upgraded that to a tornado warning just due to the tightening of that rotation. It was fairly broad as it moved above Roberta and Knoxville, but it is beginning to tighten up somewhat. So that's why we have the tornado warning now in effect. So if you're just joining us, this is west of Macon, but this warning does cover northwestern Bibb County, also southeastern Monroe County, and northeastern Crawford counties. We'll go back to our high-res radar here so I can show you what we're looking at. And right there in the middle of the screen, let me zoom out completely. I know as we start these web streams, people are just joining in. This is part of that first line of thunderstorms. We talked about it a little bit on the weather video this morning, that we were going to have another line form ahead of the main line. So you can see out to the northwest here in northwest Georgia, that main line moved in around 11 o'clock this morning up in Dade County. No reports of any damage up in Dade County, so that was good news. And also no tornado warnings have been issued for the main line there in northwest Georgia. But as we mentioned on the video this morning, it's that secondary line that's actually coming first. There's just enough instability in the atmosphere. There's plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. We had dew point readings. That gives you an idea of how much moisture we're talking about in the low 60s in parts of southwest Georgia and into middle Georgia. And that's what has allowed this first line to pop up. Now, we're hoping that this is going to steal some of the energy from the atmosphere and help make the primary line not be as strong once it moves through. Likely, that's not going to be the case because you can see a lot of space here in between these two lines, and that's going to give the opportunity for the atmosphere to kind of get fueled up again for the main line to move through. So this is this initial line, and this is only going to get stronger and get more organized over the next few hours. We still have plenty of daylight left. It's 2:29 is the current time, so there's still plenty of opportunity for the atmosphere to heat up and get these storms spinning up. And as I mentioned, these storms are not competing with a whole lot of other storms around them. And so it's taking advantage of that instability in the atmosphere, also the wind shear, and that's why we're getting these to spin up. So let's take a look at our latest sweep, still showing that broad rotation. This is really straddling the Monroe-Bibb County line, so now moving right over Highway 74. And we'll just flip through and see if we have any indication of debris, and the answer is no. So no sign that we have a tornado that has actually dropped and made contact with the ground and created any sort of damage at this point. But that is possible as this continues to move through. They're going to issue another tornado warning in just a moment, and this is going to sort of localize this a little bit better. Probably going to take Macon out of it, but we'll see in just a second as soon as that gets issued. It doesn't look like this is going to be a threat for Macon, but as for right now, downtown Macon is in the tornado warning polygon, but we'll see if that will slim this down just a little bit. Right now, the main area of concern is going to be southern Monroe County and northwest Bibb County. So if you know anyone in that area, Maynard's Mill Road up into Zebulon Road, heading toward Bolingbroke, that's where you need to take cover right away. Or if you know someone in that area, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, and that's going to help you greatly reduce any chance of injury or death. And we just don't want anyone on our watch to lose their life as a result of one of these storms moving through. So take those precautions right now. We do have the tornado watch in effect. Let's see if we can flip over and get that area. There it is. So northwest Georgia is still in there. All of metro Atlanta, that main line still hasn't arrived yet. Gainesville, Athens was added in. Columbus is also in there as well. So northwest Georgia, most of North Georgia, and a good part of west central Georgia in that yellow color. So that's the tornado watch area. Wind advisory remains in effect for a good part of the state as well. And we'll probably see some of these counties dropped off once we get this main line moving through. But that's going to take a little bit of time to get that all the way through the area. And so we'll zoom back out here and take a look at what we're looking at. So up in Dade, Walker, Catoosa County, things are pretty quiet right now. You got the main line out of the way. We're going to see some residual showers up in that direction. But then looking at northwest Atlanta, starting to move in toward Cobb County and into Paulding County, we're going to see that main line move through with the potential of some spin-up tornadoes. We see a severe thunderstorm warning up in Bartow County and parts of northern Paulding County. That is in effect until 5 o'clock. So we're looking at the potential of very strong to severe thunderstorms there in that part of Bartow County, and that will continue to move up toward Cherokee County, Canton, Waleska, and in that part of north metro Atlanta. Atlanta itself will be looking at these storms moving in over the next couple of hours. So our main focus right now is going to be this storm out to the west of Macon. This is now well inside Monroe County, just above the Bibb County line, and we are expecting another tornado warning to be issued here shortly. The one that we see on the screen right now. Let me center this up again here. This is in effect until 2:45. It does cover the city of Macon, but it doesn't look like Macon itself is going to be in the target zone for this this warning. So, yes, you're in the warning polygon, Macon, but understand most of this is going to be north and west of actual downtown Macon. Now, Wesleyan and north of Wesleyan is going to be a different story. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Bolingbroke, absolutely. Tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And it looks like we do have a new warning polygon out. Let me flip over to this radar because this is up to date now. And clean this up just a little bit. There we go. So downtown Macon out of the warning polygon. All right, so this is going to be still covering the intersection of 475 and I-75 north of town, continuing to move in through southern Monroe County, the northern part of Bibb County still under the tornado warning, and then heading in toward Jones County. Not quite there yet. We may get that extended out into Jones County, but as for right now, we have the tornado warning polygon taking us right up to Highway 23, Highway 87, and then out toward Dames Ferry Road. So once again, Bolingbroke, Smar, you need to be in your safe place right now. And we have an update here on our high res. We'll flip back over and take a look at that so we can get in a little bit closer. So this showing, once again, confirming that downtown Macon, you're out of the warning polygon. We are going to see some rain moving in that way, and some of those storms could go strong to severe. But Macon, you're going to be in the clear. Wesleyan, you're still in, and Bolingbroke, absolutely going to be in the danger zone for this storm. Let's take a look at the velocity, and still very broad rotation. Let me just go back a couple of frames here. This rotation hasn't changed a lot. It's pretty broad. They're not showing any indication of any debris, so that's good news with this storm. So let's hope it'll stay that way as it continues to move through southern Monroe County and then moving toward Jones County. And just getting some updates here of, so this storm just south of Forsyth, moving northeast 40 miles per hour. So the portion of the tornado warning for Crawford County, and then portions there for Bibb County, including the city of Macon, has been canceled. But we're going to hang on to the tornado warning for now until 2:45. Southern Monroe and northern Bibb County, including Wesleyan, including Bolingbroke, and almost up to Dames Ferry, starting to get up toward Lake Juliet. And that is going to be next in line. If the storm holds together, and not really showing any reason why it wouldn't hold together, it looks like the inflow notch is still pretty well defined. So right here is what we're looking at. So as long as we have this notch, we know that the storm is continuing to be fed. So in theory, it can hold together a few more scans. Could continue on into Jones County. So we just want to make sure that Dames Ferry, Wayside, and Gray, you are informed that we can see the storm. And if we have folks on from the Oconee Radio Group, just want to get you set and ready to go live on the radio stations there if necessary. If this enters into Jones County, we'll go ahead and go live on WKZR and WMGZ. So we are covering all the bases here. We have our digital stream going on the Georgia WeatherNet Facebook page as well as our YouTube page, and we hope that you will follow and subscribe to our YouTube page in order to get these warnings to you anywhere throughout the state of Georgia, anytime, 24 hours a day. We keep you informed right here on the Georgia WeatherNet. So let's zoom out and actually going to give you a look at the other radar that we look at, that we can see the entire state. And we can see that it's two lines that we are concerned with. The main line is actually here on the backside. So you get up into northwest Georgia, and this is the line. Let me get you a little better radar view here. We can see that one. And it'll pop up in just a moment. But we do have the line here in northwest Georgia that continues to move through. Severe thunderstorm warning up in Bartow County and a part of Paulding County. And that's going to continue to move toward Cherokee County. And then looking down to the southern end of this line, tornado warning, and that included a tornado emergency that was north of Montgomery. And there was a tornado that's going to be classified as a long-track tornado before it's all said and done that did make contact and visual confirmation. So that was the highest level of a tornado warning that is available, which is a tornado emergency. Right now, this is a confirmed tornado warning. This is out in Alabama, but I'm telling you this because this is going to be continuing to move toward Georgia, and this is going to move toward LaGrange and just above Columbus over the next couple of hours, and then we go up toward the north, and we see our severe thunderstorm warning that's out in portions of Alabama there and Randolph and Cleburne County, Alabama, and that's going to be moving in toward Carroll County, Georgia, and moving in toward I-20. So this line stretching in Alabama, and as typical, what happens typically, the southern end of the line, just a little bit warmer, a little more humidity there, can be a little bit more dangerous than the northern part of the line. But the entire atmosphere is very unstable throughout the state of Georgia. There's plenty of low-level wind shear, so that's giving these storms the opportunity to spin up. So we're watching this tornado warning in effect until 2:45. This is for southern Monroe County, northern Bibb County, taking you right up to the Jones County line. So this is now moving over Bolingbroke. And let's flip back and take a look at the rotation. Still very broad, a little ugly. This particular scan is not as menacing as the last few scans. So right now the Weather Service says they're probably going to flip this over to a severe thunderstorm warning, and that will probably extend into Jones County. So let's see, that'll probably be issued here in the next minute or so before the tornado warning expires. It's 2:39, and this goes until 2:45. So our next warning, and so guys down the line, we won't go live if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like that's what it's going to be for Jones County here shortly. So we'll flip back over to our reflectivity. Yeah, this is a real storm. Let's take a look at, here's our hail indicator. So this is an indication that we have some hail, could be up to 3/4 of an inch, maybe larger. So we're getting into golf ball size hail possible. This is radar indicated. We have no actual reports that this hail is coming out of the sky, but possibility of very large hail there, severe hail, right along the Bibb-Monroe County line. And that's going to cause some problems as well. So this is a very strong thunderstorm core that is moving over Bolingbroke. That's right there at the 475-75 split north of town, where the construction never seems to end, but and the thunderstorms don't end either. They train through this area, very, very common. So still watching this tornado warning till 2:45 for southern Monroe County, northern Bibb County. So we're just north of Macon. When we originally went live with this, Macon was in the warning polygon, but no longer. So downtown Macon, you're going to be fine. You're going to see some showers and thunderstorms move through here soon. Part of this this little preliminary line But it's important to stay weather aware as we continue over the next several hours as the main line is going to push through. So we'll zoom out here again and show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, this main line here, or this preliminary line rather, this is just a precursor. This is just warming us up for the actual thunderstorm activity that's going to be coming through. So we're going to take both of these lines very seriously because they both have the capability of spinning up into tornadoes. And we've been watching the models here over the last couple of days and knew that this was going to be a very active day. Our tornado parameters are a little bit higher for this particular storm event than the last one that we had. So that's why we've been keeping a very close eye on this. Do have a report of quarter-inch size hail up to Highway 61, Dabbs County, in Paulding County. So heading back up around the Dallas area. So some hail with that system. Let's take a look at our hail tracker there, and yeah, we can see it. So this orange line right here, that's Highway 61. So we just had some report coming in for quarter-inch size hail along Highway 61 there in northern Paulding County. And then this hail core is going to continue to move in the southern Bartow County. And we can zoom out a little bit, and we can see possibility of some hail there in western Cherokee County as well, out toward Kingston and heading toward, in western Cherokee County out west of Canton. So Kingston is in western Bartow, and the main line has moved through that area. But some hail there with that system, and certainly some hail going on around Bolingbroke, probably going to be just to the south of Bolingbroke right now as it continues to move over 475, now heading toward Interstate 75, just north of Macon. So we do have the Wesleyan neighborhood under the tornado warning polygon, and we're expecting a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued here shortly that will likely extend into Jones County. So as soon as that's issued, it'll pop up, and we'll let you know about it. All right, so no reports of any kind of tornado debris, and I'm just scanning backwards here to make sure, and yep, everything, it doesn't look like we had a tornado touchdown, so that's good news, and our rotation is also broadening out significantly. So this tornado warning should be allowed to expire in the next couple of minutes, and we'll see if this gets replaced with a tornado or the severe thunderstorm warning, as I believe that it will. And it's just kind of going through some of the notes here. Report of some pea-size hail just south of Bolingbroke down on Lentz Road. So that certainly corresponds with our radar-indicated hail. The radar indication a lot of times overshoots what kind of hail is actually reaching the ground. It's pretty good to how large the hail is up in the upper atmosphere. But you have some evaporation that occurs, and you're not going to see all of that hail in its original size as it's up there circulating in the atmosphere reach the ground at that same size. So we go with with what they're saying is going on in the upper atmosphere, and then that usually can pare down just a little bit before it reaches the ground. So here's that severe thunderstorm warning. As we thought, is going to be issued there for northwestern Bibb County, southwestern Putnam County, southeastern Monroe County, Jones County, and southeastern Jasper County. This is in effect until 3:30. Doppler radar indicating that severe thunderstorm just crossed over Bolingbroke, very close to the 475-75 split north of Macon. And this is continuing to move northeast at 35 miles per hour. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and the possibility of hail with this system as well. So the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning, a pretty large area there that they're spreading this out. So it looks like this storm's going to just go right by Gray, certainly as close as the north bypass. You got that roundabout just above Gray. It's going to be passing over that area, continuing toward Wayside, and may just graze Haddock as it continues to move toward the northeast. And if it stays on track, we'll be moving in toward northwestern Baldwin County and southern Putnam County. And then part of that storm also will be around Hillsborough and Jasper County, and moving in again right where Jasper and Putnam, Jones County all intersect. That storm will be very close to there over the next few minutes. Let's put the time on, and we'll time this thing out. And here we go. These marks, if you're able to see, are in 15-minute increments, so should be moving just north of Gray over the next 15 minutes, so around 3 o'clock or so, starting to get into that northwest corner of Gray. Let's put the track here. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty close to downtown. We're going to watch out for that as it moves very close to Gray, certainly north. The bypass around town is going to be there. And then move very close to Haddock in the next 25 to 30 minutes. So we'll be watching out for that around 3:15 or so. And if it holds together, heading toward Lake Sinclair in 45 minutes, and then continuing possibly in toward Hancock County. So Baldwin, Putnam, Hancock, you're not in the warning polygon yet, but if this storm holds together, you can expect that to occur. And if we see any more rotation out of this, I'm still showing some broad rotation right in this area right here, just above Wesleyan, now in the southwest Jones County. If that tightens up at all, we may get another tornado warning issued on this. So I'm just going to go ahead and hold it here live and see what this storm does over the next couple of scans, and we can talk about some other storm reports that we have. Nickel-size hail in the Sutali community, western Cherokee County. That's up around Highway 20, so in Cherokee County. And what a mess up in that way. A very heavy rainfall. This is part of that main line. You can see that stretches all the way into the North Georgia mountains, now cutting through Dahlonega, down into Dawson County and Dawsonville, Canton and Waleska, Ball Ground in Cherokee County, heading down into Paulding County, and then you start to get down into Carroll and Haralson County before we cross into the Alabama state line. And another tornado emergency has been issued near Alex City, Alabama, and that is, there it is, above Jackson's Gap, just southeast of Alexander City, or as the locals call it, Alex City. This storm already produced a tornado. Let's see if we got a debris signature. We don't see debris, and probably not going to see it well from this radar anyway, but I'm just showing you this because if this holds together, this is going to continue to head up toward Troup County and possibly near LaGrange over the next hour or so. So the two lines we're watching, this line in the front side has developed just as a result of so much instability in the atmosphere, and we're hoping that this is going to steal a little bit of energy from the atmosphere. It's not going to change the main line very much, but any bit of rainfall that we have and any storm activity that we have will help level out the atmosphere just a little bit and could diminish the strength of the main line somewhat. So we're going to hope that happens. We're going to hope that this front line doesn't drop any tornadoes and will do more good than harm when the main line continues to move in. But this is what we have right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Bibb, Jones, Jasper County, and Monroe County. And also that extreme southwest corner of Putnam County. This is in effect until, let me zoom back in on this here, in effect until 3:30 this afternoon, as this storm is now right there at the intersection of Monroe, Jones, and Bibb County. So it's going to be very close to Lake Juliet. And as it continues to move toward Highway 18 there in western Jones County. Take a look at any sort of rotation. Yep, still broad rotation there. So it's worth keeping an eye on. That's why we're going to go ahead and keep our broadcast going for now, just because we do have some very broad rotation. And if this tightens up at all, we could see another tornado warning issued for this area here for Jones County. But as for right now, severe thunderstorm warning is what they have issued. So we'll zoom out and give you another big picture look. And flip over to our big picture radar. There you go. And you can distinctly see the two lines that we have. That first line moving over Macon was non-existent just a couple of hours ago. And the models resolved this very well early this morning, expecting that we would have a line jump out ahead of the main line. And that main line is not losing any strength either. So we are still looking at strong to severe thunderstorms now moving into the western part of Georgia, and we have those storms up in northwest Georgia as well. And a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Haralson County, Carroll County, western Douglas County, northwestern Heard County, and northwestern Coweta County is in effect until 3:30. So Doppler radar indicating the line of thunderstorms from about the I-20 Welcome Center just inside of Alabama down to around Newell, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible with this line of thunderstorms here. Mainly moving through Carroll County. That's where the bulk of it is. So this does include, in this warning polygon, Douglasville, Carrollton, Villa Rica, Bremen, Temple, Tallapoosa, Bowden, Mount Zion, Whitesburg, Waco, Fairplay, the Dunaway Gardens is in this as well. Let's put this back up, center it up. Clem and Abilene. So very large warning polygon here covering parts of several counties, but this is a large storm system. And these storms are capable of producing a tornado. Understand that just because this is not a tornado warning doesn't mean that a tornado is not possible. All of these storms today, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, there is the capability of a tornado to spin up because the atmosphere is right. We have that wind shear. We have the rotation of the wind as you go up in the atmosphere. And so there is that possibility there. It looks like these are moving at a pretty good clip. And as we see a lot of times when the storms are moving pretty fast, when they start moving at 55, 60 miles per hour, it's hard to get that spin going. It's not impossible, but it's just a little bit more difficult. So that's one thing that works in our favor. One thing that works against us with these fast-moving storms, higher straight-line winds. So that becomes a factor. You get the winds in the storm itself, and then that's added to the actual storm relative velocity, the actual movement of the storm itself. So that's when you start to get those 60, 70, even greater wind gusts that can occur with these storms. So straight line wind is going to be a big concern. Let me just pop up the velocity here, and we can see where those winds are coming in to Carrollton right now. Over Bowden, this is heavy rain right now. The wind is not as big of a concern in Bowden. Still pretty windy there, but our main wind concern there in Carroll County is going to be in Carrollton itself, and then right along I-20 near Villa Rica. And then there'll be blinding rain to follow that. And let's see if we have hail. Yeah, we even have some hail to throw in there. So a little bit of everything, wind, rain, hail, and the potential of a tornado to spin up. And so around Bowden Junction, Mount Zion, picking up the possibility of some hail. Let's revisit. All right, new tornado warning. Okay, this is going to cover Baldwin, so let's make sure that we've got everything set up here, and we're going to be going live on some of our radio stations on the Georgia Weather Net, so bear with me just a moment, and we'll get that squared away. All right, Todd, I think you got me. So I'm going to drop down here to the SWX channel. Sorry, if you got me, Todd, we're going to drop down to the SWX channel and go live. And I'll watch for that. So tornado warning is in effect now for portions of Jones County. We got that spinning up again, and western Baldwin County until 3:15. Doppler radar is indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Arkwright, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is just above Macon. Macon, you're not in the warning area, but Haddock, you're in there. Not quite the Milledgeville, but western Baldwin County. You are in the tornado warning polygon right now. So you need to take cover in Gray and Haddock, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And we are just linking up with our radio partners as well to make sure that we get this out over the air. So we're kind of doing two things at once here. Our live stream on YouTube, and we're on Lake Country 102.3 now. We are breaking into our regular programming to let you know that we do have a tornado warning in effect for western Baldwin County and Jones County until 3:15. Our radar indicating a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just to the southwest of, or a correction, to the west of Gray, about 5 miles west of Gray. And this storm is moving toward the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So Gray, Wayside, Haddock, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Baldwin County, you're in the tornado warning, but it does not include Milledgeville. So this line is going to, the tornado warning polygon is going to be, heading out Highway 49 out around McCullough Weaver Road, out to Highway 22 is going to be west of Horseville Road. So if you are west of Horseville Road on 22, or you're west of Fox Hill Road, McCullough Weaver Road on Highway 47, or 49 rather, in Baldwin County, you are in the tornado warning polygon. You need to seek cover right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And if you're in Milledgeville, you just need to be advised that this storm is moving in your general direction and really centered on north of town toward Lake Sinclair. So let me put a time on this as to when this is going to be here. The core of the storm is just a few miles to the west of Gray and should be crossing over the Baldwin County line in 20 minutes. So we'll be moving into northwest Baldwin County, very close to 22, just northwest of 22. We'll be heading up toward Old Monticello Road in about 20 minutes. If it stays together and stays on track, we'll be approaching 441 near the old smokestacks at Lake Sinclair in about 35 minutes from right now. So the current time is 2:57. You do have plenty of time to have a heads up and be ready for this. As for right now, Lake Sinclair is not in the warning polygon, neither is Milledgeville, but western Baldwin County and substantially all of Jones County is in the warning polygon. So Gray, Haddock, and then the western edge of Baldwin County out to the west of Horseville Road and west of McCullough Weaver Road need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. So this line that we're tracking right now is not even the main line of the severe thunderstorms. The main line is continuing to move in to northwest Georgia, and the southern end of that is all the way up in Carrollton. And we've had several tornado warnings issued with that line out in Alabama and one tornado emergency with that main line. So it's very important to understand that once this line moves through the Milledgeville area, that's not going to be it. We have another line that's going to be moving through a little bit later on this afternoon and into the early evening hours. So we have to stay weather aware with both of these systems moving through. If you're just joining us right now, we're coming up on 3 o'clock. It's 2:58. We have a tornado warning for western Baldwin County, not including Milledgeville at the moment, and substantially all of Jones County until 3:15. Still tracking this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It does look like the rotation has broadened out a good bit. So that's good news. We're going to hope that it will continue to broaden out. But our latest scan of radar is not as threatening as when we first had the warning issued. So let's hope that this will continue to broaden out and be less of a threat. But it is near Gray, and there's the potential of this storm dropping a tornado really just to the northwest of Gray. So between Wayside and Gray is where our main concern is going to be right now. Just looking through some of the storm reports around the state, we've had several reports of hail. We've had strong straight-line winds. That's really our biggest concern with both of these lines of storms moving through will be the straight-line winds. Those gusts of 60 miles an hour plus can cause just as much damage as a tornado. So that's why we want to pay very close attention to these to all of these storms that are moving through. So still good news on this cell that we're watching move through Jones County. It is producing heavy rain. There is the possibility of some hail with this system as well. But as far as tornadic activity, the rotation is still very, very broad. And we're going to hope that it stays that way. Just stay with us. We are live on the Georgia Weather Net, on Facebook, on YouTube, and on great radio stations in Middle Georgia on Lake Country 102.3, 97 Big FM, and 104.5 WMVG. We're going to stay live with you until this storm, either the warning is expired or is canceled, or this storm completely dissipates. I don't think it's going to be dissipating anytime soon. It's running into some very favorable atmospheric conditions to hold together Very unstable air. We've had unstable air since this morning. You noticed it when you went out this morning and it's just kind of warm and humid. And you looked at the calendar and said it's January 12th and it feels like a late spring day. That's when you know that the atmosphere has plenty of fuel to get these storms going. So that's why we have these storms that have all of the atmospherics to work with to spin up. And just keeping a close eye on this cell, moving through Jones County, moving northeast at around 35 miles per hour, actually moving a little quicker than that, moving about 40 miles per hour now. And if you know anybody in Gray or you're listening in Gray, let's let this system pass over because there is that capability. We're looking at a radar scan that is about 3 minutes behind. All right, that seems like, well, that's almost live, right? Almost live. We need to know what's happening right now, but the very best radar technology out there is always going to have a couple of minutes of delay. So we're looking at what happened 3 minutes ago. Is there the possibility that this cell has redeveloped again? It's possible. And we'll get that with the next scan. And here we go. We do have our newest scan here. This is a minute old. So this is still around Gray, moving right over Gray. And we have a little bit of rotation just to the south of Wayside as well. No indication of a tornado on the ground. We do have some reports up in northwest Georgia, part of that main line of some trees down in Cherokee County, but that's going to be associated with the other line, the main line that's moving through. This is this initial line that just sort of developed on its own over the last couple of hours, and we thought that was going to occur. The models indicated that was going to be the case. So we're picking up, getting some information out of Macon. This is where this storm really cooked up around Crawford County and then moved into along the Monroe-Bibb County line, and no reports of any tornadoes in Macon. So that's good. That's part of this same cell that we're watching, and let's see if we can keep it that way. So if you're just joining us on the radio or online, we are live with our tornado warning for western Baldwin County and all of Jones County. Really, this storm is crossing through Gray, so once you get out into the western part of Jones County and get out toward Lake Juliet, that area is going to be in the clear with this cell. But Gray and Haddock, you are in line. Stevens Pottery, you are in the tornado warning polygon as well, but it looks like this storm's going to move just to the north of Stevens Pottery, but really going to continue along Highway 22, heading out of Jones County, heading toward Baldwin County, and really want to watch the northwestern corner of Baldwin County, and then in the southern Putnam County, that could be next in line for our tornado warning. Milledgeville, you are not in the warning polygon, but just know this storm is continuing to track the direction of downtown Milledgeville and should be there in about 20 minutes. The bottom edge of the cell should be in Milledgeville, up around the mall area, northern side of town, in about 20 minutes. The bulk of the cell will be moving closer to Lake Sinclair and near where the smokestacks used to be. If you've been around Milledgeville, Baldwin County long enough, you know exactly where I'm talking about. If you haven't, just know I'm talking about Lake Sinclair, right there at the bridge, Highway 441 that crosses into Putnam County. And then if that continues to hold together, expect the storm to continue to move in toward Hancock County. And just going to shout down the line here to our radio friends. If that does hold together and we get our warning for Hancock County, we'll go ahead and go live on Doc and 94.7. And we'll do that the same for Putnam County, too, if Putnam is included in this. So for right now, we're going to stay with you. Our tornado warning is set to go until 3:15, so 10 minutes to go. Just looking through all of our notes here and our partners at the National Weather Service and what they're looking at. Obviously, a big concern that they have, and it's going to be a concern for all of us, will be the main line. So it's the line out to the west that's going to continue to push through the state of Georgia as we move through the afternoon and into the evening hours. And this main line is really not going to be done in the state until around 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be that long for Milledgeville, Eatonton, Sparta, Greene County. the main line is going to be out in Savannah by very late tonight, but that's when we're going to give the all clear for the entire state of Georgia. But as for right now, when we start looking into the lake area, middle Georgia, we're watching this one cell moving through Jones County, middle of Jones County, just above Gray, starting to edge closer to Highway 44. And when we get that out of there, there's going to be a lull in the action. And then we'll have our secondary line begin to move in later this afternoon. I believe the timing on that's still going to be around 5 o'clock or so, give or take, 5, 6 o'clock. And back out to the west, we do have some confirmed tornado warnings out in Alabama. We had a tornado on the ground that will be considered a long-track tornado just north of Montgomery. And so we're going to watch that very carefully because that is moving toward the state of Georgia. You are listening to live coverage from the Georgia Weather Net, 97 Big FM, WMVG, and Lake Country 102.3. We're live on YouTube as well as Facebook. If you have any comments, anything to mention, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of bouncing around through all of our notes, so I may not be able to get to you right away. But we do encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube page, like our Facebook page, and, of course, listen to the radio. This radio is one of the main ways that we can get this information out. I know a lot of people are out driving. They're in their cars, and this is a way that you can get that information fast and without having to pull up any sort of television streams or all that. So if you're listening in your car and you say, where is he talking about? Let me revisit this again. So tornado warning for western Baldwin County. This does not include Milledgeville. But if you're out west of Horseville Road on 22 or you're west of McCullough Weaver Road on 49, you are in the tornado warning polygon. Up to the north along 212, you get up around the Nelson Road area of 212. That area is in the tornado warning polygon. So you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Milledgeville and north of Milledgeville all the way up to the Putnam County line. Just be on alert, be on standby. And I'll let you know what the latest is on this cell as it continues to move your way, if it gets extended out or if we end up losing some of this spin. And we're hoping that will be the case. Right now, the hot spot's going to be in Jones County. So really the eastern half of Jones County is under the tornado warning polygon. This is going to be east of Highway 11, still including Gray. Haddock, you need to take cover. And then up Highway 44. So we do have an update on our tornado warning polygon. So this is going to cut out that western half of Jones County. So again, eastern half of Jones County, mainly east of Highway 11. You're in the tornado warning polygon, so you need to be in your safe place. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Got a report of nickel-size hail in Monroe County in Bolingbroke. That was part of this same cell that moved through. We'll take a look at our hail indicator. Still possibility of some hail starting to move toward Highway 44, just northeast of Gray. 44 connects Eatonton and Gray, and that's where we're going to be seeing some hail right now and over the next few minutes. Flip back and take a look at our rotation tool, and we're still showing that broad rotation, not significant, just enough probably to hold this warning until 3:15. And let's see. So they may extend this out. They're going to continue to watch this, and we may get an extension of this. It may at least be a severe thunderstorm warning, and if so, that's going to cover a good portion of Baldwin County and then extend into Putnam and Hancock County. So the Weather Service looking at the same thing we are. It does look like the rotation is weakening significantly as it's moving out of Gray, moving northwest of Haddock. This is just above Highway 22, now crossing over Highway 44 in Jones County. And so we're going to stick with you for at least another 5 minutes on the radio, and we'll stay with you on YouTube and on Facebook for a while. So the Weather Service, just to be safe, they're hanging on to this warning for right now, and they're watching these storms in northwest Georgia. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out in Carroll County, parts of Douglas and Haralson County, and possibility of some rotation could be occurring there in eastern Carroll County, moving into Douglas County. So that's part of that other line that we're watching, the main line, and the Weather Service is watching that very closely too, just investigating every single cell to determine whether or not there's a necessity to put a tornado warning out there. So they're kind of watching that. That's their primary concern right now, since we already have an active warning for Jones and Baldwin County. Before they cancel that, they want to make sure everything else is covered on the other side of the state. So just they're asking for our patience, and we're going to give them that for sure. Rather be safe than sorry. So still showing that broad rotation just above Haddock, mainly staying north of 22, but pretty close to Highway 22. That broad rotation out around Old Fortville Road, Haddock Drive off of 22, and just crossing over Highway 29, well, US 129, moving out past the Gray Bypass, the North Bypass, and starting to move into western Baldwin County. If you're listening to us in Milledgeville, no need to be in a tornado-safe place right now, but just stay alert. Up 441 all the way to Lake Sinclair in the southern Putnam County. Just stay alert, and we'll let you know what the next step is. The bulk of the storm is going to be moving near Lake Sinclair and 441, the bridge, in less than 15 minutes. So should be there pretty close to 3:30. About 3:25 to 3:30 is when the bulk of this storm will be up right over the bridge there at the county line of Putnam and Baldwin County. Tornado warning will be allowed to expire. So, Todd, if you're with me, we're going to be ready to pull the plug here at 3:15 on the radio stations. And so that will be allowed to expire at 3:15. But we're going to stay with you live on the radio for another 3 minutes. And we'll stay live with you on YouTube and on Facebook. Who knows? Maybe until 2 in the morning. As long as you're watching, we'll stay with you. Well, as long as there's something going on, we'll stay with you. So, again, Milledgeville, the city of Milledgeville, if you're in the city limits, just know you got a strong thunderstorm coming your way. We probably will get a severe thunderstorm warning issued to replace this tornado warning, but right now there are no plans for the Weather Service to extend the tornado warning out or extend it into Putnam County or Hancock County. That will be allowed to expire. And here comes the severe thunderstorm warning. There it is. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for most of Baldwin County, including Milledgeville, southeastern Putnam County, that does not include Eatonton, but that does cover Lake Sinclair, all of Lake Sinclair, central Hancock County, all the way up to Sparta, northwestern Washington County, and also northeastern Jones County. So the storm moving out of Jones County, and we have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4 o'clock. So as I mentioned, this does include Milledgeville, Gray, Sparta, Deepstead, Midway, Underwood, Devereaux, Allenwood, Haddock is in there, Scottsboro, and Bluntsville, the Shoulder Bone community up in Putnam County. You're in there as well. So that's until 4 o'clock this afternoon for the severe thunderstorm warning. Now keep in mind, this storm was capable of producing a tornado, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on this, and if it goes back to tightening up and getting some spin again, and it goes back to a tornado-warned storm, we'll break back in on the radio. So we'll go ahead and start dropping the radio stations off one by one and go back live again if necessary. Todd, you can go ahead and start doing that. Lake Country 102.3 WMVG and 97 Big FM, and we'll be back if necessary. So live here on Facebook, again on the radio, you're going to hear me drop mid-sentence, but just know you're out of the tornado warning, and you can just be prepared for a severe thunderstorm that it will be moving through the area right now, crossing out of Jones County, moving into Baldwin County, the northwestern corner of Baldwin County, and heading up toward Old Monticello Road. Heavy rainfall, possibility of some hail. And this storm did have some spin in it, so there could be another opportunity for this to spin up again. And WMVG folks, thanks for listening. We're going to break away in just a moment, back to regular programming. And if you want to continue to follow our conversation, just go to our YouTube page or our Facebook page, and we'll continue to keep you up to date with our live video coverage and give you the pictures to go along with it as well. All right, we do have a new tornado warning. We're going to go back out to West Georgia now. Tornado warning is in effect for southeastern Heard County and Troup County until 4 o'clock. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage over 5 points near Stroud. And this storm is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Fast-moving storm. So we were just talking a few minutes ago about how these storms, when they get moving fast, they have a hard time to spin, but that's not the case with this particular storm. We got some spin, and that is we're looking in Alabama, 5 points in Strouds in Alabama, and that is moving toward Evansville, moving into western Troup County. And then with that 60-mile-an-hour velocity of the storm itself and the wind that's combined with that, we're going to be seeing some very, very strong straight-line winds with this storm. So this is where we can get those gusts of 70 miles an hour or greater, and that can do just as much damage, if not more, than a tornado. So very important that you are in your tornado-safe place in Troup County. That does include LaGrange, Hogansville, Louise, Evansville, right on the state line. It is moving in your direction right now, and I'll put a timing on this for LaGrange. And we're going to be looking at the bulk of this storm moving in over the next 10 minutes for LaGrange, and then heading toward Louise in about 15 minutes. And just taking a look at where we have our rotation, and that's going to be, again, near Stroud, Alabama. That's going to be moving right over Evansville. And let me see if we have no real indication of debris. So upper-level rotation, not necessarily a tornado yet, but Evansville need to be in your tornado-safe place right now. The rotating part of the storm will be up above LaGrange along Highway 219 in about 15 minutes, and then crossing over US 27 about 16, 17 minutes from right now. So we're going to be watching that at around 3:30 to 3:40 for the rotating portion of the storm. But the straight-line winds are going to be a major concern all the way above LaGrange, all the way down into Gabbettville and Lynette. So no joke here. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, very possible with this line. This is a real big storm. Up to the north of that, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. It's a big area here. This is for portions of Haralson, Carroll, Douglas, Heard, Coweta counties until 3:30. And you can see a pretty good storm system here, western Douglas County, moving right along I-20. It's going to be out around Six Flags. We're east of Villa Rica. Strong winds moving into Douglasville, and those strong winds starting to move in toward the center of Douglas County. We'll be heading toward the Chattahoochee River, moving in toward Fulton County here over the next we'll put a storm track on it. Instead of just guessing, we'll actually do the track on this particular cell. Yeah, that's going to continue to move across into the Fulton County area in about 15 minutes or so. We'll be about right, and we'll be moving in toward downtown Atlanta in about 25 minutes. So plenty of time to be prepared for this. Do we have any spin on this storm? It's really trying to outrun the spin, but if we had any spin at all, it's going to be out west of Campbellton, out in southern Douglas County along Highway 5. So that's going to be something the Weather Service is going to watch, and potentially could see a tornado warning come out of that one. But as for right now, that's going to be severe thunderstorm warning only. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be south of LaGrange. But this is going to cover really the rest of Troup County and down in the Harris County and into Meriwether County. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4 o'clock. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm extending from Fredonia to Chambers County Lake to Oak Bowery, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Possibility of 60 mile an hour wind gust. With that line, that's going to be moving right over I-85, and that's going to be an issue for any high-profile vehicles along I-85. So it's very important that folks get off the road there as this line is going to push through. And that is a big line. Look at that. All the way up to northeast Georgia, up near Clayton, in the northeast corner of the state, stretching down through Gainesville over Lake Lanier. Let's just kind of zoom in there. Not severe, but Lake Lanier is seeing some gusty winds right now, heavy rain moving in from Forsyth County, moving into Hall County. And then that line stretches all the way down into Heard County and then into Troup County and LaGrange. Confirmed tornado coming out of Alabama, just to the southeast of Roanoke, above 5 points. We're watching this line move through Stroud, and this is what has prompted our tornado warning for the northern half of Troup County, including LaGrange, until 4 o'clock. So take cover right now if you're in LaGrange, Louise, Hogansville, even Corinth. Be in your tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Or if you know someone in that area, shoot them a text and say, hey, you need to be in your safe place right now because these storms have been very damaging. I've been watching them since this morning, moving from Mississippi into Alabama, and saw a very pronounced debris signature just above Montgomery, and that was on the ground for several miles. New severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Carroll County, the southeastern corner of Carroll County, Heard County, northern Troup County, western Coweta County, and southwestern Fulton County until 4 o'clock, showing that line of thunderstorms on radar from Brewsterville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So again, fast-moving storm. Hopefully that'll make it hard for the spin to occur, but it will create those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that is starting to move in towards some population now, heading into that extreme southwest corner of Fulton County. So the airport, not in the warning polygon, but the airport is going to be seeing some strong thunderstorms moving in here very soon. Let me put a storm track and just kind of get an idea of what we're talking about at the Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Going to be about 30 minutes away, it looks like, that the line will be moving in toward Hartsfield. And this is going to keep some planes on the ground for sure and keep some other planes circling. The aircraft will not fly through this kind of a squall line. Way, way too dangerous. And so this is going to be causing some delays, certainly nationwide, with this line moving through Atlanta, about to move over the airport in about 30 minutes. So here's our lone severe thunderstorm warning that is part of that initial line, and I can get a little better radar view of this. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar out of Jeffersonville. And that is going to load up slowly. While that's loading up, let me flip back over to the big picture. And we'll zoom out and just kind of give you another look here at this line. So there it is. Southeast Georgia, all's quiet right now, but it's warm and humid. Dew points in parts of southeast Georgia well up around 60, 62 degrees. So that's an indicator that we have plenty of fuel in the atmosphere. So when this line moves your way, it's got a lot to work with. So again, severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Baldwin County, Hancock County, Washington County, and Putnam County. Go back to our high-res radar, and that looks a little disconcerting there. And we are picking up some broad rotation in northwest Baldwin County, so going to keep an eye on this. All right, no word on this possibly going tornadic. We are showing some broad rotation, and I'm showing this kind of this hook right here. So that looks a little ugly on radar, and that's something that we're going to watch very carefully. This storm did have some spin as it moved into Bibb County, moved up into Monroe County, so it could spin up again. We got the wind shear to do it, so it just is going to decide. We have no idea if it will or not. These storms have a mind of their own. As soon as you think you have them figured out, they'll prove you wrong. So we're going to just watch this, but we're starting to see some indications of what we call weak echo region, this area right here, and this is going to be pulling in some of that warm, humid air and could help get get this storm spinning up. And we are showing some broad rotation now, moving over 212 northwest Baldwin County. So Todd, just hang with me, and I'm not getting any word out of the Weather Service if they're going to upgrade this to a tornado warning, but there are some clues there that say we need to watch this. So we're going to do that. Heavy rain moving over Lake Sinclair. Got the heavy rain. The forward flank of the storm is moving over 441. And so that is going to continue to cross over 441. It's going to be pretty tricky driving conditions there between Milledgeville and Eatonton. We'll zoom back out again and go back to our Atlanta scan, and we have a confirmed tornado now out in West Georgia, out around Carrollton. And bear with me just a moment. We'll get that on the screen. So here you go. A confirmed tornado. And let's see if this is radar confirmed or if this is spotter confirmed. Okay, this is going to be radar confirmed. Let's see what we got on the CC. Okay, there it is in Evansville. So right there. This is a confirmed and large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is the wording from the National Weather Service, not from me. This is the Weather Service. A large and extremely dangerous tornado over Standing Rock. And there it is crossing over the state line, the blue color we're looking at. And you're not looking at the same thing I am. I apologize. Here it is over Evansville, right at the state line. And this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this is a tornado, and it is moving in to Troup County, Georgia. So this is not a situation where a tornado is possible, that you should seek cover because something may happen. This is a situation that is happening right now, and it is moving into Georgia over Evansville, Rock Mills Road, heading up toward Neely Road, and continuing up toward Highway 219. LaGrange, you are in the tornado warning polygon. It's going to be very, very close to LaGrange itself, but will certainly be a threat north of town, and then heading up US 27 and also up around Highway 219. Let's go back to the debris signature, and the debris is there. So we do have lofted debris. What we're looking at here, all surrounding this, you can it's got this maroon color. And what that indicates, that's rain. That means that the particles that the radar is looking at, they're symmetrical. So that's going to be raindrops. When you get these lowered CCs, you got this blue ball, that's an indicator that these are not symmetrical pieces that are being scanned by radar. So that could be shingles. In this case, pretty rural area, probably going to be leaves, could be tree branches, hopefully not damage to actual structures, but it could be. So that's when you get barns and you get homes, you get rooftops that are lofted up into the atmosphere, and this can carry for a while. This is still a pretty tight debris ball, and this is lining up with our, let's go back one scan. This is lining up with our velocity, so more than likely this tornado is still on the ground. Now we'll see the debris lofted in the atmosphere for a few more scans even when it lifts, and we see a little bit of broadening of the rotation right now as it moves toward Neely Road, western Troup County. This is going to be west of LaGrange, but still a very, very dangerous storm here, and we're still showing the debris signature, and yeah, we're starting to see it spread out a little bit. So more than likely, the tornado has lifted. Can't tell you that 100%, but based on what this looks like, the tornado has lifted. It could drop again, and they do drop multiple times. That's not unusual for a tornado to lift and then drop again. So we need you to be in your tornado safe place, or you know anyone. Antioch Road, Neely Road, Liberty Hill Road, Cameron Mill Road in western Troup County. And then we're starting to look downstream as well, east of 219, north of LaGrange, heading even up toward Hogansville. Hogansville, you're in the warning polygon, so it's very important that you are in your safe place as well. And then this storm will continue if it holds together toward Meriwether and Coweta County. Just taking a look at some of our other reports here. We were watching that severe thunderstorm warning in middle Georgia, and portions of that have been allowed to expire a little bit early. So the portion for Jones and Washington County actually has been cut out. So the storm's not really going to make it to Washington County, so they cut that part out. But the severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Baldwin, Hancock, and Putnam counties. That does include Sparta, and there is the possibility of a tornado with that storm. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Let's go back to Troup County. And there's our debris signature. Not as consolidated as it was before, but we're still showing some debris in the atmosphere. As I mentioned, once that gets lifted in the atmosphere, you've heard the stories about pictures and other papers and items that can be carried 100 miles. I'm not so sure these storms are going to do that kind of deal. This isn't a super outbreak sort of situation, but it's very likely that you'll have debris carried 10 or 20 miles very easily with a storm like this. So that's why the debris will be lofted and stay up in the atmosphere for a while. And that rotation has weakened significantly. So it's continuing to weaken, and let's hope it stays in that downward trend. Heavy rain, possibility of hail. Yeah, that's some significant hail. Actually, 2 hail cores that we're looking at to the southwest of LaGrange down the Gabbettville. And then we have a hail core right there crossing the state line, moving into Troup County, heading out of Randolph County, Alabama, and just above Evansville. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on any storm reports, any reports coming out of Troup County, especially the western edge there around Evansville. So far, no storm reports coming in as far as tornadoes are concerned. Do have a report out of Paulding County of a tree down around Highway 61. That's our second report coming out of Highway 61 in northern Paulding County. So that is probably going to be a straight line wind. I didn't really see a tornado signature in that part of Paulding County, but there was the potential of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust up there. Severe thunderstorm warning going to be coming in just a moment for portions of Cherokee, Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Douglas, Forsyth, Fulton, and Gwinnett counties. Yeah, this is going to be a big one, so stand by for that to pop up. This is in effect until 4:15. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm extending from Sandy Plains to near Mableton to Chattahoochee Hills. This one's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. There's your warning polygon for that one. Wind gust up to 60 miles per hour. The city of Atlanta, downtown, midtown, Alpharetta, Roswell, you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. This is a big area. Look at that. And then cutting into half of Gwinnett and southern Forsyth County, almost to Cumming. So this is going to be all the way up Georgia 400. Going to be covering Spaghetti Junction, obviously, and all the way up to the I-95, I-985-85 split there in Gwinnett. So this is a big one, and it's a big storm. So again, possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust as it approaches the west side perimeter, heading in toward the ballpark, and then moving up toward I-75, the north side, and then that's going to continue on again towards Sandy Springs, Georgia 400, and then into northern DeKalb County. So Atlanta, downtown, midtown, the airport, Alpharetta, Roswell, Sandy Springs, Oakdale, Decatur, Scottdale, Avondale Estate. I could name communities all day long because this is a huge area here. You are in this severe thunderstorm warning polygon, so just keep an eye on that. We're keeping a close eye on our confirmed tornado that we had that moved in from Alabama over the state line around Evansville. And it's going to go back and look. Yeah, that debris signature is continuing to weaken. So that's an indication that the tornado is no longer on the ground, and our rotation is just about invisible at this point. So I think we're going to be in decent shape for Troup County. Not confident that one's going to come back, but we'll continue to track it. So the warning remains in effect. The tornado warning remains in effect till 4. That's probably going to get canceled early as long as we don't see that rotation come back again. All right, so south of LaGrange, let's take a look at that one. We may get another one. Okay, here it is. So right here we have some rotation. This is outside of the original polygon. We may get a new tornado warning for this, and that will cover LaGrange, and then we'll be watching that past the I-85-185 split there in Troup County. But for right now, that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, but we are showing some rotation just south of LaGrange. So we may get another tornado warning popping up here soon. If so, you're going to know about it the absolute second that it is issued, because I am watching this very, very closely. If you're just joining us, thank you for watching on YouTube and on our Facebook page as well. We do have a new tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning that is capable of producing a tornado in the extreme northeast corner of the state. Let's flip over to our other radar. We can take a look at that. This is going to be in Rabun County. And this is in effect until 4:15. And so this does cover the city of Clayton. This is heading toward Tallulah Gorge and Tallulah Falls, heading toward the South Carolina line. This extends into Oconee County, South Carolina. But northern Habersham County, Rabun County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with this storm. And this is, again, northeast corner of the state. Let me zoom out and show you what we're looking at here. So there you go. Up in Rabun and northern Habersham County, so right at the gorge, and then north at 441 in the Clayton, not quite to Dillard and Mountain City, but a good portion of Rabun County under that severe thunderstorm warning till 4:15, and Habersham County is also in there as well. There's the big one covering a ton of population, all of Atlanta, inside the perimeter, 100% covered by this severe thunderstorm warning, and then also into North Fulton, Roswell, Alpharetta, heading into Gwinnett, and this also covers the Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson International Airport. And then we continue to scroll down southwest, heading into down toward Carroll County, the southern portion of Carroll County, and then into Heard County, which covers Franklin, the county seat there. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Our tornado warning remains in effect until 4 o'clock, although we're continuing to see the weakening of the rotation on that. Back to high-res radar. We'll go take a look at the velocity. Okay, so the original storm, you just really can't pick it out anymore, and what's left of the rotation is now crossing US 27. Still a strong thunderstorm. We're looking at some... There it goes. There it is. So there's our tornado warning. I knew that was going to happen because that rotation is just a little bit too sketchy. That's going to be south of LaGrange. So here's our new tornado warning polygon. This is in effect until 4:15. Doppler radar indicating that tornado just south of town of LaGrange. Not quite over downtown, but just south of town and really right above I-85. And this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Possibility of a tornado. And this is going to be called a radar-confirmed tornado. And and there's our debris signature. So this is a tornado on the ground. So this latest sweep, this is why we have to watch every single sweep. There it is. This blue area is going to be a confirmed tornado. There's our latest sweep, and that's getting even, those CCs are lowering even more. So that is debris, and that is a populated area. So we are going to be seeing some damage to homes. Some roofs are probably going to be damaged, destroyed. And hopefully everyone has been taking warning because we've been warning. I know the Atlanta TV stations are covering this as well. We've been talking about these for hours and hours and yesterday, so I'm hoping that everyone got to where they need to be before this passed over. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground crossing I-85 right now and moving toward 185 southeast of LaGrange. Let's take a look at the velocity or at the reflectivity. This is rain wrap. This is going to be a storm you wouldn't be able to see. So anybody that is out trying to spot this storm, you're not going to be able to see this at all. This is a completely rain-wrapped storm. But there's that velocity couplet right over I-85. Right there. And we do see the debris that is being lofted as it crossed over Lucan Industrial, moved across 219, now right over I-85. 185 is going to be next. So if you know anybody that was planning on making a trip down to Columbus and taking 185, make sure that they are not on the road right now because that is a tornado on the ground crossing I-85 as we speak. And there's our latest sweep there moving toward, it's really going to be right on top of 185 right now as well. Yeah, that is a classic couplet. Really hard to spot. You know, back in the old days before we could actually see the wind with the Doppler radar, you would look at this big giant mess and you'd try to figure something out. And best of luck to you. But now we're able to actually look inside the storm and we can see the actual rotation of the wind. And that's what we're looking at right here. And then the new developments just over the last couple of years of being able to identify the difference between rain and actual debris. And that's what we're seeing right now. This is debris with this blue area in the middle of the screen. And so this is actually contained inside of 2 tornado warning polygons. And this is going to be continuing toward 185, just right there where 185 starts in Troup County. As it continues to move toward Stewart Road, going to be passing over Highway 109, continuing toward Mountville, Hogansville Road. Should be just south of Louise, but Louise, you need to be in your safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Let's do a timing on this. Let me grab our time. We'll go right here in the center of this storm and see what we have downstream. So should be crossing into Meriwether County in the next 10 to 12 minutes. South of St. Mark's in about 15 minutes. So around 355, should be just below St. Mark's on Highway 100, continuing toward Primrose, where it will head toward US 27, Rocky Mount in about 30 minutes. And then that's going to be the end of the warning polygon. If it holds together, we'll continue in the northern Meriwether County, heading toward Pike and Spalding County. So right now is the time to get prepared in Spalding County, Pike County, and even in the northeast Meriwether County, just to know that this storm is moving that way. It could very well lose its spin, and we're hoping that's the case, and then no problem. But otherwise, you know that it is moving your way, and you need to be prepared right now. The storm currently, let's take a look at, velocity still there, crossing over 185, right on top of Stewart Road, out near Knott Road and Stewart Road, and looking at... what a big rainy mess. Look at that. I mean, this is just an enormous amount of precipitation there, and a lot of that's going to be hail. This is the potential for hail still occurring over LaGrange. Is this going to be... Yep, that's probably another hail core right there. Yep. Thought that could be a artifact on radar, but I believe that's also going to be hail as well in northern Troup County, right along 219, heading over toward US 27. Our main hail core of concern with the largest hail is going to be east of LaGrange, and then that rotation is well east of LaGrange, now moving, crossing over I-185, should be over 185 by now, heading toward Stewart Road, continuing to move toward the northeast around 55 miles per hour. So that's going to be heading up toward Big Springs Road and up near Bodie Road and 109. Eastern Troup County, western Meriwether County, take cover right now. This is a serious storm. We're still showing the debris indicator losing a little bit. It's starting to raise a little bit. So once again, that could be the indication that the tornado has lifted. But we absolutely 100% had a tornado in South LaGrange. And we are going to wait for the storm reports to move in. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Hancock and Putnam County. No spin on that, so that's good news. Reports, let's see, this is going to be in Cobb County. Some power lines down in Cobb County. Let's zoom out and take a look at what's going on up around metro Atlanta. All right, the bulk of that line has moved through Cobb County, but we have multiple trees down, trees in the power lines, and also a building collapse off of Oak Ridge Road just inside Cobb County. So that's going to be more than likely a straight line wind situation there, possibility of 60, maybe 70 mile an hour straight line wind as a result of that. Back down to Troup County, east of LaGrange. Still going to be looking like that tornado is on the ground. Let's take a look at the velocity. And still there, weakening somewhat, but still at the point where we're still looking at a tornado. Yeah, that debris signature is still pretty obvious right there. And there it is. There's our newest sweep, heading toward the Meriwether County line. This is going to be moving toward Keith Road, which is just inside of Meriwether County. Wilbur Woods Road, Highway 100, again, that is going to be the next spot in line if this storm holds together. And still showing that rotation there. We had that lowered CC out near Troup County High School, still awaiting word on any damage coming out of Troup County. So far, no words yet. Most of our damage reports look like straight line wind up in Cobb County, the Austell area, with some damage. No injuries reported so far. We have a new tornado warning coming out soon here for southern Fulton. We're going to watch out for this. And let's take a look at what they're looking at here. All right, so we have a report of a tornado on the ground around the Atlanta airport. This may be getting a tough shot of this on radar. All right, news out of Troup County High School. Everybody's good. No damage at Troup County High School, just high winds. So that's great news because that debris signature was very, very close to Troup County High School. But thank goodness, no damage at Troup County High School. New tornado warning coming momentarily. And we'll get this out to you as soon as it comes out. Here we go. Tornado warning until 4:15 for southwestern DeKalb County, south central Fulton County. Doppler radar indicating a tornado-producing storm located east near East Point, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So we're gonna there. Okay, I see the inflow notch right there, and not getting a good shot there of the velocity. But we do have a report of a tornado on for this particular storm. So tornado warning for southwestern DeKalb County and south central Fulton County until 4:15. There's the polygon. So let's follow this. East Point, you're in. Glen Haven, Panthersville, Snapfinger, Belmont, all the way up to Lithonia. You are in the warning polygon. Eastland Heights. So the bulk of the storm moving toward East Point and College Park. Starting to move toward I-85. This is right there at the airport. Let me turn off the radar, and you can see what we're looking at. There's the Atlanta Jackson-Hartsfield International Airport outside of the warning polygon, but just north of Hartsfield is where the polygon is extending. So East Point, College Park, Hapeville, you need to be in your tornado-safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And just flipping back and forth, looking at the rotation. Understand we had a spotter on this, actually saw this tornado. And so the reflectivity looks pretty impressive. You can see that moving in the East Point. And this storm is really moving. This thing is moving very, very quickly. The last report was 45 miles per hour. I think it's picked up a little bit more steam than that. But downtown Atlanta, you're not in the warning polygon, and Hartsfield, you're not in. But right between, south of I-20, south of downtown Atlanta, down to the airport. So that does include where I-85 and 75 split off there. You are in the warning polygon. So we're going to keep an eye on this as it moves into southern Fulton County and then moving into southern DeKalb County. Stone Mountain and Decatur, you're not in the polygon. However, strong straight-line winds will be a factor in the northern part of DeKalb County, and that's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that portion of the county until 4:15, as well as our tornado warning until 4:15. That does cover East Point, College Park, Snapfinger, all the way to Lithonia. New severe thunderstorm warning now being issued for portions of Clayton, Coweta, DeKalb, Fayette, Fulton, Henry, Meriwether, Spalding, and Troup County until 4:30. I know there's a lot to keep track of here. We got a lot going on. This is until 4:30. Doppler radar indicating a line of severe thunderstorms near Chattahoochee Hills to Grantville, moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. Wow. Still showing the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but if the actual motion of the storm is 80, we're going to see if there's a correction on that. But that's Weather Service indicating 80-mile-an-hour movement on this storm. That is almost unheard of. Goodness gracious. And that's moving into Coweta County, and that's going to be in Fayette County. If it's moving at 80 miles per hour, it's going to be in Fayette County in the next scan or two, and it's going to be there quickly. So straight line winds going to be the big concern. That's actually heading toward the Weather Service office in Peachtree City and covering all of Clayton, all of Fayette, moving into Henry and Spalding County, and that warning polygon is out there so far. Let me get this back centered up just because of how fast this is moving. Let's revisit our tornado warned storms to our the southwest, extreme southwest metro Atlanta, heading into Meriwether County. Still showing that rotation around Greenville. And there's our tornado debris signature. Yeah, that's still a concern. We're in Meriwether County now, and we're showing this TDS, the blue area. That's an indication that we still have debris being lofted in the atmosphere. That broadened out. Look how this worked as we go backwards in time. We had the tornado on the ground in Troup County. It started to weaken a great deal, and it looks like this may have spun up again. And it does match up with this velocity couplet, so I think we are seeing this tornado possibly on the ground again around Piney Woods Road, continuing to head towards State Route 100, just to the southeast of St. Mark's. And if it holds together, even if the tornado rises again, it could drop again up around Primrose, heading toward US 27. So let's take a look at this. Yeah, that's a pretty good. Yep, that lines up perfectly with the couplet. So that is going to be debris. It could be trees, branches, leaves, could be shingles, rooftops, could be parts of a barn. But either way, that is tornado debris that is lofted into the atmosphere between Greenville and St. Mark's in Meriwether County. This is the western half of Meriwether County, and you're under this tornado warning until 4:15. Zoom out and take a big picture look and just kind of reset what's going on. Northeast Georgia, Rabun County, that system's moving out, so we're not going to worry about that so much. We have another severe thunderstorm warning all by itself there in Hancock County, moving into Sparta. That was spinning a little bit earlier, but haven't seen any spin on that lately. We have our tornado warning. This was a confirmed spotted tornado, and this is going to be covering southwestern DeKalb County, south central Fulton County until 4:15. And strong straight line winds, again, a big concern with this. Even if you're not in the tornado warning polygon, that's still going to be a concern. The tornado warning is going to be canceled for DeKalb and Fulton. So that's good news. Still a severe thunderstorm, though. And we're still going to look at the possibility of a tornado, but that polygon is going to disappear in just a moment. And we're still going to have our severe thunderstorm warning covering all of metro Atlanta. Look at that. I mean, that goes all the way up to Cumming, stretching down through the city, past the airport, south of the airport, down to Peachtree City, Sonoy, Noonan, and in the Hogansville. So there's that squall line, as we call it. And we're just kind of watching for any sort of kinks in that line to potentially create a tornado. So there's still that possibility that a tornado could pop up within this line. We do have a tornado on the ground. We just wanted to reset and give you the big picture here, but our biggest concern is going to be in Meriwether County. And there's that tornado debris signature that just crossed over Highway 100 between St. Mark's and Greenville. A lot of rain with this, and hail, also a big factor with this storm. But the tornado on the ground is our biggest concern, and that is continuing to loft debris into the air just to the east of 100 above Gerald Road, moving toward Alley Road, and will continue toward Alt 27 between Primrose and Greenville. The tornado warning portion for Troup County, the polygon that we're looking at right now, has been canceled. We still have the northern part of Troup County under the warning, and I don't know why. There's nothing scary going on in Troup County at the moment. So Troup County, you're in the clear, but the tornado warning remains in effect for Meriwether County. There's that rotation, still showing that couplet. Again, just trying to call out some roads here. Mount Pilgrim Road and Alley Road, even heading up toward Todd Road, Andrews Mill Road in Meriwether County. We're starting to get into the central part of the county, north central Meriwether County, above Greenville. Heavy rain in Greenville, you experience those strong straight-line winds. But as far as the rotation is concerned, it's going to be passing north of town, but it's going to be very, very close to Primrose. Very close. Alley Road is right there between Primrose and Greenville along Alt 27, and that's where our main concern is going to be. Let's go back to the debris signature. That is a still pretty definite debris ball. Got a report of a tree down in Douglasville. No surprise there with those strong winds. All right, so we're going to continue to track this. It's just impossible to see the tornado in the traditional reflectivity mode of radar, but then when you go in and start looking at the wind, you can see it. We're watching the reds and the greens close together, and then we can go in and take a look at the debris. And again, that's a new feature. This wasn't around, 5-6 years ago before the invention of the dual pole radar. So this is a great tool to give you an idea of what's actually happening almost in real time. So north central Meriwether County, between Primrose, Greenville. If you know anybody in that area, make sure they are in their tornado safe place right now. Severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Banks, Barrow, Forsyth, Gwinnett, Hall, and Jackson County. So here we go, getting up into northeast metro Atlanta, heading out of the metro, starting to get up into northeast Georgia on this one. And Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. All these storms can. Near Gainesville and also stretching down into Duluth. These are moving east at 60 miles per hour. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this storm system. So damage to roofs, siding, and trees are possible with this line of thunderstorms. This is moving through Gainesville, starting to move across the expressway, 365, I-90, 985, moving through Rabbit Town there in eastern Hall County, heading up toward Lula. And we see those thunderstorms moving into Banks County, and then we'll be moving into Jackson County as well. And Barrow County got a little lone cell ahead of the main line. Once that moves through, there's more to come with those storms moving out of Gwinnett County, be heading toward Barrow County. And so we'll be watching Athens and then up into Madison County next in line for that system. Let's go back and revisit our tornado on the ground. This is our biggest concern that we have right now across the state of Georgia between Primrose and Greenville and north central Meriwether County. Debris signature is beginning to break up somewhat. Could be a sign that that tornado has lifted. The severe thunderstorm warning out in Hancock County, that's going to be allowed to expire. That storm is just continuing to lose its momentum, also moving out of the warning polygon area, and that's not going to be reissued, it looks like. So just some heavy rain and a significant storm out in Hancock County heading toward Tolliver and Warren County, but that should be allowed to expire here soon. Yep, still possibility of 50-mile-an-hour wind gust and nickel-size hail with that cell, so that's still nothing to laugh at, but should not continue that warning on that one. Dangerous winds moving through the east side of Atlanta. Let's head into town. And so that's starting to approach 285 at Tucker and moving through Decatur. Very, very windy through that area right now. I may be able to have a report out of Scottdale, maybe. We'll see what we have going on there. But, yeah, the wind's really picking up there in the middle of DeKalb County and heading toward the east side perimeter, continuing towards Stone Mountain. I can only imagine the measured winds up on top of Stone Mountain. This is really going to be an incredible storm as it approaches the Big Rock. Let's head back down to Meriwether County. This is the one I'm going to keep going back to because this is our most significant storm that we have anywhere in the state right now, and that rotation continues to broaden out. So that's good. Let's take a look at the CC. Still showing it on radar. Let's see how that has changed over time. I think that's going to be, maybe that's lifted. So we're going to watch that as it approaches the edge of the warning polygon. Keep in mind the tornado watch remains in effect until 7 o'clock for this area and for most of middle Georgia. So those conditions are still favorable for tornadoes. And we'll take just a quick little look at what's going on big picture-wise. All right, so out to the west, we always watch Alabama. What's happening in Alabama is probably going to be moving into our state if the timing's right, and the timing is certainly right today. We still have plenty of sunshine up above the cloud cover, and we have plenty of humidity as well. So let's take a look at Fort Rucker radar. We'll take a look at this cell here that is moving. It's above Enterprise, Alabama. So we do have a tornado-warned storm there in southeast Alabama, so this could be continuing into southwest Georgia. Going to take an hour or so before it gets there. But more up toward the north here. Let's flip back over to Atlanta radar. And you can see that squall line, that line of storms, now beginning to exit the state of Georgia up in the northeast, heading in to South Carolina, and move in toward the Greenville and Anderson area, Oconee County, South Carolina. But a strong line of storms moving through Toccoa and Stevens County. Not severe, but pretty close. And then we have our severe thunderstorm warning covering Gainesville, moving into Jackson County, almost to Commerce, Banks County, Homer, you're in there, Winder, Barrow County, and Gwinnett County. Beaufort also in that line. And then the big severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15. And this is covering all of metro Atlanta, including downtown, and the straight line winds. That is the big report right now, the big threat happening in East Fulton, East Atlanta, heading into DeKalb toward Decatur, Avondale Estates, with very, very strong winds. All right, we do have a new tornado warning, so they're going to extend our warning down to our south. So let me zoom out and just give you the big picture again. So there's Atlanta. We go south of Atlanta. Now we're getting into Pike County and Spalding County and the northeast corner of Meriwether County. This is a result of that storm that had the tornado on the ground that passed between St. Mark's and Greenville and Primrose and Greenville. So this is for Spalding County, northeastern Meriwether County, and Pike County until 4:45. Doppler radar indicating that storm that is producing a tornado about 7 miles northeast of Greenville, and this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Possibility of quarter-size hail with this storm as well. So yeah, this is one that we need to take very, very seriously. And let's take a look at debris signature again. And that is breaking up somewhat, but there's the possibility this could drop again. I think what we had is we had a tornado down in Troup County, and it was near Troup County High School, but the reports out of Troup County is no damage to the high school, no injuries at the school, so that's great. And then we saw that cross into Meriwether County. It lifted for a few scans and then dropped again, and I think we're looking at the storm that has lifted again. But before it gets to Alvaton, above Gay, it could drop once again. So you need to be in your tornado-safe place along Highway 74 in Alvaton, and then east of Alvaton on 362, and then heading in toward the northwest corner of Pike County, and then Spalding County. I mentioned Pike and Spalding, 20 minutes ago, just to give you a heads up, and now it's time to be in your tornado-safe place. This does include the city of Griffin in Spalding County, that this storm that is producing a tornado is moving your way. So we can grab some timing on this and see when it's going to be in Griffin. Yeah, these are moving very, very quickly. I mean, my goodness, these are fast-moving storms. This should be in Griffin in about 15 to 20 minutes. So Griffin, in 15 to 20 minutes, you'll be experiencing this storm. Here's a new track. Yep, still going to be, that's about right. Be on the western side of Griffin in about 15 minutes. So take cover now. And I think we had a new severe thunderstorm warning pop up while we're talking about that. Yep, there it is. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Meriwether County, southern Pike County, Upson County, Talbot County, northwestern Taylor County, Harris County, and southwestern Lamar County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45. Doppler radar indicating that line of thunderstorms, and you can start to see that bow shape. Look at that. So it bows out. That's an indicator that you have some very strong wind gusts. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. Could be greater than that. This line is moving east at 50 miles per hour. So this is going to cause some more damage to trees, power lines, and could see some structural damage as well. All right, so the Weather Service watching this line close to Alvaton and Wooster that could be cycling up again. There it is, right in here. This is the area that we're watching as it pushes in closer to Highway 74. So we could be seeing a tornado trying to cycle up in the middle of all this rain and hail and wind and everything you can imagine except for snow is going on in this particular cell right here. And, yep, that scan is showing a little bit more tightening of the rotation. So Alvaton up in the Williamson and certainly Griffin, tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room away from doors and windows. I say that over and over again. I know that. I want to be a broken record because I want everybody in the state of Georgia to just remember that and play that over in your mind. If you get in a tornado warning, you know that that's what you're looking for. You don't necessarily have to be in a basement. If you have a basement available, that's great. But if you can be on the first floor, the lowest level, get inside, get in a bathroom, a closet, away from the doors, away from the windows especially, and you're going to increase your chances of being safe tremendously. And another question we get asked a lot has to do with mobile homes and cars. They are equally as dangerous. You do not want to be in an automobile. You do not want to be in a mobile home when these storms approach. So when we get a tornado watch, that's the best time that if you live in a mobile home to get out, go somewhere, stay with a family member in a site-built home, or if you know somebody, if you have a neighbor that's in a mobile home, you just invite them over to your house. I know we don't do that kind of neighborly thing anymore, but we should. We'd save a lot of lives if we got to know our neighbors and actually talk to people again. And, you know, I know we're on social media right now, but it's the best thing that's ever happened to us and the worst thing that's ever happened to us, social media. And it's good just to get out there and know your neighbor and say, hey, it's a tornado watch. Come stay with us for the day. And that can save a lot of lives. And that's hopefully that is what's going on in Pike County and Spalding County right now as this storm continues to move through. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Barrow, Clark, Clayton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Henry, Newton, Oconee, Rockdale, and Walton County. That's a big one. Let's zoom out and take a look at that one. All right, the polygon hasn't been drawn yet, but it will. So Doppler radar indicating the line extending from Duluth to Stone Mountain to near Panthersville. It's moving east at 50 miles per hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are likely. Okay, there it is. It did pop up. So, yeah, that's a big one. This is for portions of Rockdale, Oconee, Barrow, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Clark, Henry, Walton, Clayton, and Newton County. All right, report from my eye on the scene in Scottdale and DeKalb County. It says all is okay here. I would imagine it got pretty windy over there, but no reports of damage out of Scottdale, so that's good news. And as I mentioned a little bit ago, we had a tornado debris signature that passed dangerously close to Troup County High School, but we got word out of there that everything's good. But a lot of trees down and wind damage reported out of Cobb County and Douglas County. Right now we're looking in that part of the state, and the rain is still coming down. It's not as heavy as it was, and the wind has also died down a great deal. But we're going to be watching a lot of storm reports, I think, coming out of Cobb, Douglas, and even Paulding County. We've had several reports in northern Paulding County of some trees down and trees in the power lines as well. So this is a windy one, I'm telling you. And we're watching the southern part of the storm as well. This bowing from Pike County that continues down into southeast Meriwether and then into Harris County. It's just wind. I know it's hard to imagine being able to see wind when you're looking at this paint being thrown all over your screen, but that's what we're looking at. This bow, we call this a bow echo, and that's just showing that we have an enormous amount of wind. It's basically coming into the backside of the storm and just pushing it forward. So we see enough wind as it is with a typical thunderstorm, but then when you get all these storms in a line like this, multicellular, and then you get the overall bowing effect, that's where we know that we have some very strong winds. All right, we've got another scan or two going up into Pike County. northeast Meriwether County. So let's take a look at this. And that rotation continues to broaden out and also not showing the debris signature anymore. So let's take a look around Alvaton. So this is what we're looking at. Watch as we go back a few scans. This is where we worry. When we see a ball that's in a blue color, that's the lowered, what we call the correlation coefficient. And that just indicates that we're not looking at rain. We're looking at something besides rain that's of odd shapes, like leaves, branches, roof tiles, could be 2x4s. And then we see this spread out, and it is completely beginning to dissipate. And let me look at some upper scans. Yeah, so that's looking a lot better as it continues through Pike County. But that is going to be moving in toward southeast Coweta County, although Coweta is not in the warning polygon, but that storm's going to be very, very close, and then moving into western Spalding County, heading out toward Fairview Road and the western part of Spalding County. And going to be picking up some straight-line winds that are significant in Williamson, in Zebulon, Meansville, and even very windy very soon in Griffin. So let's keep an eye on that. We'll zoom out and just make sure we haven't missed anything. And I'm going to also look through our notes here coming in. And, yeah, the Weather Service seeing the same thing we are, noting that the weakening of the rotation in Meriwether County. That's good news. Pea-size hail being reported in Jefferson in Jackson County, right along the interstate there at exit 137. So that was, I can only imagine, quite a sight there. And that's not even part of the main line. Look at that. This is the cell that produced that hail. And just kind of looking through our hail products here. So, yeah, some pea-size hail along I-85, and the main line hasn't even reached I-85 in Jackson County yet, but it's on its way. It's over 985 right now from Gainesville all the way down to Buford in the Sugar Hill and the Gwinnett, and heavy rainfall over Lawrenceville as that line continues to move through Gwinnett County and picking up some strong winds in Grayson, Loganville. It's going to be starting to move in your direction in Walton County. Walnut Grove is going to be windy very soon, and the wind will be kicking up any minute now for Conyers and Rockdale County. Back to our tornado-warned storm. And, yeah, showing that weakening, tremendous weakening. This is about to disappear altogether. So still heavy rain there in Pike County, moving into Spalding County. And we're going to watch that out. All right, we got something to watch in Jones County. Also report of about 1,500 customers without power in DeKalb County. So that's going to be as a result of the straight line winds. So a lot of power outages in Metro Atlanta this afternoon. And with this long line, it's going to take a while before we get all those power outages. I say we. It's the linemen, Georgia Power, the EMC workers, they get all the credit. Tornado warning in effect for southwestern Rockdale County, central Henry County, central Clayton County, and west central Newton County until 4:45. This covers Jonesboro. That's where the rotation is right now, and also be heading towards Stockbridge and Flippin. McDonough, you're not in it, but very close, just above McDonough and Henry County. You have this tornado warning in effect until 4:45 as a result of a tornado producing or a storm capable of producing a tornado. So let's flip over and look. Yeah, we don't see the tight rotation yet, but this could tighten up over Jonesboro and heading toward I-75 near Stockbridge. Also the possibility of quarter-size hail with this storm. So if you're in McDonough, Jonesboro, Stockbridge, Riverdale, Morrow, Lake Spivey, Flippin, Kellytown, Oak Hill, Eagles Landing, be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And please, don't be in your car. Don't try to drive into this thing and see what's going on. And being in a mobile home, manufactured home, worst possible place to be. And I don't care what the manufacturers say. The mobile homes outside of the coastal areas are only required to withstand a tornado of EF2 or less. If you get into the coastal areas, you get more toward the EF3. But keep in mind, it's the flying debris that's the big problem. Even if you say, hey, my mobile home is anchored down, no problem. I've gone through tons of storms. You're lucky. That's all. You can have a tree that can just cut through a mobile home like a hot knife through butter. And that's the biggest concern that we have. And obviously, a lot of mobile homes aren't anchored down properly, and they get lifted up and just tossed around like a toy. And we see that all the time. And it's not that tornadoes head toward mobile homes. It's that mobile homes just can't handle it. And cars can't either. They get lofted up and tossed around, and that's why it's just so dangerous. So we're going to keep a close eye on our newest tornado warning, moving right over the top of Jonesboro and not showing. Let's take a look at some of the upper scans. And right now, not showing any significant rotation there, but there is that capability of some rotation as it moves out of Jonesboro toward Stockbridge. And it's kind of going through some of our storm reports there. This report coming out of Fayetteville. Straight line winds there. Had no report of hail in Fayetteville, but it was very windy and very minimal debris damage in Fayette County in Fayetteville. So that's good news. Our confirmed tornado warning, we're still showing some broad rotation. Let's take a look at the CC. Not showing a debris signature to be concerned with at the moment. But we're still showing some broad rotation. Let's flip back here again. Yeah, this is very broad. This is now between Alvaton and Williamson, moving into southwest Spalding County. That's going to be moving up toward Blanton Mill Road. Broad rotation. And this may be allowed to, what does this go to, 445? Hopefully we get this canceled before then, because at the moment I'm not seeing a extreme danger, but I am seeing that broad rotation move out of Pike County into Spalding County, so still important to be in your tornado safe place. Zebulon, you got strong winds moving in. I don't see any rotation to be concerned with in that area at the moment. But it's going to be near Williamson, starting to head into southern Spalding County is where we could have some concern. We get out into Meriwether County. I'm sure that's going to be dropped here very soon. Rocky Mountain, Gay, Alvaton, you're in the clear now. It's just kind of light rain, and even the breeze is beginning to calm down into that area. This one, our tornado warning for Jonesboro and Stockbridge, covering portions of Clayton and Henry County. I think this was just kind of a preventative measure, just because there was a possibility of some spin. We have a new tornado warning coming out here, and there it is. And Todd, if we could go on 94.7 for this one, please. And we're going to carry this one out for a little bit, and we can leave DDK off. But let's just go with 94.7 on this, the Bulldog, and cover this one. Tornado warning for central Warren County, northeastern Hancock County until 4:45. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Mayfield, about 8 miles west of Warrenton, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So the possibility of a tornado with this storm as it is moving in toward Warrenton right now. So we'll go ahead and take this one, or if I may not be. Stand by just a second here. We're just getting our radio crew together. And sorry about that. I wasn't connected to our radio crew. And if you guys are still on board, I may have hit the wrong button there and disconnected to the radio folks. So if you've got me, let's go on 94.7. So you're watching us on YouTube Live, Facebook Live as well. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing to our YouTube page. And then we'll be on the radio as well. We have several radio partners around the state, and we appreciate everyone being part of that. And so, yep, here we are on 94.7 The Bulldog. We're going to break in. We do have a tornado warning in effect for portions of Warren County and northeastern Hancock County until 5 o'clock. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Mayfield. That's about 9 miles west of Warrenton, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is moving out of Hancock County. This is going to be moving right into Warren County, heading toward McDuffie County, and it looks like it's going to remain outside of Tolliver County. But know that we have quite a bit of listenership coming out of Warren County, listening to 94.7, so that's why we are breaking in and live right now, and we're going to hold on to our live broadcast here until this storm moves out of the area. We'll cover this through Warren County, and then we'll pass it over to our friends over at WTHO in Thompson. And but for right now, we're going to have it live on the radio as well as on Facebook and on YouTube, as this thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. We actually had 2 tornado warnings issued for this. The first one was until 4:45, and now this is going to go until 5. All right, so until 5 o'clock, tornado warning is in effect for Warren County and northeastern Hancock County, as we are keeping an eye on this storm that is capable of producing a tornado. This is moving toward Norwood and Warrenton. Also, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And Kamek is also heading your direction, and will continue to move toward I-20 up around the exit there with Highway 80 on I-20. So now we're starting to talk about getting close to McDuffie County, and McDuffie will be next in line if this storm holds together. So as for right now, Tolliver County, you are in the clear, but this storm is very, very close. If you're traveling out of Crawfordville along 278 heading toward Warrenton, you're going to be moving right into this storm, and this storm is capable of producing a tornado, and that's why we are live right now on the radio as well as on social media. You can follow us on YouTube and on Facebook as well. We'll keep this live coverage going through the afternoon and into the evening hours. But this is a large cell. This actually moved through Hancock County, had some rotation on it as it moved toward Milledgeville out of Jones County and into Baldwin County, and then it kind of loosened up a little bit. And as these storms will do, you can't really predict them. They can tighten up again and drop another tornado, and so that's why we have this warning now for Warren County until 5 o'clock. And I'm going to take a look at another radar scan just to get a little better view of this storm cell here and take a look at any rotation that we may have. And so bear with me just a moment. Got several radars we can look at. Yeah, that's a decent enough rotation couplet that is just to the northeast of Mayfield. It's heading around Elam Church Road. That's going to be just west of Warrenton. So Warrenton being your tornado safe place right now. Norwood and Kamek as well. And Cadley would be good to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows until this storm passes. Strong straight line winds also a big concern. We've seen a lot of reports of straight line wind damage with 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust over in the western part of the state. So even if we don't have a tornado in this, the straight line winds can be a big concern. There is the possibility of 60 mile an hour straight line winds with this. For those of you watching on the YouTube page, we've been following a tornado warning out in Meriwether and Pike County. That has been canceled, so that's good, but the tornado warning remains in effect for Spalding County, and so we'll revisit that in just a moment. Watching our latest tornado warning that is in effect until 5 o'clock for Warren County and northeastern Hancock County. And this is going to continue to move toward Norwood, just to the north of Warrenton. So we go, let's see. All right, so we have a tornado. All right, so this is going to be spotted, but not confirmed. So, yeah, we're going to take a look at this storm here. Again, moving in toward Norwood, and we have a spotter on the ground that says there is some debris blocking Mayfield Road, and says that is as a result of a tornado. This is not confirmed yet. So what's going to happen here, the Weather Service will go out and look at this probably tomorrow, and we'll call this a tornado officially or not. But we are looking at a couple of things. Number one, on the radar, we see the rotation couplet. So that's an indication that this is likely a tornado. And we actually have boots on the ground that is that's saying that they have seen a tornado and there's debris on the ground near Mayfield in Hancock County. All right, well, Mayfield is actually just inside Warren County, but near the Hancock County line, and some debris there. We're also keeping an eye on a strong thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado moving through the Griffin area, heading out into Spalding County. So we do have a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning there. Keep in mind, if you're listening to us on the radio, this is the line of storms that are moving through right now through Hancock County. We have some significant storms through Milledgeville, Baldwin County, and then this tornado warn storm moving through Warrenton and Warren County. This is just an initial line. This popped up ahead of the main line, and so we're not done. Once these storms move through, we still have an additional line of thunderstorms that will be moving in from the west and will continue to move in over the next several hours. So this is not going to be it as far as severe thunderstorm warnings or even tornado warnings are concerned. So we're going to continue to keep it here and watch out as this second line begins to move through. So you're listening to us on 94.7 The Bulldog, also watching on Facebook and YouTube, Georgia Weather Net. We appreciate you subscribing, liking the page, and following our coverage as we are keeping you safe and keeping you informed of what's going on around the state. I'll just zoom out again if you're watching us on YouTube to give you the big picture of what we're looking at. The main line of storms stretching from Toccoa in northeast Georgia down through Jackson County along I-85, now in East Atlanta, heading toward Conyers. Moving through Griffin, that's where we have a possibility of a tornado in the Griffin area, and then storms into Thomaston. Also watching the south end of that line, now beginning to threaten southwest Georgia, heading toward Eufaula, Alabama, moving toward Providence Canyon in Georgia. So this entire line we're going to watch, and then the secondary, we'll call it the secondary line that brewed up over the last 4 or 5 hours, has also been producing some strong to severe and even a few tornado-warned storms. So that's what we're following right now in Warren County, as we do see that rotation couplet still there. Our latest radar scan is 1 minute old, and we're showing the rotation very, very close to Norwood, just a mile south of Norwood, and then just above Warrenton, right along 278, continuing to move toward the east, out toward Kamek and Highway 80. And then if it holds together, we'll continue to move in toward McDuffie County. So we're going to hold it here live on 94.7 until this storm moves out of Warren County. And then we'll take you back to regular programming. You can continue to follow our coverage on the Georgia WeatherNet Facebook page and on the YouTube page. Just find us, just type in Georgia WeatherNet. You should get right to it. And we are going to switch gears and take a look at out in Griffin in Spalding County with looks like we've got some spin now in Griffin and a debris signature to go along with that. I'll tell you what we're going to do, Todd. Let's go ahead and break away on 94.7. This storm is continuing, that we're following in Warren County, is continuing to move through Warren County, out of Warren County. It's moving out of our immediate broadcast area for 94.7. Tolliver County, you're in good shape. So we're going to go ahead and break away and take you back to local programming on 94.7 The Bulldog. Thank you very much. And let's shift gears, because our biggest threat now is going to be with our storm in Spalding County. And bear with me just a moment. I'm going to flip over and we're going to get a little better look at this and high-resolution look. It takes just a second to switch between our radar sites. And also kind of looking at some notes that we have. All right, yeah, this is going to be a strong radar couplet. We have a debris signature. I'm going to go into the upper levels. Yeah, this is going to be a better view. Northwest of town, right there, northwest of Griffin. Old Atlanta Road, heading there at the Highway 41 split, the west bypass of Griffin, and northeast of town. That's going to be a debris signature. And I'm just looking at some previous scans. It's a little messy here on the lower level. We're very close to the radar site, so we're actually only looking about 900 feet up into the air. So it actually get a little better view when we look a little higher. So now we're looking about 1,500 feet up. And so moving over toward Highland Mills and near Griffin, right there in the middle of Spalding County. So this is a radar-confirmed tornado. And hopefully you have received all of the warning that I've given here on our broadcast and have taken cover. And if you know anybody in Highland Mills, even Griffin itself, north of town, really moving over toward North Hill Street, up into East McIntosh Road, need to take cover right now. This is a dangerous tornado that is on the ground, and our couplet is indicating it very, very clearly that we do have a tornado on the ground in Spalding County. Severe thunderstorm warning, now another big warning area issued for Jasper, Lamar, and Monroe County until 5:15. We'll visit that one briefly while we wait on another scan of radar. Doppler radar indicating severe thunderstorm over Liberty Hill near Barnesville. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible with this storm. So this is going to cover Barnesville, Milner, Blunt, Liberty Hill, Goggins, Berner, Chapel Mill, and Johnstonville. But our most dangerous storm we have anywhere in the state right now is going to be this one right here in Spalding County, very, very close to Griffin. Let's just revisit our tornado warning up in Henry County. Really want to call this more of a preventative measure. We had a little bit of rotation on this around Stockbridge, actually around Jonesboro, heading towards Stockbridge. And just kind of take a look at some of the upper layers. Not seeing anything significant at the moment other than the heavy rain and the strong straight-line winds as it continues to move through Henry County, now crossing Highway 23. But our serious storm now starting to move out of the warning polygon area. I think we're going to get another warning issued here momentarily. We're going to get, we're seeing some broadening. Again, let's go look in the upper levels here. All right, that's an old scan, so let's see what we got. All right, possibility. All right, do we have a second debris signature? It certainly lines up. All right, yep, that's a second debris signature. So we're going to get a new warning issued in just a moment. And this is going to go into Butts County, as well as Henry, Newton, and Spalding County. So we have a second spin up with this line, not uncommon at all. So really this thunderstorm line here is capable of producing 2 tornadoes. And so we have a tornado warning now in effect for eastern Spalding County, southeastern Henry County, Butts County, and south central Newton County. This is until 5:15. We'll have the polygon pop up as soon as it's drawn. And we're showing that tornado-producing storm over Walker Mill, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So Griffin, Jackson, Locust Grove, Jenkinsburg, Stewart, Worthville, Walker Mill, Luella, you are in this tornado warning, and I'm hoping we can get the polygon to draw up quickly. All right, we have it on the other screen, so let's pull it up over here so I can give you a more of a visual representation of what we're talking about. All right, so here's your tornado warning. Locust Grove right there in the middle, and Sunnyside, you're going to be in there. Jackson, Flovilla. Tornado warning until 5:15. So this is going to cross I-75. Let's take a look at the velocity on this. Let's see if we get yeah, there you go. That's certainly rotation. It's not tight rotation, but it's strong rotation. It's strong, broad rotation. So this has got a lot of energy in it. So this is probably going to hold out for a while as it continues to move toward the east. So our timing of this storm going to be in Griffin at around, that's on the wrong cell. Let's see if we can get a better one. There we go. Locust Grove coming right up on you. Jenkinsburg, 4:39. Shadydale, 504. If it holds together, we'll continue up toward Morgan County. But let's keep an eye on that before we get too far down the line. But if you want to know where to be just prepared, let's get prepared into northern Jasper County, heading up into Morgan County. And so that goes for the radio stations as well. Still got a ways to go to watch this, but right now we've got a storm that is producing a tornado that is moving in toward Locust Grove. So let's flip back over to the high-res radar, and we'll take a look at that. There we go. So our rotation now over Jackson Road, Highway 36, beginning to approach Interstate 75, around the Locust Grove exit. And then this is going to continue toward Jenkinsburg. Jackson going to be mighty close to you, so you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. If you know anyone in Jackson, let them know that this cell is going to be very close. But Jenkinsburg is going to be right on top of you in just a matter of minutes. And the strong straight line wind, still a big concern, even looking down toward the south, heading into Monroe County, western Butts County, very, very windy. Lamar County, most of the storm has moved through your area right now, but some very, very strong winds associated with that line. Got a report at Peachtree City of power lines down and sparking in Peachtree City. So that's going to be near the Weather Service office. So some power outages there for sure, and some dangerous situation with power lines sparking on the ground there in Peachtree City. All right, so we're just taking a look at another scan here of our rotation product, and showing that continuing to broaden out a great deal. So let's hope we can get this warning dropped a little bit early. This is scheduled to go until 5:15. The time now is 4:37. We are still under a tornado warning for Luella, Locust Grove, Jenkinsburg, and Jackson. It's going to be very close to Jackson. I don't think the cell itself is really going to hit the town of Jackson. And then upstream, we get all the way into southern Newton County up into the Stewart community in the tornado warning polygon. And so just kind of looking at some of the conversation about our storm coming out of Spalding County. Even though it looks like our debris signature has dissipated somewhat, it's possible we still could have a tornado on the ground there. I'm also watching an area here just crossing I-75. That's going to be near the exit with Highway 16, now moving into Butts County. And let me flip back here. So we're showing some broad rotation here as well, and maybe some debris showing up. So let's give this another scan. Kind of watching this area here. That's right over the interchange of 75 and Highway 16. That's the Jackson exit. And maybe a little bit of debris there. And there is some rotation, but not a whole lot. All right, so we're going to keep watching that one. Still a dangerous situation moving out of Spalding County, South Henry, most of Butts County, and then just watching in the Newton County as this cell continues to move your way. We'll zoom out and take a look at the big picture. So we still have our tornado warning that's going to be allowed to expire out in Warren County. This is moving into McDuffie County. You see that's been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5 o'clock. So that severe thunderstorm around Wrightsboro moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And that's going to continue to move in toward the northern part of McDuffie County, heading in toward Columbia County. Now we're starting to get into the Augusta area. You start talking about Columbia County, that's the Augusta metro. So for now, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm. And I'm actually getting a call from Waynesboro. How about that? Talking about Waynesboro and get a call from Waynesboro at the same time. They must be watching the stream. We appreciate them. So severe thunderstorm warning there for McDuffie and the Columbia. Let's go back out to the eastern edge now, northeastern edge of Spalding County, heading in toward Locust Grove. And look at our velocity, still showing a couplet between Jenkinsburg and Locust Grove. Maybe a little bit of spin right over Locust Grove. nothing frightening right now with our debris signature. This looks like it's spreading out a lot, so quite possibly this has lifted, but still possible that we could be seeing a tornado drop once again. Power outages continue to rise in DeKalb County, now 7,500 residents without power. And the Weather Service agreeing with our assessment there that it looks like it has lifted at the moment. This is still a supercell storm. That's what you need to get a tornado started. You need a supercell. Not all supercells create tornadoes, but all tornadoes come from these supercells. And this is a high precipitation supercell, and it has a history of cycling. So it does its thing, it lifts, and then it fires back up again. And this is going to be moving into some very unstable air. We're still in the afternoon hours. The sun is still up above the clouds, so we still have fuel for these storms. And this is still an ugly-looking storm. So we're going to probably hold on to this tornado warning for a little bit longer, maybe cancel before 5:15, but we'll see. We'll watch it. Report of tree down back in DeKalb County. Again, a lot of power outages there. Oak Grove Road, Crestline Drive with a tree down. And mentioned the power lines down in Peachtree City. Special weather statement for Crawford, Lamar, Monroe, and Upson counties. Those strong thunderstorms will be moving through your area, already moving through. And so that special statement out until 5:15. All right, we have an update. Tornado watch is going to be extended to cover the rest of northeast Georgia. That's going to be coming out of the Greenville Weather Service office. So we already had the tornado watch. Let me just show you what we had a little bit earlier. Some of these counties have been dropped up in northwest Georgia. So once you get up toward Rome and up in the Dalton and Cedartown and Dade and Walker County, that's all been dropped off, but that hasn't been updated here yet. But we have an extension now moving, we know, into Franklin County, and then those what we call the orphan counties, northeast Georgia, that are not part of the Atlanta TV market. They're not part of the Atlanta Weather Service either. They're part of South Carolina, so they have extended that area of the tornado watch. That means that the conditions are favorable for a tornado, and that's go until 10:15 tonight. So once we move this main line out of here, we're looking in that part of the state, and it looks like the main line is there now. So the potential for tornadoes could occur between now and 10, but I don't know if we'll keep that warning that entire time. But we'll see. All right, let's revisit our supercell moving through Henry and Butts County. Still showing that rotation right there above Jenkinsburg. And we'll take a look at the debris. No debris issues. Hail is going to be an issue up around McDonough, Henry County. And moving east of town there along Highway 81. But, yeah, this rotation's worth watching here in moving into Butts County and just above Jackson. So just hang tight for a little bit. Locust Grove, I think you're starting to get out of the main area of concern. Luella, you're just fine. Light rain right now, so you can we can sound the all clear. And we're almost all clear west of I-75. Still a little bit rough along I-75 around Locust Grove. The Bill Gardner Parkway. But for the most part, west of I-75 is in pretty good shape. And in just a moment, we're going to see this polygon drop off that has been covering Griffin and Highland Mills. There's just nothing going on out there right now but rain, and that's going to go away in about a minute. I think the Weather Service has been pretty conservative about canceling some of these warnings early because these are ugly storms. They have been dropping tornadoes all day long as they move through Alabama and moving into Georgia. We've had several tornadoes on the ground so far today in Georgia, and I can promise you more to come. I can't tell you where. Nobody can. But I can tell you that we're going to see more as we continue to move through the day today and into the evening hours as well. So we just got a new scan of radar to see what we got. And that rotation still hanging in there, northeast of Jenkinsburg now, still well north of Jackson, above Old Bethel Road. and trying to straddle the line between Butts and Henry County as that continues to move towards southern Newton County and could be heading towards Stewart. But looking at that bow echo, that's some strong wind. The other thing we look at is the tight pressure, the gradient between the two. So when you have nothing going on here and then you just ramp up to the oranges and the reds in just a matter of feet, that's another sign that you have some strong wind. So Juliet, Lake Juliet, Dames Ferry, and beginning to move in the southern Jasper County, northwest Jones County, going to be very, very windy. So we do have our tornado warning still in effect for southern Henry County, the extreme southern portion of Newton, including Stewart, Butts County, and Spalding County. You're going to be just fine. Everything's clear. It's moved across the interstate now. But we're going to hang on to this tornado warning until 5:15. Just got a new scan, and we're still showing the rotation fairly broad and not terribly strong either. We traded this off. It was strong and broad. Now it's kind of weakening somewhat, but still there and fairly broad, just above Jackson, now northeast of Jenkinsburg, heading towards Stewart. Another sweep there just came in, and it looks about the same. So I'll take this time, again, to thank you for watching the Georgia WeatherNet on YouTube and also on our Facebook page. You can like the page to get severe weather updates. Also, our morning weather update this morning talked about these storms and talked about the timing and got you ready for this so that you would be prepared, and hopefully you are. And let's take a little visit down into southwest Georgia. I tell you what, we'll pull this up on our other radar, and we'll take a look at what's going on there because we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be, is that Early County? That's going to be Clay County and Quitman County. All right, so above Early County. So Clay and Quitman County. And I'll pull this up on our other radar. And this is as a result of a thunderstorm that's actually in Alabama right now that is capable of producing a tornado. So this is out in Henry County, Alabama, that we have a tornado warning. But then the yellow polygon indicating a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 5:30. This is for northwestern Clay County and Quitman County. So we're in the southwest corner of the state. Let's zoom out to show you what I'm talking about there. So right down in here. So this is going to be moving toward Highway 82, heading in toward Fort Gaines. And that's see what the speed is on this storm here. This is moving here. Let's see what we got here. 45 mile an hour. Okay. So this is going to be moving into Georgia here very soon. So that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:30. So we'll track that. That could spin up into a tornado. We'll watch it. But as for right now, our biggest concern still is going to be just east of Griffin. And still a lot of reflectivity there. All right, let me flip back over. All right, we got another storm to watch here. We'll talk about that one in just a second. So still looking at the tight rotation there above Jackson, continuing to move toward Newton County. And take a look at what I found in northwest Georgia. We thought everything was going to be pretty quiet for a while anyway for Dade and Walker County, but now a storm capable of producing a tornado moving out of Jackson County, Alabama, could be moving in toward Dade County. So could be yet another round. So that does happen from time to time. You still have moisture in the atmosphere. You still have just a little bit of energy left over and enough to get some of these storms to turn severe or possibly spin up into a tornado. So that's what we're looking at, some residual storms now coming out of Alabama. And we'll watch out for another warning possibly to be issued for the northwest corner of the state. But this main line now continuing to move through Atlanta. So the main line is done for downtown Atlanta. Just looking at the rain, light to moderate rain. But just like we're seeing out to the west, there is the possibility of those storms to fire back up again with just what's left over. The severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for northern McDuffie County, the extreme southern portion of Lincoln County, and then now moving into Columbia County, heading toward Appling. And we'll put this in motion just to kind of see how this is going. There you go. So this is moving to the northeast. So this is going to ride right along the Lincoln-Columbia County line. That particular cell will not be a threat for Augusta, but we do have some other cells that will be moving in soon enough. And we'll put this line into motion as well, and you can see how fast this thing is moving. There you go. Already through pretty much all of metro Atlanta. And it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued. And this is going to be for southwestern Morgan County, western Putnam County, northeastern Monroe County, southeastern Butts County, northwestern Jones County, and Jasper County. As a result of that long line of thunderstorms that continue to move to the northeast at 60 miles per hour, so there is the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. And this is, again, all radar indicated. And that's a strong line there, beginning to move into Jasper County. So we're looking at very, very gusty winds. 60 miles an hour could be an understatement as this moves into Monticello and then moving across Juliet and Dames Ferry down toward the south. A few little cells out ahead of this main line up around Eatonton and then heading up toward Lake Oconee. But the main line is going to be what we're really going to watch out for as this continues to exit Butts County heading toward Jasper County. And let's take a look at our velocity. There's that lingering, pesky rotation right there. And here's your latest sweep, now moving in towards Stewart. So this is beginning to move out of the main part of this warning polygon. We had this issued earlier as a result of the rotation approaching Locust Grove. Locust Grove is all good now. Everything's fine in that part of the of the world, southern Henry County, and then west of I-75, all good. But it's mainly going to be watching right here along Butts, Henry County line, now beginning to move into Newton County. So that rotation just being a little pesky and not wanting to go away. I got a report out of Spalding County that the emergency services in Spalding County are currently down. So I'm not sure if that's just from power outages or if there was damage to the facilities there. But the emergency services of Spalding County, as reported by the Griffin Police Department, they are out of service at the moment. So anybody trying to make 911 calls or any other emergency services in Spalding County, you're not going to be able to get through at the moment. About 2,500 residents without power in Henry County around the Locust Grove area. So was that a result of a tornado? We'll find out. There's a possibility that we had a tornado there around Locust Grove, but we do know we have numerous folks without power, over 2,500 people in Locust Grove. And next will be Stewart, southern Newton County, with some trees that will probably be blown down, maybe some power lines down as well. And just remember, don't ever approach the down power line. Just like we saw in Peachtree City, they were alive and clearly alive as they were sparking. And so that is very, very dangerous. So make sure you warn your kids about that too, that the down power lines are oftentimes still energized. So you got to leave them alone until the power company, electric company, the EMCs can get out there to get that squared away. We're watching this big comma-shaped storm here moving into Newton County. This is an ugly storm, broad rotation. Not showing any debris on this at the moment, but if we can get enough inflow into this storm, this could turn into another tornado-producing storm. It already has a history of that. So this is going to be our biggest suspect that we have on the board right now in northern Butts County, heading into Newton County, and this is going to be heading toward New Bern and then possibly on into Morgan County next. And if that's the case, we're going to put our radio friends on alert again. If we get a warning from Morgan County, we'll be live on the radio once again. As for right now, we're live on YouTube and on Facebook, and thank you for your likes and your comments. And we appreciate you all very much. I'm sorry I'm not able to get to everything that's going on there on the social media. I'm watching the radar screen, chatting with the National Weather Service, just making sure that we have the most up-to-date information. All right, report out of Henry County now. The bulk of the storm has passed through, still light rain, but strong winds that move through there. Over 4,700 customers without power in Henry County. As I mentioned, Spalding County, the emergency services are out of service at the moment, and we do have numerous power outages reported in Spalding County as well. Report about major damage in downtown Griffin and Experiment. Houses damaged, and we have a report of entrapment in at least one house in Griffin. So not a surprise. We hate to hear that, but we did see that tornado debris signature, and the vortex just moved right over Griffin. It was really northwest of town, but very close to the populated portion of Griffin. And so we thought that we would see some storm reports come out of Griffin, and here they come. So we have another tornado warning being issued now that is coming out of our storm here, moving through Stuart. Yeah, here you go. That's that big comma-shaped storm we're talking about. So new tornado warning being issued. Tornado warning is in effect for Morgan County. All right, so Todd, we need to go live on, we'll go 97, 103.9, and 94.7, please. Tornado warning for Morgan County, northwestern Putnam County, east central Butts County, northern Jasper County, and southeastern Newton County. This is in effect until 5:30. Doppler radar indicating this tornado-producing storm that is right over the Stuart community in southern Newton County. All right, 97 Big FM, we're live. We do have a tornado warning in effect until 5:30 for portions of Morgan County, northwestern Putnam County, east central Butts County, northern Jasper County, and southeastern Newton County. We're going to be with you a while on this. And we are live on Facebook, on YouTube as well. If for whatever reason you lose the radio feed, you can also flip over to our online feed, and we have a view of the radar as well. So live coverage now, Lake Country 102.3, 97 Big FM. Tornado warning in effect for Morgan County, northwestern Putnam County, east central Butts County, northern Jasper County, southeastern Newton County, and that is in effect until 5:30. Let's pick up Doc 103.9 too, please, and we got 94.7 The Bulldog online as well. So what we're watching is a thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado, and that's in Stuart. That's in southern Newton County. That seems like a long way away, but these storms are moving very, very quickly. And this particular storm that we're watching is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So this is going to continue moving toward Morgan County, and we'll be in Morgan County in about 10 minutes. So we'll be in the southwest corner of Morgan County, out around Reese Road, by a little after 5 o'clock, 5:10 or so. If it holds together and stays on track, and it appears that it will, we'll see this move into Madison in about 20 minutes. So Madison, you are in the warning polygon. You need to seek shelter right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Godfrey and Buckhead also in the warning polygon in Morgan County. And then where the storm is located right now, southern Newton County, that's going to move right into Jasper County, right along the Jasper-Newton County line, and then move into Madison County at about 10 minutes after 5. We'll be in Madison itself, if it holds together, by about 4:20. I'm sorry, 5:20. 5:20 should be in Madison. So if you're just joining us on the radio and online, tornado warning in effect for Morgan County, northwestern Putnam County, east central Butts County, northern Jasper County, and southeastern Newton County until 5:30, as we're watching a storm that's capable of producing a tornado and has produced a tornado in the past. We watched this cell move almost over the top of Griffin, and we have numerous reports of damage out of Griffin right now, including some homes damaged. We had a report of a home with people trapped inside in Griffin. So this is a dangerous storm, has a history of severe damage as it moved through Spalding County, and it moved very, very quickly right through Butts County, lifted briefly, looked like it dropped a tornado again before moving into Newton County, and now we're watching this move toward New Bern, and heading toward Morgan County. So I mentioned the timing of the bulk of the storm. Let me tell you about sort of the outer edge of the storm, so to speak. It will be in Madison in the next 15 minutes. So right now we are experiencing some rainfall in Madison, thunderstorms up in Appalachia. That's not part of the main system. The main storm that we're watching is just now beginning to enter Morgan County. So the edge of that is going to continue to move in toward Madison by about 5:15. The part that we're most concerned with the spin on it, is going to start to enter Morgan County in the next 10 minutes and then move toward Madison in the next 20 minutes or so. So again, about 5:20, I'm giving you 20 minutes of lead time, Madison, to get in your safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, and let's just ride this storm out together. I'll give you the all clear as soon as it gets through. But right now, the edge of the storm is entering Morgan County in the southwest corner, coming in from Jasper County, and is going to be continuing to move your way. Just kind of looking at our velocity to see if we have the rotation. It is broadened out somewhat, so that's good news, but the straight line winds are still going to be a concern. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour straight line winds with this cell as it moves through. But we're still showing the main part of the rotating storm up Highway 11 above Monticello. So this is going to be west of New Bern, right along the Jasper-Newton County line on Highway 11. If you're familiar with that area, that's where the rotating portion of the storm is currently located. And this is a pretty classic, what we call a comma-shaped storm. And so what that indicates, a lot of wind, and we also know that this storm is being fed with the fuel that it needs. The warm, humid air is being drawn into the storm without any real problem. So it's taking on this comma shape, and then that's where we can get some spin on the storm, and that's why we're showing some of that rotation there in northern Jasper County, right along the Newton County line. So we are live on the radio, live on Facebook and YouTube as well. From the Georgia WeatherNet, I'm meteorologist KJ Allen. Tornado warning is in effect for Morgan County, northwestern Putnam County, east central Butts County, northern Jasper County, and southeastern Newton County until 5:30 this afternoon. And the entire state of Georgia going to be experiencing some sort of weather, hoping that we'll avoid any tornado damage in your immediate area. But we have been picking up several reports of trees down, power lines down, Cobb County, Paulding County, up in the Bartow County, Douglas County, and then some significant damage in around Spalding County in the Griffin. New tornado warning being issued now. This is going to be in the eastern part of the state, but we want to just go ahead and cover this to make sure everybody knows what's going on. This is for north central McDuffie County, northwestern Columbia County, and southeastern Lincoln County. Tornado warning in effect until 5:45. Doppler radar indicating a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near the Mistletoe State Park. That's about 12 miles northeast of Thompson, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is going to move out of the state of Georgia fairly quickly, but this is going to be riding right along the Columbia-Lincoln County line over probably the next 15 minutes. Let me just grab a storm track for anyone that may be in that area. Yeah, that's going to be out of Georgia in about 10 minutes. So that should be gone by 5:15, and then that will be in South Carolina. So we'll kind of shift our attention back to our tornado warning that is impacting portions of Jasper and Newton, Morgan County, and extreme northern portion of Putnam County in there as well. Eatonton, you're not in the warning polygon. Madison, you are. Godfrey, you're in the polygon, and very close to Appalachia. Buckhead, you're also in the warning polygon as well. So some gusty winds ahead of the main part of this bulk of this cell. So heavy rainfall, and let me see if we have any hail. Yeah, we probably have some hail associated with this as well over Knight Road. That's south of I-20 in western Morgan County. And then that hail core is going to continue to move toward Madison. And let me put a storm track to give you some timing on this. So possibility of some hail moving into Madison over the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then the rotating portion of the storm will be in Madison in about 15 minutes. So we're still going to stick to that 5:20 timeline. as it storm will be moving along 278, coming in west of town. We'll be approaching the lows and then across Madison, and then possibly continuing on into Greene County if it holds together. Right now, Greene County, you're not in any sort of warning. There is a small thunderstorm cell right over the top of Greensboro right now and down toward the southern end of the county, but no warnings for Greene County at the moment. The bulk of the storm continues to move out of Jasper County. Monticello, you're going to be in the clear, but the wind is really going to start kicking up in Eatonton right now and over the next little bit before this storm gets here. We got the storm that it's bowing out, so that's an indicator of strong straight-line winds. We could be seeing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts or greater. Eatonton, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but that probably is going to change. We may get that warning extended out here shortly. So just stand by for that. The severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper, Lamar, and Monroe County has been canceled as that storm is moving out of that area. So just as I was mentioning, we're going to clear you Jasper, Lamar, Monroe County. The tornado warning for Butts, Henry, and Newton and Spalding County has also been canceled. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning now well to our southwest part of the state, and another tornado warning also issued. Let's get to this severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Chattahoochee, Marion, Muskogee County. This is in the Columbus area, and we have a tornado warning. I know this is getting far outside of the middle Georgia area, but again, we're covering every place, and I'll get back to Morgan County in just a moment, I promise. But tornado warning is in effect for north central Henry County in Alabama, northwestern Clay County, and southern Quitman County in Georgia. This is until 5:30. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Richards Crossroads, moving east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. So the possibility of a tornado there with that storm. Back to middle Georgia. We're live on the radio and online with our tornado warning in effect for Morgan County, northwestern Putnam County, east central Butts County, northern Jasper County, and southeastern Morgan County, or Newton County rather, until 5:30. And just to tell you exactly where the storm is, that rotation continues to broaden out. It's very close to Newbern, moving into the western edge of Morgan County, and it's very possible we see this get canceled before 5:30. Let's hope so. Also not seeing any indication that this storm dropped a tornado. I see no debris signature, but the gusty winds, that's the big factor right now. Rain is starting to come down in Madison, heavy rain in Godfrey, wind is picking up in Buckhead, and that wind starting to pick up in Eatonton as well. So straight line winds are going to be a big concern. That's going to knock over some trees and power lines, so we'll be prepared for some power outages in Morgan County and down into Putnam County, and already reports of power outages out in Newton and Henry County as well as a result of the same storm. So the good news is we're seeing the rotation continue to broaden out as it moves into Morgan County, but we still have the warning, so we're going to keep it here live until the warning is canceled or expires. So just hang tight with us. It's 5:08. The warning is set to go until 5:30. Just looking at some more damage reports. This same cell that we're watching moving through Newbern, heading into Morgan County, created significant damage to the Hobby Lobby in Griffin. And, wow, let's see if we can, for those of you listening on the radio, I'll give you the best description, but the roof, looks like about half of the roof has been torn off of the Hobby Lobby. And there you go. So this is coming from Twitter feed, and just half the roof is gone, and the rest of the roof is damaged. You got shelves that are down, and significant damage there in Griffin. All right, we're going to continue to see those damage reports come in, I know, and that was likely from a tornado. We had a tornado debris signature that moved very close to Griffin, just northwest of town, and that's part of this same cell that is now moving into Morgan County. It's now continuing. It looks like it's pretty much out of Jasper County altogether, still in extreme southeast Newton County, and then moving into southwest Morgan County. So I'll give you some more landmarks if you just bear with me just a moment. And let's just take a look at our rotation. Yeah, that rotation is broadening out significantly. I'm keeping an eye on the chat with the Weather Service, and we'll see if they'll cancel that early. They're so busy right now. If this was the only storm on radar, it's possible we could get this canceled a little bit earlier, but they are watching other storms that continue to move through the state. So the attitude today at the National Weather Service has been let the warnings just play themselves out completely. Better be safe than sorry than have to keep going back and checking. So the good news that we have for Morgan County, the rotation has broadened out significantly, but we still have heavy rain. We still have hail. And, I'm seeing a hail core really right over the lows in Madison. So that doesn't mean it's coming out of the sky necessarily, but it is certainly up in the air right over that part of Madison. They're in the western edge, right over the top of 278. So that's going to continue to move over town, head toward the East Bypass, and then continue tracking really along 278, possibly moving into Greene County next. So time is 5:11. Our tornado warning for Morgan, portions of Putnam, Butts, Jasper, and Newton County remain in effect until 5:30. We're going to keep it live on the radio until then, or if we get this canceled early, that will be great. But Jasper County is in the clear. The storm just trying to make its way out of New Bern and moving into Morgan County. So soon Newton County will be in the clear. But Morgan County still under a severe thunderstorm warning and still with this tornado warning. Numbers keep going up on power outages. Report now out of DeKalb County. Over 10,000 people without power in DeKalb. So every check of that just continues to increase. So lots of power outages out across the state and significant damage in Spalding County and Griffin. We keep referencing that because that's the same cell that's moving through Morgan County right now. And we're hoping that it's going to lose its strength as it continues to move. Starting to get late into the day now, 5:12. The atmosphere is going to cool off just a little bit. And that's going to help some of these storms lose a little bit of its momentum, and that will be great. Down in southwest Georgia, we do have that tornado warning that's in effect for portions of Clay and Quitman County until 5:02. I'm sorry, that's when the warning came out. This warning is set to go until 5:30, and the possibility of quarter-size hail with that storm in addition to the tornado risk there in Clay and Quitman County. All right, so just taking a look at what we have as far as any other damage reports. Nothing in the immediate area yet. Still just a lot of reports that continue to come out of Griffin. That's going to be quite possibly could be a majority of our storm reports because that was a really ugly storm that moved through there. And without a doubt, a tornado was on the ground around almost in town of Griffin, just to the northwest corner, and damage there reported to the Hobby Lobby. We had a house, several houses damaged or destroyed, and one house with an entrapment reported. So we're going to hope for the very best that we have no fatalities there and that the injuries will be kept to a minimum because that was a very, very ugly storm. And we're tracking that same cell going through Morgan County right now. It is 5:13. Our warning goes till 5:30. We'll just be on standby. If we can pull the plug on it early, I would love nothing more than that and put you back to your regular programming. Right now, looking at heavy rainfall over Madison itself. Rotation is still not a big concern. Extremely broad and extremely weak as it's moving right through the middle of Morgan County. Newton County, you're in the clear. And the warning still stays for portions of Newton and Jasper County. But again, this is an indication that the Weather Service, they're watching other things. And instead of spending a lot of time trimming down warnings and canceling them early and all that, they're focusing on where to issue the warnings first. And then they'll go back to trimming them out later. All right, so we're going to go ahead and, let's go ahead and cover this one. Severe thunderstorm warning. I thought this was going to replace the tornado warning, but possibly they're going to keep that one going, Todd. So we're going to hang tight here for right now, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Oconee County, Morgan County, Greene County, northwestern Tolliver County, and southwestern Oglethorpe County until 6 o'clock. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm that is near Godfrey, near Madison, moving east at 55 miles. There we go. We got it canceled. All right. I was just getting ready to say I'd love to see this canceled. So, Todd, we'll go ahead and start dropping the radio coverage, and we'll send you back to local programming. The tornado warning has been canceled for Morgan, Newton, and Jasper, and the severe thunderstorm warning remains in place. All right, so we'll slowly start dropping the radio stations. Our coverage continues on YouTube and on Facebook. So if I drop off mid-sentence and you want to hear more, go to our YouTube page on the Georgia Weather Net or the Facebook page on the Georgia Weather Net, and I will certainly have you covered from there. But thank you for listening to our live coverage on Doc 103.9 and 94.7 The Bulldog. We're going to go back to our regular programming now. Let's switch gears back down to the southwest corner of the state and look at our tornado warning for Quitman and Clay County. And I'll get a little better view of our radar coming out of Fort Rucker, Alabama. This should give us a great view of this storm. Let's just see what we got going on. It'll take just a second to load up that information. While it's doing that, let me go ahead and switch over and take a look at. There we go. Yep, still got a good, still got a couplet there over Morris, just above Coleman, heading towards Springvale, and we got a little inflow notch right there. So that's saying, yep, it can continue to strengthen as it heads toward Cutbirth in Randolph County. So Randolph County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. And that has been issued just a couple of minutes ago. So this severe thunderstorm warning is for north central Clay County, Randolph County, southeastern Quitman County, and Terrell County until 6 o'clock. So possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with this storm. But the rotation is still there, but pretty broad. We could get a tornado warning extended on this. We'll see. Keep an eye on it. This comes out of the Tallahassee office. And I think this is the first we've heard from them today, so we'll jump over there and see what they have, what they're talking about. All right, yeah, they are watching around, let's zoom in here a little bit closer. Yeah, so they're watching this system here very carefully as it continues to move into Randolph County. Our tornado warning for portions of Clay and Quitman may be canceled a little early. We're still seeing some broad rotation right over Morris. Should be south of Springvale, going to be close to Cutbirth as it continues. It's east motion, about 55-mile-an-hour movement there through Randolph County. And let's go up to northwest Georgia. We're going to take a look at the other radar for this one. Got so many radars to choose from here. Great coverage in so many parts of the state, and some states not so much. Up in northwest Georgia, not bad at all. We can take a look at the high-top radar out of Alabama and look at our severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect until 5:45. This is for western Walker County and southwestern Dade County. So that was a tornado-warned storm when it was in Alabama, and I was hoping we could keep that spin down, and it looks like we have so far. So, yeah, not showing any issues with velocity on this, but still a severe thunderstorm warning nonetheless, heading toward Lafayette and moving toward the eastern portions now, really, of Walker County, and starting to move out of Dade County altogether, but still got a little sliver of Dade County. That's actually getting ready to update itself. So a good part of Dade County is going to be cut out of that. Walker County, including Lafayette, you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. All right, got another severe thunderstorm warning issued here, and stand by with me just a moment. This is going to be for portions of Putnam, Hancock, and Baldwin County. Severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, so that's good. We'd prefer not to have anything to worry about, but if we're going to pick, we'll take the severe thunderstorm warning. That means we don't have as much spin with this. And we'll get the radar image pulled up here momentarily. There you go. So there's that line that we've been talking about, the Bo Echo line that's moving through Putnam County. Heavy rain now in Eatonton, and we're going to start picking up the heavy rain in the eastern part of the county, the Phoenix community, Shoulder Bone, starting to move into Hancock County. And then also that severe thunderstorm warning stretches down into Baldwin County as well, including Milledgeville. So the threat here is going to be wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And let's see what we got as far as hail is concerned. Yeah, hail is also going to be an issue as well. So maybe some hail just south of Eatonton, looks like down 129. And then on down further into 129 into Jones County, we have some hail cores showing up there as well. So hail is going to be a possibility with these storms. But those strong straight line winds, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts very, very easily with this line as it moves through. So Milledgeville, the wind's going to be picking up again briefly. And very windy right now in Greensboro, Lake Oconee. That wind also picking up as well. So hopefully everybody has their boats properly secured, or we may see some boats floating around unattended out along Lake Oconee over the next couple of hours or so. Just zooming out to take a big picture, we still have this tornado warning that's technically covering portions of Lincoln and Columbia County, but that cell has moved into South Carolina, now moving out into McCormick County, heading toward Edgefield. So that's not a concern anymore. Here's a pretty strong thunderstorm that's continuing to move through Washington County and into Glasscock County. We'll start moving into northern Jefferson County. No warning on that at the moment, but that does look like a pretty significant weather maker there as well. And just kind of going through some of our storm reports. 517, okay. Are we going to reissue? All right, we may get the tornado warning for Morgan County reissued, so hold tight on that one. I really don't want that to happen, but if it does, it does. So let's just look a little bit closer and see what we see. We see some broad rotation over Buckhead, or as we call it, the real Buckhead. This is not the Atlanta Buckhead. This is the original Buckhead in Morgan County. And the Weather Service is kind of weighing their options on possibly reissuing this. If they do, this will be for portions of Morgan and Greene County. And let's just hope we'll keep the rotation down and keep it at least the severe limits. But we'll keep an eye on that one. We could get another tornado warning there, and we may have to go live again on the radio again, Todd. I apologize, but that's just the way that goes sometimes. Strong straight-line winds continue to push through eastern Putnam County, now moving into northwest Baldwin County, following 212, heading in toward Milledgeville, coming in from the west, so yet another line of thunderstorms moving that way. Let's check out southwest Georgia and flip over to our other radar for that. See what we got in terms of our velocity. All right, not a big problem here. So, I'm sorry, this is up in Dade County, so no wonder. So that storm is still at severe and no rotation at all. Let's head on down to southwest Georgia, and we'll update our radar. So we do have a small tornado warning there that continues for portions of Clay and Quitman County. They canceled it for Henry County, Alabama. But right here, we've got our tornado warning that is in a very rural part of the state there. Southeast Quitman County over the Morris community. Get my telestrator out here. So Morris is right there. And then you get into this northern portion of Clay County. That's where we have our tornado warning still in effect until 5:30. And let's take a look at, we got a little couplet right here. That's outside of the warning polygon, but this is going to be inside Randolph County between Coleman and Cutbirth. So right here. So maybe a little bit of rotation there, but it's broad enough that it's not really concerning the Weather Service at the moment. But that area is under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock. Oh, excuse me. Take a look at this right here. That's probably going to be some hail. Could be 1 inch in diameter just to the northeast of Cutbirth. So that is a very strong thunderstorm there. And then, of course, the wind going to be kicking into Shellman and then starting to head out toward Terrell County and into Dawson. Going to be picking up the rain and the wind here very, very soon. Good friend John Clark of the Georgia News Network from that part of the state, and we wish John the very best. Communicated with him just yesterday, I think it was, and know he's going through some things there that sometimes health things can sneak up on you really quick, and John's one of the greatest guys in the world, and boy, I wish him the very, very best. A good man, good radio man, and just a good guy altogether. So just wanted to mention that. So I know John has some kinfolks over there in Dawson still, so it's going to be raining pretty heavily. We have that severe thunderstorm warning for Dawson and most of Terrell County. And this tornado warning remains in effect, although I could see it dropping off. They're probably going to let it go to 5:30 just to be safe. But we'll continue to watch that and monitor that system as well. All right, back up to the north. Do have the severe thunderstorm warning. It's in effect for portions of Oglethorpe County, Greene County's in there, Morgan County, Oconee County, getting up toward Athens, Tolliver County, and southwestern Oglethorpe County. That's in effect until 6 p.m. And the Weather Service is watching a little bit of spin on this storm, and I think that has dissipated a great deal. So maybe we can get away without another tornado warning on this one. It was close. A tornado is still possible as this cell continues to move in to Greene County, and whatever spin was there, I think is going to be inside Greene County. I don't really see much left anymore. Let me just take a look at some of the upper scans. Yeah, not much left. So let's see if we can keep it that way. The most intense line of this storm is going to be continuing to move through the eastern portion of Putnam County, heading into the Phoenix community, and now moving into Hancock County and Devereaux. Going to see another round of strong thunderstorms. And Milledgeville with gusty winds, heavy rain, and moving over Lake Sinclair. So I mentioned Lake Oconee. Hope the boats are tied down. I hope the boats are tied down on Lake Sinclair as well, because it is going to be very, very windy, and that wind is already kicking up right there along Highway 441. Good news up in northwest Georgia. We got the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled up there in Walker County. There's just a piece of Dade County that was still in it, but that's all gone now. So that has been canceled. And you can see there's not much going on up in the northwest corner of the state. We're looking at a different radar, so obviously not a whole lot going on because it can't see it. Let's flip over to the big picture radar, and I'll show you what's all going on everywhere around the state. And here we go. So you can see the mess is just really cutting diagonally from Athens down to Columbus. And then we have these leftover showers. And it's one of the differences with this storm system compared to the last one. We don't have exceptionally dry air on the backside of this system. We still have some moisture in there. And so that's why we still have a little bit of moisture and enough energy to work with to get a few of these storms to fire up again. And we can see some storms up in the middle Tennessee. So there's still something to work with even after this main line passes through. And that's why we're going to continue to watch this severe weather threat as we continue through the afternoon, late afternoon. We're past that, I guess, late afternoon and evening hours. And still looking at a tornado threat along with all these storms as well. And we're going to officially get this line completely out of here after midnight tonight. That's when it's going to cross the coastline. So for folks in Savannah, Brunswick, St. Mary's, in McIntosh County, Vidalia, Claxton, Douglas, hang on. It's coming. It's coming. It'll be here this evening, so at least we'll be losing some of the energy from the sun heating the atmosphere, so that will be the good thing, and that's why we actually, let's pop up our convective outlook for today, and stand by. I'm just kind of doing this in real time. So let's see if we can get it up. There we go. So that's why we kind of run out of the level 3 is in the orange. That covers Atlanta down to Columbus to Macon. We get the level 2, not because the storms are necessarily going somewhere else, but they're just sort of dying down with the end of the day coming. And we have that level 1 out of 5 risk taking you right to Savannah, covering Statesboro, Jessup, and Waycross. But yeah, this level 3, as advertised, has been everything that we thought it would be so far today, and the tornado threat was there. And right now, we have no tornado warnings anywhere in the state of Georgia. So that little warned area that was set to go away at 5:30 down in Clay and Quitman County, that's gone. And then we have what's left of this cell that's moving into Edgefield County, South Carolina. That's going to stay on the board till 5:45, but that's in South Carolina and moving away from Georgia. So we're not going to worry about it too much. We have a little lone cell here that's popping up down in South Georgia, heading toward Cairo and Grady County, moving into Thomas County and Thomasville. So this is feeding into that ripe air for thunderstorm development and well ahead of this main line. So we can rest easy for just a moment with all of our tornado warnings off the board. And we just received word that some more counties have been dropped off of the tornado watch area. And that's, excuse me, that's actually going to cover the Atlanta area. So all of the Atlanta counties, and then getting into Athens, Clarke, Banks County, Winder, Barrow County, the tornado watch has been canceled for those counties. Okay, let's see here. Tornado watch. Well, now they're giving me some more information. So, all right, they're giving me two pieces of information. One shows the watch is canceled for Metro Atlanta, and then we have one that's been issued for Metro Atlanta. So, let's see what to go with here. All right, Watch 21 has been canceled. Just hang with me for a second while I work this out. And then, what is this one? Watch 21. Okay, so we don't really know. Maybe we'll get some clarification from the Weather Service on that. I would imagine it's canceled just because that main line has moved through most of Metro Atlanta and continues to move toward the southeast. But I don't like it when they give me two pieces of information. I mean, within 1 minute of each other. The tornado watch has been canceled, Metro Atlanta, and then they give me a new tornado watch for Metro Atlanta. All right, so I'll quit complaining about that, and we'll just talk about what we know. There's too much I don't know. We can just talk about what we know. So here we go. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. This one is for portions of Oconee, Morgan, Greene, Tolliver, and Oglethorpe County. This is in effect until 6 o'clock, so another 30 minutes to go on this. Looks like the bulk of the storm has moved through Madison. We'll go high res and take a look, get a little better view of this, and turn off the low res for now and see what we're talking about. While that happens, we can talk about our other severe thunderstorm warning till 6 o'clock for Baldwin, Putnam, Hancock, southeastern Greene, southwestern Tolliver, and northeastern Jones County. So these are all two very big warning polygon areas, and radar data should come up any second now. If not, we're going to have to switch over. All right, we're pulling for it. There we go. So still bowing out. So still looking at the strong wind. Now starting to move into Crawfordville and Tolliver County, Hancock County, and Sparta. So Eatonton, everything's pretty quiet right now. Light rain, but the wind has calmed down quite a bit. Same for Madison. So if you've made it through this line, this is really going to be your main concern for the day, is this line that moved through. So if everything is still good and safe at your home, and I hope it is, or your business, that's great news. Greensboro still raining very heavily, but we're going to get the bulk of that out of there over the next few minutes, and that's going to continue to push toward Wilkes County and then into Tolliver County, and then our southern storm here moving out of Putnam County, now moving into Hancock County. And Milledgeville is really going to be on the bottom end of the cell. So we're going to get some heavy rain in Milledgeville and some wind, but the worst part is just going to be north of town. So that's going to continue to be up toward the northern side of Milledgeville and up toward Lake Sinclair and crossing into Hancock County. All right, our other warning that we have is going to be in effect until 5:45, another 10 minutes to go on this warning. And that is for portions of Marion and Chattahoochee County. And that may have popped up while we were talking about the tornado threat. further up toward the north. We have this big old severe thunderstorm warning for Central Clay. What time did this one come out? All right, let's see if we can get this one posted. If you'll hang with me just a moment, going to get this posted for our radio partners in South Georgia and Albany. And I'll tell you what, while we're doing that, I'll just kind of put this in motion for you so you can see how these storms are moving and where they're going to be moving to next. Let's see, there it is. All right, so this is radio and video all in progress right here. You're able to kind of see how the sausage is made, so to speak, but that's great. One way to get the information out to you first without having to wait for a bunch of things going on is I could just we can look at all this in real time. So we're just kind of posting this information for our radio partners in Albany. All right, there we go. So that severe thunderstorm warning, that goes until 5:45. All right, no, it's till 6 o'clock. I'm sorry. So there's that severe thunderstorm warning there. And then further down to the southwest, we get a little better view of this on the Fort Rucker radar. This is inside Alabama, but we're going to watch it because that could be moving toward Clay County and Early County, and that could be our next big weather maker there, moving into extreme southwest Georgia. So got a little ways to go for Blakely and Edison, but we'll just keep an eye on that. All right, this is the Georgia Weather Net. We are live with continuous coverage. Been a very busy and active day, and right now we're very, very happy to report to you that we have no tornado warnings across the state of Georgia, and we hope to keep it that way for a while. That last tornado that we saw up around North Columbia County, looks like we have a storm report here that's right on the county line. Let's see what we got here. Train spotter reporting a rotating wall cloud with a funnel over Lake Strom-Thurmond. It was moving northeast into South Carolina. So funnel cloud, that means that not a tornado. In order for it to be a tornado, it has to touch the ground. So if you just see the spinning, the wall cloud comes first, you get spin on that, then you can see a funnel, and then the next thing could be a tornado. So it looks like we got away without a tornado up in Lincoln County or Columbia County, but it was very, very close. We had it right over Lake Strom-Thurmond there on the Georgia-South Carolina state line. And our storm moving in the Hancock County continues to build up some steam, not showing anything scary as far as rotation is concerned, but this is going to be a straight line wind impact moving into Sparta right now. So, if you know anybody in Sparta, let them know that they may want to go ahead and batten down the hatches and get ready for the heavy rain, and the wind is already giving them an indication that the rain is on the way. Weather Service was watching a little bit of spin on our storm as it moved out of Morgan County into Greene County, and not seeing that at all right now either. So that's great news as well. And if anything, it looks like any rotation that we had has continued to weaken quite a bit. Got a report of numerous trees down in Fayetteville. So we go into South Metro Atlanta in the Fayette County. And multiple trees in the Lakemont subdivision. And trees down in the Yatesville area around Pine Grove Road. And we have a report. Hopefully we can get a city on this, because another report of entrapments, but no city. So I'm not even going to get into that yet until we can get a little bit more information on where this is happening. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Chattahoochee, Crawford, Macon, Marion, Schley, and Taylor County. So let's head back down into the southern part of the state. And we should get this popping up here momentarily. National Weather Service office out of Peachtree City issuing this severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Macon County, central Marion County, east central Chattahoochee County, southwestern Crawford County, northwestern Schley County, and Taylor County until 6:15. Doppler radar indicating a line of thunderstorms near Howard to near Tazewell moving east at 70 miles per hour. There's your warning polygon. There's another. Earlier we had a line moving at 80. This is moving at 70. Fast-moving storm. So this thing is going to be to Fort Valley before you know it. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible with this storm. So once again, Roberta and Knoxville, you're in the line. Once again, not a tornado, it doesn't look like. Let's take a look at our velocity, see if we have any spin here. Not seeing anything that makes me want to jump out of my chair. So just straight line winds, heavy rain. So this will be moving toward Reynolds and Rupert, Buena Vista, and Brantley, Hicks, Horns, Tazewell, already mentioned, Potterville will all be in line for this thunderstorm. So northern Schley County, not going to cover Ellaville, but we're looking at a good part of Marion County. We're looking at most of Taylor County, including Butler, and that'll move up toward Reynolds. And then with it just moving as fast as it is, we could be seeing that in Macon County toward Ideal, and then parts of Crawford County with this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is in effect until 6:15, so we got about 34 minutes on this one. We'll be with you for a while. Just watching out for any of these storms that possibly spin up again. And if you'll just bear with me, I'm just going to scan this entire squall line and see if we have anything that sticks out in terms of rotation. And I don't see anything, so that's good. It's going to look for any sort of kinks in the line as well. Got a big giant kink in the line here, but this isn't considered an inflow notch or anything of that nature. This is just turning into a comma-shaped storm, and they can be strong in themselves. That's why we have these severe thunderstorm warnings here for portions of Chattahoochee and Marion, Schley, up in the Taylor, Macon, and Crawford counties. So we're just kind of scanning this whole line together. Yeah, this is the strongest part right here that I see. And it's just moving so fast and the wind's blowing so fierce, any spin is pretty hard to get together. So that's continuing to move through Hancock County and the Sparta. Even Powellton will see some strong winds. Crawfordville, once again, Heavy's Barbecue. Going to be very, very windy again out there at Heavy's. If you haven't had a Heavy's Barbecue, go try it out. This is not an endorsement. They're not sponsoring the WeatherNet. I'm just telling you. Bar H Barbecue in Franklin Springs, another good place to go. All right, you know when things are getting quiet when I start talking about barbecue, and I also get a little hungry too. So we do have a scattering of severe thunderstorm warnings through the state, but we have no tornado warnings at this time. So that's the good news. So that's why we're kind of taking it easy for just a little bit. Trying to look to see how long our stream has been going here. I don't even know. Been live for a while. Three hours and 18 minutes. All right. If you've been with me the entire 3 hours and 18 minutes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Be sure to subscribe to our Georgia WeatherNet page on YouTube. That's the best way to get our updates with severe weather, and also a morning update that we put out every day to help you plan for the day and plan for things ahead. Hello to Central Georgia Severe Weather Updates for following our page today. I appreciate that very, very much. All right, time is 5:44. And numerous, I'm going to go through some of the storm reports. There's a number of tornado reports through Alabama, and we had a tornado report, a home destroyed in Chambers County, Alabama, but right on the state line in the Troup County near LaGrange. So a report of a home destroyed right on the Troup Chambers County, Alabama line, and that's also being correlated with a tornado debris signature around that same time. We had a strong tornado debris signature over Griffin, and we've had a report or reports of several homes that have been damaged and an entrapment that has occurred there. I haven't had an update on what that situation is like. I had good news about Troup County High School that there was a possibility of a tornado near that area, but no damage reported, so that's good. Wind damage coming out of Polk County. Trees and power lines down Pine Street and Girard Avenue. And let's see, wind damage up in the North Georgia mountains. We have multiple trees down around McKaysville and the Copper Hill area. And that's right on the state line with Tennessee. Copper Hill is the Tennessee side, McKaysville is the Georgia side. And if you ever go shop at the IGA up there, the state line runs right through the parking lot. You can stand in both states and do your shopping at the same time. We have a report of trees down and shingles lifted off a roof in, is that going to be McDuffie County or Warren County? Looks like right on the Warren-McDuffie County line and Foster-Sprouse Road. Dime-size hail reported in Amity, Georgia. It's out near Wilkes County. All right, so those are some of the storm reports that we've had across the state, but I'm just looking at numerous tornado reports of a long-track, severe, very damaging tornado that moved above Montgomery. And it looks like it probably started around Selma and then continued across several counties there through Elmore, Alabama, and up near Dadeville, Alexander City. So that one is probably going to be one of the biggest ones that we're going to have so far. And that wasn't in Georgia. Again, that was in Alabama. So that one is... hopefully we don't have reports of fatalities on that, but we'll keep an eye on that for you. All right, so it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued, and yep, this is going to be for Glasscock, Hancock, Tolliver, Warren, and Wilkes County. So here you go, and you can see that long line of thunderstorms moving through. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Warren, northeastern Hancock, Glasscock, Tolliver, and Wilkes County until 6:30. Severe thunderstorms located from Rail to Springfield to near Sparta, and these are moving east at 45 miles per hour. Possibility of 40-mile-an-hour wind gust with these storms. So this is going to continue to move in toward Washington and Tignal. It is crossing Crawfordville and Tolliver County right now. And then, as I mentioned, the storms... We gave you a warning in Sparta. They're right over Sparta as we speak, and they are continuing to move toward the east. So Warren County, Warrenton will be next, and then we're going to be seeing those storms start to move into Thompson and McDuffie County. And if you'll bear with me just a moment, I'm going to get this posted for our radio friends to make sure that they are informed just as you are. All right, there we go. All right, new. Is this one new? Yeah. So our severe thunderstorm warning has been expanded now into Lee County, and this does cover Leesburg. So severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Looks like we may have some hail right over Brownwood in northern Terrell County as that moves into northwest Lee, heading in towards Sumter County. And some rain starting to move into Americus as well. So we're watching out in Dawson and Sasser, Brownwood, of course, Parrott Community, Jordan Place, all under this severe thunderstorm warning. And it looks like they've spread that out a little bit more to cover some more territory. So this gets into southwestern Dooley County, southern Sumter County, and northwestern Crisp County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. Penny-size hail possible with this as it moves towards Sumter. And 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So this is going to cover almost to Americus, so just the south side of Americus. Not quite to the Windsor Hotel, but almost up that far. And but we'll be over the Georgia Veterans Parkway, Cordele, almost to Cordele, into western Crisp County. But... Leslie community is in there, the Rains community, all part of, really, we have two severe thunderstorm warnings just kind of stacked on each other here, part of this main line that continues to push through. They're probably out of different offices. Let's see, Tallahassee, and yeah, that's all that is. Same storm, 2 warnings from 2 different offices. So if they could do it all at once, they would, but the warning for Terrell and Lee County coming out of Tallahassee, and then the warning up there in Sumter County and Crisp and Dooley coming out of the Atlanta office. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, if you'll bear with me just a moment so we can get this posted for South Georgia, and we'll get them up to date. And while we do that, let me just flip it over to the big picture, and you can see where these storms are going, where they've been, and just kind of look at the momentum on that. And let's see, we'll take this off and throw it in motion for you here, and there you go. So still a lot of activity left to cross to the state of Georgia. So we've been on over 3 hours. I'd say we take it another 3 hours if you're all right with that. And we'll continue to keep you up to date on what's happening. Many of the counties that were in the tornado watch area, northwest Georgia, have been dropped. So that's good news. And still kind of waiting on word of if the metro Atlanta counties have been dropped. I believe that they have. The bulk of the storms have moved through metro Atlanta and now are continuing to track through the middle of the state, now heading through the Macon area. And you can see a lot of those warning boxes are starting to just disappear. We haven't had a tornado warning in a while, and I'm not complaining by any means. That's good news. And hopefully we'll keep that off the board. And we get later in the day, that tends to happen. We just have less energy there in the atmosphere, and we start to see a lot of those storms just begin to lose a lot of the strength. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for portions of, looks like, Oglethorpe County and then down into Tolliver County. So let's see what we got here. There you go. Is that it? Or what do they do? Update it? Okay. Okay, this is the same situation. This is coming out of different offices, so we have multiple boxes here. We have 3 warnings all coming together, and just simply because these are warnings coming from different offices. So let me fill you in on what we have going on, as our power is now flickering, so hopefully we're still on the internet. All right, stand by, just making sure we're hopefully still streaming. We had a couple of power blinks here at the Georgia WeatherNet studio. We have to deal with that just like everybody else. Luckily, our studio is actually in an interior room, lowest level, no doors and windows, so it kind of works out that way. All right, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Warren County, northeastern Hancock County, Glasscock County, Tolliver County, and Wilkes County until 6:30. We also have portions of Oglethorpe County and Greene County and portions of Hancock County until 6 o'clock. So our main warning polygon we're looking out for is the larger yellow area. And keep in mind, the tornado watch remains in effect till 7 o'clock for this area as well. So this does cover Washington Wilkes, does cover Crawfordville, and then eastbound, and then heading into Warren County and Warrenton is under this severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. And it looks pretty nasty down here. This edge heading toward Mayfield. Already had to deal with some severe weather in Mayfield and the possibility of a tornado that touched down near Mayfield on the Hancock County side. As for right now, it looks like strong straight-line winds will be the main factor for these storms as they push through eastern Hancock County. And up to the north, heavy rainfall. We do have wind kicking into Washington Wilkes as well, but the tornado threat appears to be pretty low right now with this warning. Okay, I'm just kind of reviewing some of these warnings and some very odd polygons here. Interesting. Okay. Never seen anything like that before. I just look at these strange-looking polygon boxes were actually sent out as individual warnings, and that's unusual. So once again, we'll leave all the discussion for another time. Let's continue to track what we have going on in really west central Georgia, getting into the southwest corner of the state. Macon County, Marion County, portions of Chattahoochee, Crawford, Schley, and Taylor County still under this severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15. Not showing any issues of rotation there. This big old nasty cell moving towards Smithville. This is part of this multi-jurisdiction severe thunderstorm warning that affects portions of Dooley, Sumter, Crisp, Lee, and Terrell County. And these warnings are in effect until 6:30 as well. So storm continues to move through Dawson. We are picking up the heavy rain, and we're strong winds in Sasser. And that is trying to head toward Albany, but I think this may actually just scoot right across Albany and northern Dougherty County. May pick up some rain, but I think the severe weather, for the most part, looks like it's going to stay north for now. Now, we're going to watch the tail end of those storms crossing in from Alabama, heading into Blakely, and that could be a different story, but that's going to be a little ways away. Right now, the bulk of the severe weather is really going to be from a line from Dawson up to Smithville. A little bit of convection there over Americus. Everything's pretty quiet in Schley County for right now, but we're going to see some cells move in toward Ellaville from Friendship. And then our line continues to move to the northeast, put it into motion here, up through Butler, now moving up into Crawford County, Knoxville, and Roberta. And Lee Pope could see these warnings extended into Macon, maybe into Fort Valley and Perry here shortly. All right, so we'll stop the radar here. I think you get the drift of how these storms are moving. And see what's going on the mind of our friends at the National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorm warning for Baldwin, Greene, Jones, Putnam County have all been canceled, so that's been dropped. That's great. But the warning continues for portions of Hancock and Tolliver for another 3 minutes, and still the possibility of a tornado with those storms. And yeah, there are two lines, two cells that are really catching my attention. One is this one moving into Warren County, heading out of Hancock County, but heading toward Glasscock County. That one is pretty strong, and I'm seeing the possibility of some very gusty winds with that. And the other is going to be this cell right here, moving across Smithville and Sumter as it continues to move toward the northeast, heading into Sumter County. Should just miss Americus, but head toward Leslie and then continue its track toward Cordele if it continues to hold together and hold its momentum. So a good part of the state with a tornado watch in effect. Parts of the state until 7 o'clock, more the middle part of Georgia, and then southwest Georgia with a tornado watch in effect. Let's see what we got here. Was this issued? I think we already had this one covered. Yeah, 3:35. All right, so yeah, southwest Georgia, they're in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. And that does cover Albany and Dougherty County. And hopefully things are going to continue to just kind of get quiet as we're now reaching the end of the day, approaching 6 o'clock. And we'll see a number of these polygons disappear from the radar as we get going. All right, let me flip it back here to the radar that I'm looking at. So here's the big line cutting through the state. So as I mentioned, storms are really in the Augusta area. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like. Yep, just issued a couple minutes ago. This is for McDuffie County, Columbia, and Lincoln County in Georgia, stretching in to cover a few counties in South Carolina as well. But this is going to cover Appling and Grovetown up into Lincolnton, Leathersville, and Thompson and McDuffie County. And then, as I mentioned, crossing into South Carolina. So Doppler radar indicating that severe thunderstorm. Really, it's the line moving in near Sparta, stretching all the way up into Washington, down into southeast Hancock County. This is moving east at 55 miles per hour. The possibility of penny-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust with this system as it continues to move through. All right, so no tornado warnings, and I'm not really seeing any indication that we're going to see any of these spin up at the moment. So we may end up breaking off on our broadcast here momentarily. And then just join it and then go back live again if we have another tornado warning. But for right now, all right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see where this is. All right, this is going to be coming out of Tallahassee. Let's see what we got here. Okay, hang with me just a moment. We're waiting for the polygons to update and also waiting for chat to come up. We have a lot of activity there on chat this morning. All right, here we go. We'll get it over on this radar. And there it is. So this is gonna make it into Clay County and into Early County, as well as portions of Calhoun County and Randolph County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45. So this line from Fort Gaines to Kinsey to near Slocum moving east at 45 miles per hour. We have quarter-size hail in this storm system. This is still pretty well inside of Alabama, but it's moving east at 45 miles per hour. So it should be moving in fairly quickly. And we can put a storm track on it just to see how quick it's moving here. So should be crossing over the state line in the next 15 minutes. There's our track. Yeah, should be right over the state line heading into Early County, west of Blakely at about 6:15 or so. The northern side of this storm is already beginning to move into Georgia, but it looks like the strongest that we're concerned with is out around Kinsey and Headland, Alabama, and then moving east toward Early County. So it's going to be in Early County in about 15 minutes, should be in Blakely in about 25 minutes from right now. And looking to see if we have any issue with some spin. Doesn't look like it now, but it looks like it could try to spin up. So this is a storm we're going to watch. I see a few kinks in the storm. So that's going to allow a little bit of inflow and could get a little bit of spin going. So we're going to continue to watch that one very carefully as it moves through Houston County, Alabama, heading toward Early County. All right. Got to restart the chat here. So strong thunderstorm will be impacting portions of Bibb County and Macon, northern Twigg, central Peach, northeastern Houston, Crawford County, central Jones County through 6:30 p.m. Have to be careful. Houston County, Georgia, and Houston County, Alabama. You got to get that right. So that's not a severe thunderstorm warning, but we do have strong thunderstorms moving through the Macon area, and they'll continue to impact Macon until about 6:30. But yeah, this is a pretty strong thunderstorm right here that is just above Dothan, continuing to move toward the Georgia state line, and we'll be moving into Georgia, the strongest part of that, by about 6:15. Further up toward the north, just watching our storms here going through Terrell County, heading into Lee County and Sumter County, and these storms just continue to do what they do. All clear out of Cutbirth, still pretty heavy rain in Dawson. And Brownwood is starting to get a little bit quiet. Smithville had a pretty good thunderstorm there with some rotation on it. And now I'm just looking at the possibility of some hail, mainly east of Smithville along 118. About quarter-size inch hail possible between Smithville and Leslie. Let's pop that up on the... Yeah, there we go. You can see the blue area there just to the east of Sumter, maybe between Smithville and Leslie, picking up a little bit of hail. So we've seen quite a bit of that throughout the day today as well, but our biggest concern has been the strong straight-line winds, and then we've had a couple of tornadoes, and quite a bit of damage has been being reported. The reports just continue to come in from Griffin, and the National Weather Service will go out and survey the damage probably tomorrow, and we'll get an official word on if that was a tornado. I think we can be almost for certain that it was. We now coming out of Troup County, I've had several reports here. This is just to the southeast of LaGrange. Tornado confirmed by radar and damage reports on the southeast side of LaGrange. Major structural damage and numerous trees downed, blocking I-85. All right, we watched that storm together as it crossed I-85 and then went over toward 185. And you and I were right here together watching that. We watched the debris signature cross the interstate. And so some trees actually blocked the interstate on Interstate 85. So I think that's going to turn out to be a confirmed tornado as well. Let's see. All right, just seeing some storm reports coming out of Alabama. Just so many reports out of Alabama. They got hit the hardest today, without a doubt, and we got our share of it in Georgia as well. So again, just haven't seen any reports of any fatalities so far. I believe I did see an injury report, and as I mentioned before, there were a couple of entrapments, and so hopefully we'll keep those injuries low as well. Cell phone coverage completely down in the Sonoy area. So we're starting in the south metro Atlanta. There you go, in southeast Coweta County. So that's one of those things we talk about, and I've got a prop here I can show you right here. Weather radio. You have these things, and you program it to go off when you have a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, and they work off of, they're broadcast over the air. So you don't have to worry about the cell coverage. Now, cell phones are fine, and I've got mine going right here and been getting my warnings all day as well, and that's just another way. But I wouldn't depend on this as being my primary source, because just like what's happening in Sonoy right now, no cell phone coverage. So all the data's down, and so those folks, hopefully they were able to get whatever warnings they needed when those storms moved through Coweta County. But as for right now, no warnings are going to be coming through. So weather radio, NOAA weather radio, they're cheap. This thing was like $20, I think, maybe 15. You know, if you have a smoke detector in your house, you need a weather radio in your house as well, and they'll wake you up in the middle of the night as well. Luckily, these storms were daytime storms, so plenty of opportunity to get the word out. But I sit in this studio at 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and sometimes talking to one person, I wish there was a way that I could reach everybody in the line of storms. And I've seen tornadoes on the ground, confirmed on radar, in the middle of the night. And that's why the weather radios are so important to have, so you can get those warnings even in the middle of the night, and you're not worried about the cell coverage. So that's my sermon on that. Get a weather radio, or get one for somebody else. That's a great Christmas gift. I know some of you are snickering and saying, really? Absolutely. You can save your life, save your family's life. What's more important than that? So I know we're past Christmas. I don't want you to wait until this Christmas to get it underway. Maybe you got the idea. Valentine's gift. There you go. All right. So just kind of looking around the state here, and this little gnarly band of thunderstorms continuing to move toward Haleburg and Columbia, Alabama, moving toward Early County. So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6:45, and it covers Clay County, southwestern Randolph County, western Calhoun County, and northeastern Early County, including Blakely. So we'll watch that line move in a little bit closer. And then north of Albany, heading into Terrell and Lee County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's set to go until 6:30. And then the Atlanta office adding their artwork to the board here, covering portions of Dooley, Sumter, and Crisp County. Now let's just take a look at any rotation. No rotation to be concerned with in Georgia. Let's see how this stacks up. Now, this little cell that's just to the southwest of Haleburg, there's some motion in that. We don't have a real tight couplet by any means, but that one would like to spin up. Let's put it that way. And it is moving toward Early County. So we'll just hang tight here and watch that cell as it moves in a little bit closer. And there's a hail marker picked up on it. Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of rotation on that. Very broad and not strong, but it's stronger than the last scan. So what I'm looking at here, we have this bright red. You see it here. Yeah, so it was really not visible at all on our scan from 557. But then as we go forward, you can see it'll get a little bit brighter. Not seeing the reds and greens close together, but just understand that we are getting a little bit of rotation with this. And this does line up with the cell here, and maybe a little bit of a notch trying to form. And we do certainly have some hail. There you go. Hail near Haleburg, Alabama. And so this one could be of concern to Early County. So we're just going to hold our broadcast here and watch this cell approach Early County. Hopefully it will broaden out a little bit and not be a concern. But if we have another tornado warning to pass along, it could be for portions of Early County. All right, back to the big picture. Yeah, we see some nuisance thunderstorms here trying to move in from Middle Tennessee and northern Alabama. Atmosphere is still looking to cause trouble. A few thunderstorms in northwest Georgia between Lafayette and Dalton. And then we have a scattering of severe thunderstorm warnings moving into the North Metro Augusta area. So this covers Evans and Martinez. We do have portions of McDuffie County, Columbia, Lincoln. I've already mentioned that. This is in effect until 6:45. Some strong winds continue to push through Hancock County. No warning on that, though, above Milledgeville. Our warning here, which covers portions of Macon, Marion, Chattahoochee, Crawford, Schley, Taylor County. That's in effect until 6:15. Another 3 minutes to go on that. We'll say goodbye to that one and hopefully not get a return. And we've already talked about our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here for portions of Dooley, Sumter, and Crisp County, and the partner to that in Lee and Terrell County. And then this severe thunderstorm warning, watching this line of thunderstorms that could spin up, but we're hoping not. All right, it is 6:12. This is the Georgia Weather Net. I'm meteorologist KJ Allen, and we are live and local and giving you all the information about what's going on around the state of Georgia. And I'll tell you what we can do while we got kind of a break in the action here, and I'm just going to hold it live till at least 6:30, just to get a couple of these warnings off the board. And hopefully things will get a little bit more quiet, and we can break off our broadcast for a little bit. But you may be wondering what's next. So I'm going to pull up the modeling information, our high-res model, and get that loaded up for you. And we're actually going to have some new information. So this will help us plan a little bit. So if you'll just bear with me, and I'll get all this loaded up through the evening and overnight hours. Maybe. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, well, that may not be working. I may be in between different model runs, but what we're basically looking at is our line of strong to severe thunderstorms continuing to cut through the middle of the state. We're going to expect this main line here to move toward Statesboro, down to Baxley, Vidalia, Douglas, around 9 o'clock tonight or so, and then make it to the coastline closer to midnight. I'm watching these storms lose a lot of intensity. They're obviously still very strong storms here in Georgia, but they're not nearly as strong as they were as they moved through Alabama through the course of the day today. So hopefully these storms will continue to break up, fall apart somewhat as they move toward southeast Georgia, but there still is that chance of some strong to severe thunderstorms. And just looking at where we have our tornado watch, that's sort of been changed to the day. So southeast Georgia is not under a tornado watch. Just not sure if all of the elements are going to be there necessarily, all the way down to Statesboro and Savannah. But we do have the chance of some strong to severe thunderstorms as we move through the late evening, late night hours, all the way up till midnight. And maybe up until about 2 a.m. That's when I think we're going to get the complete line out of here altogether. And apologize for not being able to get the... actually may be able to try something else here, a shorter range model that is loaded up. So let's see what we got. And just a moment here, and we'll see what we have. Okay. Yep, this one's going to work. Got a little shorter range model. So we'll load up all the data here and see what we have. So let's go to now. So this is lining up pretty close with the actual radar. So as we advance forward and we move toward about 9 o'clock tonight, we see still the line over Augusta cutting down through Waynesboro, starting to move in to Swainsboro, Vidalia just starting to move in, and then should be done through Albany by then and cutting through. But we still see the chance of some strong thunderstorms there that could be popping up between Albany and Valdosta. And then as we continue toward about 10:30 tonight, that line pushing through Statesboro could be severe. We move into Savannah after midnight. This is 12:30. So, yeah, this is getting pretty late. And then we officially get it on out of here by about 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the morning. Still some leftover showers on the backside. So this is our future radar of what everything should look like. And just to kind of run it through once again, this is pretty close to where we are right about now. So we move on forward. And kind of watching this time right here, if you're or it says 7:22. That's our forecasted time. And then moving on through Statesboro, Vidalia, Douglas, around 10 o'clock tonight. Originally, that was set for about 9 o'clock. Looks like that could be a little bit later, and then should be cleared out by about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. But I don't expect these storms to be as severe at 2 o'clock in the morning as they are right now, because they are losing a lot of momentum as it is. All right, time is 6:17, and we had a few severe thunderstorm warnings drop off. We still have quite a few set to go until 6:30. We're going to plan to stay live until 6:30. Even if we have some other severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll go ahead and break off and then come back if we have anything spin up. But for right now, it's this little nasty cell here crossing into Early County. Don't like the looks of it at all. It's got a little bit of broad rotation. We've got a little notch right here that we're looking at. Moving toward Blakely. So Blakely, just be on standby and know that we've got a pretty strong storm moving in. And there is the capability of a tornado with this, as with all of our storms today. Nothing radar indicated at this time. And nothing of great concern at the moment. All right, the severe thunderstorm warning is a new one now. All right, we got one till 7 o'clock. And we're not going to take this one all the way until 7 o'clock unless we see some spin on it. And, yeah, that's a big one right here. And I can get you a much better radar view. Radar right next door here, the Jeffersonville radar. And while that's loading up, let me give you the text of this. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Wilkinson County, southeastern Bibb County, Twiggs County, northeastern Peach County, and northeastern Houston County until 7 o'clock. Doppler radar indicating a line extending from near Cross Keys to Lakewood, moving east at 60 miles per hour. The hazard of this storm that will show up any second now is 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. And a tornado is possible. That tornado watch remains in effect until 7 o'clock for this area. And so you see very colorful. We have some hail around Warner Robins. Starting to move in toward Warner Robins, moving toward the base, and not showing any rotation to be terribly concerned with here with this system. But it is a strong thunderstorm, so this is going to be moving toward Jeffersonville. Once again, the radar is going to take another beating. That's this area right there. Irwinton with strong gusty winds, heavy rainfall will be moving in as well. So things are beginning to quiet down quite a bit. Metro Atlanta, everything is quiet at the moment. We may still see a couple of showers pop up, but our severe weather risk is diminished a great deal. And actually, I can go get some confirmation now. Yeah, so the tornado watch for the metro Atlanta area has been canceled. I had some conflicting information that came in a little bit earlier. One said it was canceled, and it was reissued again, but it actually was canceled. So metro Atlanta, Athens, you're out of the tornado watch. We still have the watch covering really where these storms are situated right now. And here we go. There's the warning. So we are going to stay with you live. I was worried about that heading into Early County. So let's get you a new view here from the Fort Rucker radar, and we can see this a lot better. So yeah, that little kink in the system right there, there's that little inflow notch, and the velocity. Still, the rotation's about the same as it was when it was out around Headland, Alabama, but it's still there. So good idea to go ahead and get this warning out. So this is for northern Early County until 6:45. Doppler radar indicating the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Blakely, moving east at 55 miles per hour. And I'm going to go ahead and get this to our radio partners as well. So if this is your first time watching our video, yes, we're live here on YouTube and Facebook, but also live on multiple radio stations around the state, and they are able to pick up our coverage as necessary. And some wonderful radio stations, Albany, Statesboro, and Milledgeville, Greensboro, Athens, all over. So we appreciate our radio partners very, very much, and also get this information out on their social media as well. So we want to make sure that everybody is informed of what's going on. So go ahead and get this information out to our friends in Albany. And again, we can follow it right here. You can see the line moving into the northern part of Early County. It's going to be moving close to Blakely. This is not a radar confirmed tornado, and I see it could have dropped in Alabama in Henry County. Possibility of some debris right there, but as it moved into Georgia, that has dissipated. And we didn't have a tornado warning out in Alabama. So let me see how that matches up with the velocity. No, that was probably just noise. So again, no indication that this storm has dropped a tornado, but we do have the capability, the possibility that this storm could, as it moves into Early County, heading toward Blakely. So go ahead and be in your tornado safe place right now in Blakely and in Bancroft. All of that northern portion of Early County. Early County's got that kind of C shape, so the southern part do see some thunderstorms, but that's not the main concern. Our main concern is going to be the northern part of Early County, including Blakely. So broad rotation on the west side of town. That's starting to move toward the north bypass. So just be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And this is in effect until 6:45. Time now is 6:30. And we're going to stay with you until this storm has passed. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, a couple that have been issued here over the last couple of seconds. This is for Crisp, Dooley, and Sumter County. That actually continues the original warning, so part of that has been dropped off, but that does continue for Crisp, Dooley, and Sumter County, and a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for portions of Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, and Wilcox County. Okay, there we go. So this overlays part of the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued a little bit earlier, but part of that's been canceled, but then also has been extended out. So we're watching that cell just to the west of Cordele. Looks like it's going to be making an appearance in Cordele over the next couple of minutes, and then continue toward I-75, and as it stays on track, heading toward Wilcox and Pulaski County. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that area until 6:45. Again, portions of Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, and Wilcox County. But our tornado warning, that's our main concern that we have. We're watching this in northern Early County as it heads toward Blakely. And we'll go back and take a look at our velocity. Not showing any tight rotation, but there is rotation there. And these are the kinds that will sneak up on you. You'll have it where it doesn't look like it's doing anything significant, and then the next scan, it drops a tornado. So that's why it's important that we have this one out to you, and we're going to follow this as it continues to move through northern Early County. And just bear with me just a moment. Just got to take care of a couple of other items of interest here with our radio affiliates. And we have a new scan of radar as well, still showing the bulk of the storm west of Blakely. That's not going to be a debris signature, but we'll get some answers from the Weather Service here as well. See what they're looking at. All right, so 70-mile-an-hour velocities on this storm system. So at least, if we don't have a tornado drop out of this, the straight line winds will be a big factor. Possibility of 70-mile-an-hour winds now moving into Blakely. And that rotation does continue as well. So there is that potential for a tornado. And we want you to be alert on up the line there into Bancroft and east of US 120 or US 27. So the northern portion of Early County. And if this holds together, we will watch this move toward Calhoun County. And next down the line could be Albany. But that's a ways to go. And we've been seeing these storms, other than the storm that went through Griffin earlier. As far as Georgia is concerned, most of these storms have been pretty short-lived. They spin up, and just as quick as they spin up, they begin to lose that spin and that intensity, and then we lose it within 5 to 10 minutes. So that could be the case with this. We'll just have to keep an eye on it to let you know. But the storm that went through Griffin was a pretty serious storm, and the worst that we've seen so far today was actually in Alabama. That was just north of Montgomery. It actually started in Selma and then continued just above Montgomery, and that looks like that's going to be a really serious tornado. That don't want to speculate on how strong that one was yet, but we'll get word on that possibly by tomorrow from the National Weather Service. But that one was a big one and a lot of damage, and that was a long-track tornado that had a debris signature that went on for many, many miles. So looking out to the west as well, and hang with me just a moment. And all right, there we go. It's getting everything ready for any possible radio coverage that we may need in Albany. Pretty gnarly-looking storm here as well. This is going to be along the Alabama-Florida line. This is right on the Holmes County, Florida line, heading into Geneva County, Alabama. So some possible rotation could go along with that. We may see a warning issued on that. And that's got a ways to go. That'll have to cross through Dothan and then continue on toward Georgia. But just know that there are still those storms that have their eye on Georgia and trying to move in this way. Severe thunderstorm warning. We get this one? All right, this one just issued for Crisp and Wilcox County. Same area. So this is going to go until 7 o'clock tonight. I'm trying to see where that, I guess that's that bottom line. So covering Arabi and then up into southwest Wilcox County. All right, so that's just kind of, they're broadening out the warning that we talked about before with that cell that's going through Cordele. It looks like it could, at least part of the Boeing part of the line is going to move into the southern part of Crisp County, and then it's also going to continue on into more of Wilcox County than earlier expected. So that's why we have an addition there to the storm warning. All right, just got a report of a radio tower that has collapsed, a big one too, and this I believe is in Meriwether County. 93.3 Joy FM. So if we have anybody watching that listens to that radio station that covers a good part of Atlanta and the South Metro, their 1,600-foot radio tower collapsed just before 4 o'clock today. Wow. That is that's a big tower. That's one of the tallest towers that we have in the state. The big ones are up there in that 1,600-foot, near 2,000-foot level. And so report that has collapsed. That is amazing, unbelievable. Hate to hear that. All right, so let's get back to our tornado warned storm. Still showing that broad rotation now right over Blakely let's get this out of Blakely, and hopefully we have no tornado touchdown on this one. All right. But that rotation is still there, continuing toward the Bancroft community, heading toward Arlington and southern Calhoun County. Calhoun County, you're not in the warning yet, but if this rotation holds together, we will possibly see this warning extended. As a matter of fact, most of Calhoun County is not even in the severe thunderstorm warning at this time, and we're just looking at some moderate to heavy rain in the southern half of Calhoun County, and we could see that extended out. And it looks like the bulk of that cell now moving over Blakely, still over the eastern part of the city, Highway 62, over the north side bypass. And it looks like this storm is just really going to follow 62 toward Bancroft. And again, if it holds together, could move in toward Calhoun County. But the western edge of Early County out toward Luke and out toward the state line, toward the Henry County, Alabama state line, all is going to be clear at this time. It's just going to be raining, still a few more thunderstorms, but the rotating portion of the storm is out of your area, and still fairly broad rotation. And now what we're looking at is the storm is beginning to collapse on itself just a bit. We may get this warning expired early. No word yet from Tallahassee. Going to keep an eye on them and see what they have to say about it. But when we were watching the storm earlier, let's see if it's still up here. All right, yeah, we're going way back here. This is back to 609. This is what was really had us concerned. We had this little inflow notch. We're starting to see some spin, and then as it moved through, it just started to deepen a little bit, and that's why the warning popped out at this point. They said, yep, this is a little bit too close for comfort. It's heading towards some population, and this was a good warning to put out. And it looks like Blakely's going to get by without this one dropping down, and that would be fantastic indeed. So now the center of the cell could be producing some hail. Yeah, I think we have some hail in this right between Blakely and Bancroft, northern Early County, and this is going to be continue to move toward the northeast, toward Calhoun County. We'll put this in motion for you, and that's how it's moving. And these things are booking it, 50, 60 mile an hour storms. These are fast-moving storms, and part of that's going to increase the straight-line wind potential. We'll zoom out to give you a picture of what we're looking at. And once this warning is either expired or runs out of time, we'll go visit the other severe thunderstorm warnings across the state. All right, so the Weather Service are going to be watching this line of storms moving in toward Calhoun, Baker, and Dougherty County and Albany, Mitchell counties. So we may see a warning here issued soon that will be in a little bit closer to Albany. So we'll watch out for that. As for right now, severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Clay and Early County, in the Calhoun County and Randolph County. And then our red polygon is our tornado warning, and that is set to go until 6:45, so another 11 minutes to go, unless the Weather Service is kind and will cancel this early. It's about to overshoot the box here. It's about to get out outside of the polygon and head toward Arlington and Calhoun County. So, we're going to see one of two things. Either we're going to see a warning extended into Calhoun County, or we're going to see this dropped altogether. But we'll continue to watch it for the next 11 minutes and see what goes on. All right, still got our model information up over here. Let me take a look at our... we'll pop up the big picture in just a second. All right, there you go. So here's the big picture across the state, and that's kind of snake line. We see a snake like that and not a straight line, and that's an indicator that we've got pockets of strong wind. So right in here where this is bowing outward, heading through Hancock County and Tolliver County, moving toward Warren County and Glasscock County. That's some serious wind right there. And we go down and we find another little windy area. There you go. Looking through Terrell County, down in Dawson. Very, very windy there. So that's a pretty typical thunderstorm pattern that is producing a lot of wind when you see it just sort of snake and slivering through. So there you go. All right, so a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings till 6:45 here. We have this in the North Augusta metro area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's covering Macon down into Warner Robins, over to Gordon, Jeffersonville. That's until 7 p.m. Here's the pair of severe thunderstorm warnings. The northern side till 6:45, southern side till 7. Although, things are fairly quiet there with that one. And then we have our severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado warning tucked in there with it. And this is not even, I think we are a little bit behind on our radar scan, so let's flip back over. That's why things aren't looking as dangerous down there, because our radar is behind just a little bit. But this radar is completely up to date as of just about a minute ago. So you can see where our storm is. Blakely is going to be in the clear. All is quiet. Rotation is still extremely broad and no indication. It doesn't look like that we had a radar, the radar indicated tornado. So we're looking about 2,100 feet off the ground here over Bancroft. And I think we would be able to see any debris, and it's just not there. But still that broad rotation, so was a good idea to issue that warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Ben Hill County, Lee County, Turner County, and Worth County until 7 p.m. So that's going to pop up here any minute now. Doppler radar indicating those severe thunderstorms capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Another fast mover moving at 80 miles per hour. So these are near Araby to Leesburg and just moving as fast as can be. It is very rare to see these storms move that fast in this part of the country, but they are 80-mile-an-hour movers. So wind gusts are going to be a big factor with these storms. So here's the warning polygon. You can see it's just really covering that northeast corner of Lee County, the northern portion of Worth County, not Sylvester, but Oakfield and Warwick, and then out to Turner County, including Dakota and Rebecca. Araby, you're already in there, and then moving into Wilcox County. This is where all the weather services all collide in the one area, so that's why you got warning polygons all over the place. And it's stretched out so far because these storms are moving so fast, moving at 80 miles per hour, and they don't have to yield or stop at stop signs, so they just keep on moving without any problem whatsoever. So that's why we have such a large warning polygon area. So just be ready to go with some strong storms producing some very heavy rainfall and the possibility of some hail in there as well. And a big old hail core there over Cordele and moving over the interstate. So that is going to continue to be a problem as that moves toward Wilcox County. And since this is for portions of Lee County, we'll go ahead and get this posted for our friends in Albany so that everybody knows what's going on. If you're just joining us, the Georgia WeatherNet, not only are we streaming here on the internet, on YouTube and on Facebook, but also covering multiple radio stations throughout the state as well, so we can get the word out online, on the air, every way that we can. All right, so we're continuing to track our tornado warned storm. This is set to go until 6:45, another 6 minutes to go. And that rotation is still not impressive. We haven't seen this tighten up or cause any real problem as it has been heading toward Arlington. We're still going to watch out, though, and watch out for some hail there in the Arlington area. And then that wind's really going to be picking up, heading toward Morgan. And we're going to see some wind heading into Baker County as well. So it's going to take a little while to get to the county seat of Newton, but it'll be there. Heavy rain and the wind. So just be ready for that, and hopefully we'll keep this spin out of the storm as it continues to move that way. Since it's been about 4 hours since I had a drink of water, we'll take just a quick sip. All right, that should do it. I should be good to go for another 4 hours. All right, so yeah, 4 hours and 15 minutes, not bad at all. By the way, I'm a Georgia Bulldog fan, number one, but I have to give my shout out to Mississippi State for the education in meteorology. Great program there at Mississippi State University, and I learned from some of the best in the business and some of the best in the business that are on television and radio around the country made their way through Mississippi State, and I owe them a great debt of gratitude for such a great education there and helping me understand what goes on with the weather. I'm not just a hobbyist, and I love the weather. I have ever since I was a wee little young one, but having a meteorology certificate with Mississippi State University is a great honor and a privilege and a pleasure. And anyway, so that's the story behind the Mississippi State Cup. Georgia Bulldogs number one, Mississippi State number two, in my opinion. So here we go. Let's just kind of flip back and forth and make sure that nothing's sneaking up on us in terms of any rotation or any velocity. Not a big concern right now. It looks like it's just the strong straight line winds with this cell as it continues to charge into a northeast Early County now between Arlington and Damascus. Blakely's going to see another line of storms moving through, but this doesn't look as threatening as that first line. And let's look out into Alabama again and see what we have as far as any rotation is concerned. And we're going to watch. It's a little noisy, so that may not necessarily be rotation, but this is still a pretty ugly system here that's continuing to move through southeast Alabama, and we'll be moving our direction. All right, while we have a second here, we'll wait for another scan down around Early County. Let's see what we have going on around the state. New tornado warning issued. Here we go. So, and a new severe thunderstorm warning also being issued at the same time. So let me take care of a couple of things. Flip back over to the high res. And let me get you this information first, and then we'll do the posting second. So this is a tornado warning in effect for south central Pulaski County, northwestern Wilcox County, southeastern Dooley County, and northeastern Crisp County until 7:15. Doppler radar indicating that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Richwood, near Vienna, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is a storm that's capable of producing a tornado. It's not necessarily radar indicated tornado on the ground. You can look through, and that's way too noisy to see any debris. Can actually get a better radar view in just a second, but this is a storm capable of producing a tornado. So if you are in that extreme northeast corner of Crisp County around Seville, need to be in your tornado safe place right now. And then heading into Wilcox County, Pineview, you need to be in there as well. Rochelle, you're not in the warning polygon, but Pineview and northern Wilcox County, and just kind of looking along Highway 215, that's where we have that storm that is moving your way that is capable of producing a tornado. Severe thunderstorm warning now. This is a big one, another big one. This is going to take me a second to read all this, but portions of Dougherty, Clay, Randolph, Mitchell, Lee, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell counties until 7:30. So a big area and for an extended period of time. We've got about 45 minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning, but this does cover Albany, and this is as a result of that storm system there that gave us the tornado warning just a little bit ago. So it looks like the watch or the rotation there has died down enough that the Weather Service is going to go ahead and go with a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's good news. And we'll go ahead and get this posted for our friends in Albany. All right, so yeah, this is a big one. So we still have our tornado warning in effect for another minute. That should drop off the board. There it goes. But our severe thunderstorm warning is going to replace that. And I'm just looking in closely, still showing some of that broad rotation now northeast of Arlington. And this is just cruising right up Highway 62 toward Leary and Calhoun, and then probably going to be making its way in the western Dougherty County here very soon. Let's put a storm track on it and measure it. Let's see. Got to click on the right thing. There we go. All right, so the center of the storm should be in Albany in 30 minutes. So by 7:15, so we're going to watch this right now, not showing tight rotation, but we are looking at the potential of this storm to get that storm spinning up a little bit more. So that could be in Albany as a tornadic storm in 30 minutes. Otherwise, we're just going to be looking at the strong straight line winds and heavy rainfall and the possibility of hail, maybe 3/4 of an inch size hail, going to be moving in by about 7:15. Going to be crossing over the Dougherty County line in less than 15 minutes. So should be right there in the western edge, the pretty rural part of Dougherty County, just before 7 o'clock. Our tornado warn storm is going to be moving. It's moving very, very quickly. It's really in the southern edge of this polygon, but heading toward Pineville and in the northern part of Wilcox County, and could affect Abbeville. We could see that warning extended here shortly, so we'll keep an eye on that for you as well. All right, so yeah, I think we've got everything there. Let's just zoom out to make sure. I'm just looking at weather chat. Nothing has appeared out of thin air. All right. Now we're getting a tornado signature vortex here. So again, rotation. So we're probably going to get another warning out of this. So let's be on standby for Calhoun, quite possibly Dougherty County for a tornado warning. Maybe. Let's just wait. We won't outrun the Weather Service. Right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but we are still showing that rotation that's a little bit more pronounced than it was on the last few scans. And we'll take a look a little bit higher in the atmosphere, some of the higher levels. Yep, so and that notch is there. So this is a pretty ugly storm. Without a doubt, it's severe. And we could see this one get upgraded to a tornado warning. In the meantime, another big warning box here. This does stretch into Georgia. It's going to cover a good part of Early County. Once again, Blakely, you're in it. And the extreme northwest piece of Miller County. Almost not enough to talk about, but it's in there. So western Early County and extreme northwestern Miller County, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is in effect until 7:45. So you can see all those thunderstorms there stretching from all the way down into Geneva and the Geneva County, Alabama, through Dothan and up toward Haleburg and moving in toward Georgia. So this is going to start to move into Early County, another round moving in. And Blakely, once again, you're under the gun. And just I'm watching this storm very, very closely moving through southern Calhoun County, because it has all the makings of a storm that could spin up. And I'm surprised we haven't seen a tornado warning out of this yet. This is close. Certainly a severe thunderstorm warning moving toward Leary, so you need to go ahead and be prepared right now. This one could get upgraded. Rotation still there. And this is staying just above Highway 62, heading toward Leary, as it continues to move in toward the rural western part of Dougherty County. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Crisp, Dodge, Pulaski, and Wilcox County until 7:15. So there you go. That's been extended in a little bit further. That covers some of our tornado warned area. And let's see what we got as far as rotation on that. Not showing much, but that radar is not the best in the world to look at. See if we can get a better shot here out of another radar. All right, so this severe thunderstorm warning from this cell moving through Wilcox County. Again, tornado is possible here. We have 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that's going to continue to push in toward Dodge County. And could move into Telfair County as well. So just be on alert that storm is moving that direction. And this storm in Calhoun County, I know the Weather Service office in Tallahassee is watching this one, but we're watching it with them. All right, there is some discussion about the rotation. Okay, so right now the Weather Service is not going to issue a tornado warning on this cell. They're watching it carefully. There's a potential there. So I do want you to be prepared in Leary and in the western half of Dougherty County. Albany, hang tight, hang with me. The severe thunderstorm is moving your way. It's capable of producing a tornado. But my guess is, unless it's pretty compelling, we're not going to get a tornado warning out of it yet. And if it still looks like it has some rotation in it as it gets closer to Albany, we may get it just to be safe. So let's see what the Weather Service says about that. But either way, this is a strong thunderstorm. The straight line winds are going to be damaging, and it looks like it's going to continue to strengthen before it weakens. The severe thunderstorm warning for Bibb, Houston, Peach, Twiggs, and Wilkinson County has been expired. So that's up toward the Macon area. Good deal. There it goes. Like to see those disappear ahead of schedule. That's great. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, much better view of our storm moving toward Pineview. So, are we there? We're not there. Let me switch over to that. All right, there we go. All right, this is a great shot here. So we got a little mesocyclone going on around Seville. So it's something we're going to watch out for. Again, could brew a tornado, not necessarily. Looking at some broad rotation now that is crossing over the Dooley County line, heading into Wilcox County. So that's really going to move through between Pineview and Rochelle. So we're going to really watch that along State Route 112. And then we have some hail that's possible. Could be up to an inch in diameter. Let's throw the hail. Ooh, yeah, that's some ugly stuff right there. Wow. 1.25 inches possible. That's probably going to be a little bit higher than what's actually falling out of the sky. But, that could be golf ball size hail around Pitts heading toward Rochelle. So hail's a concern with that. And then we have our rotating storm that is right here moving into Wilcox County. And that's going to be our only tornado warning at this time. So we'll go ahead and put the radar on this one and watch that, and then head back down to southwest Georgia. All right, so yeah, still pretty loose rotation. So National Weather Service kind of holding tight on that. No warning to be issued yet for Calhoun County or Dougherty County. And let's see if we can hold on to that. But we do have that big, massive, severe thunderstorm warning covering a large area, portions of Dougherty, including Albany, Clay, Randolph, Mitchell, Lee, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell counties. And that's in effect until 7:30. You can see the western edge of Calhoun County. Things are getting pretty quiet now. Edison, seeing just some rain, and a good part of Early County with this storm system is moving out. But now we got another big storm mess starting to move in as well, and that has prompted another severe thunderstorm warning that does cover a good part of Early County and a tiny sliver of Miller County. But Blakely, you're in there once again, and once again we're going to be dealing with heavy rain, the possibility of some hail as this crosses through. We see this quite often. You'll get a town that'll see a big thunderstorm, then another one, and another one. And we call that training. And once you get enough of these storms training, that's when you start seeing flooding. So flooding can also be a concern, especially in some of the low-lying areas, some of the streets that don't drain very well. So Blakely and Early County could be seeing that as well as another hazard at this time. We'll head back up to our tornado-warned storm. Let's see if we have any indication of debris. All right, probably not going to see it on the low scans. All right, no real debris signature, it doesn't look like. But some rotation, couple of areas actually. We're looking just out right on the edge of the warning polygon, northwest of Rochelle up 112. We do see some rotation, and that just is continuing to move on and just straddling right along the warning polygon line, heading out County Road 48 and 24, and then the northwest corner of Wilcox County, we have some very broad rotation. So this isn't of great concern, but it's something that we'll watch both of these areas. Really, this big broad rotation that prompted the tornado warning, and now we got a little secondary area down here that is a little bit ugly as well. So that looks like that's going to continue to cross north of Rochelle. Going to be pretty close to Abbeville as it continues tracking through Wilcox County. I'll zoom out to show you what we're looking at here. This is all South Georgia now. We're south of I-16. We still have part of a severe thunderstorm warning that's impacting Augusta, and that remains in effect until 7:30. But that's continuing to move across the line. We'll be heading in toward Aiken County and North Augusta and toward Aiken. But outside of that, the rest of our warnings are in South Georgia, south of I-16, and down in the Albany area, and then moving up in toward Eastman, and going to start to eventually head toward Chauncey, Abbeville, and you can see those storms around Pineville as well. All right, so the Weather Service indicating that the rotation there in Wilcox County, they're not going to be extending the warning. So this is set to go until, was this until 7:15? Okay, we'll see if that ends early. But as for right now, the plan is to let this thing go and not extend it into Dodge County, but we'll have that severe thunderstorm warning covering Dodge County. So the rotation is broad enough that unless something drastic changes, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire, and Dodge County will just be under a severe thunderstorm warning. Head back down to around Morgan. Here we are between Morgan and Leary. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds being reported. And this is going to be moving into Dougherty County. And should be in Albany here within the next 30 minutes. So let's put a storm track. And we'll grab this. This is where we're going to see some serious wind. Right now it's just east of Leary. So the last time the Weather Service tracked the wind, it was between Morgan and Leary, and now we have the bulk of the wind and some hail. Well, here's another sweep. So right here. So Albany, 15 minutes to go. So we're going to be seeing some very, very gusty winds moving in toward Albany. The line should be crossing over Slappy Boulevard in about 15 minutes. And then we'll continue moving east Albany, heading over the logistics base and continuing up into the northeast corner of Dougherty County after that. So just brace yourself for some very, very gusty winds. And rotation still not of a big concern. As a matter of fact, that looks like it's starting to broaden out just a little bit more. But the strong straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour will be impacting Albany in less than 15 minutes. All right, so before 7:15. And let some folks know there, if they have their trash cans out, bring them in because they will be gone. Any light, unsecure object. We talk about this when the tropical storms move through. Same kind of deal. We're dealing with winds of 60, 70 mile an hour. And so this is really going to be bringing in some wind that in southwest Georgia they're used to when it comes to those tropical systems that move through. And that is going to be moving in to Albany here very, very soon. All right, back up to... Let's take a look at our tornado warned storm. And what we're looking for here is for... Excuse me, let me head back to that again. There we go. Wanting this rotation to continue to broaden out, and yeah, it doesn't look very significant. So I think that we're going to be done with this warning here very soon. I got a report out of Clay County. Trees down on Highway 266 just before Bethel Church Road. So down in, here's Clay County. So looking at some, well, we can get a little better radar shot out of Fort Rucker. We'll do that. There you go. Still some showers there in the southern half of the county. Fort Gaines with some light rain and really nothing going on at all up in the northern part of the county, but some trees down on Highway 266. So there's your storm report out of Clay County. Tornado warning for Dooley, Pulaski, and Wilcox County has been canceled. All right, good news there. But that severe thunderstorm warning will remain in place. Let's head back up there again for portions of Wilcox, Dodge, and Pulaski County. So the rotation broadened out. No big concerns there anymore. And that warning has been canceled 15 minutes early. All right. So I said we were going to break off our broadcast at 6:30, and here we are at 7 o'clock. At this time, we have no tornado warnings around the state. I'm going to watch one more thing before we end our broadcast for now. And again, I'll come back and go live if necessary if we have another tornado warning, but I want to watch this storm system move into Albany because this is going to be bringing some very damaging wind gusts. As I mentioned, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts possible. And that wind is beginning to pick up right now. So let's just follow this cell and get it. Let's just get it out of Dougherty County. And then from there, we'll see if there's anything else going on. And otherwise, we'll go ahead and break off the broadcast at that time, with the promise that I'll go live again if necessary. While we watch that, here's the big picture. So storms, some rumbles in Athens, and that's clearing out now. And so now we're seeing the thunderstorms start to move down toward Washington and Wilkes County. There's that Boeing segment there in the middle of your screen that is continuing to produce some gusty winds. Be interesting to see if we have any reports of wind damage coming out of Hancock County, because they have just been pounded by some very, very strong winds. Heavy rain continues through Macon. And actually, once again, this is still going to be a little bit behind. So I'll tell you what, let's pull up some high-res radar out of Jeffersonville. And this is going to give us a little better view of what's going on big picture-wise. There we go. All right, so yeah, so that big windy bulge there that we're talking about through Hancock County, that has moved through. So this is live radar now. So the heavy rain, the wind now through Sandersville and Tennille in Washington County. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning. That replaced the tornado warning, so we'll take that as we head in the well southeast of Macon, heading down toward Eastman. So there you go. There you go. So here's the... Actually, let's go back to the big picture here again. So this is going to be for portions of western Dodge County. You got portions of Pulaski, Wilcox, Crisp County in there. And then our warning polygon that includes Albany, portions of Dougherty, Clay, Randolph, Mitchell, Lee, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell County. And then our warning that's stretching in from Alabama that's reaching into Early County again. So Early, double trouble there around Blakely, and then just a little piece of Miller County. So that's what it looks like across the state. And we put the radar in motion, and you can see that movement toward the east, roughly 50, 55 miles per hour. And then we've been watching these little nuisance storms as well that have been popping up ahead of the main line. Let's take a look at this on Valdosta radar, and we should get a good shot of this one over Willacoochee, just above Berrien County. So, yeah, there you go. So moving right into Atkinson County and from Berrien County over Willacoochee, another decent thunderstorm there, not severe, but this just shows you that the atmosphere is ready to go. It's got everything it needs to produce some strong thunderstorms, and it's producing them without any problem ahead of the main line. There's this segment that's bowing out. It's through Rochelle, heading toward Rhine. So that's going to continue to produce some gusty winds there moving in to Dodge County. So that's the big picture. The thing I'm watching right now are these storms moving through Dougherty County, heading toward Albany. That rain starting to pick up on the west side of town, and that wind is also picking up as well. And the wind is probably going to be at its strongest really south of Albany. So heading toward the Albany airport as well, we're going to be picking up some strong wind as this system moves through. So this is the Georgia Weather Net. Kind of a little bit of a break in a way. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but no tornado warnings at this time. Got a report coming out of Early County, so starting to get some wind reports here. 50-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that was at the airport out in Early County. So no surprise there with the 50-mile-an-hour wind gust there at the airport. And that's all the reports we have here in Georgia so far. Let's check out. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier, but just in case you're joining us now, our most significant tornado damage report that we've had is out of Griffin in Spalding County, and so that came at around 4:30. And a report of numerous structural damages in the town of Griffin, and some of those structures beyond damage but destroyed. So that's going to be, it looks like, the worst the damage in Georgia is going to be in Griffin. New tornado warning has been issued. And let's get right to it here. This is going to be for portions of Dodge, Pulaski, and Wilcox County. The tornado-producing storm over Cedar Creek, about 8 miles northwest of Abbeville. So let's zoom in on that, and we'll see what we're looking at. All right. Do we have... Let's see if that's... Yeah, it sure does. So we do have debris on this one, and this is going to be an observed tornado. So the purple polygon is going to pop up in just a moment. This is going to be in the northeast corner of Wilcox County. So right here's our, and this is still going to be on the ground. Yep, we have a tornado on the ground in northeast Wilcox County. This is going to be moving in toward Dodge County, and if it stays on track, heading to Eastman. So if you know anybody in this area, make sure they're in their tornado-safe place. Right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. A storm that has a tornado on the ground. This is going to be debris right here. The blue area that you see in northeast Wilcox County, that is debris. So it could be leaves, could be branches, it could be shingles, could be roof tiles, but that is going to be a confirmed radar tornado. So not confirmed visually, but confirmed on radar. And so that is going to be moving toward Eastman. Eastman has a good population, so make sure if you know anybody there, they need to be in their tornado-safe place right now, as this storm is now crossing into Dodge County and right on the Pulaski County line. So Godwinsville also in the tornado warning polygon. Probably going to pass just to the north of Godwinsville, but it is moving directly toward Eastman. Let's take a look at our track and see what we can do here. All right, there we go. So this is going to be, this is a 15-minute increment. That's around Isham Springs Road and Orphan Cemetery Road. And we'll be moving into the West Eastman bypass in about 20 minutes from right now. So I'm going to be talking at about 7:30. We'll be moving to the Eastman bypass, and then from there continuing to move through Eastman if it holds together. And it does look like, yep, this is a tornado. Absolutely. So we just picked that up in the last couple of sweeps as it moved in through northeast Wilcox County, now in extreme southern Pulaski County. It's going to be down around Mulligan Road and in that extreme southeast corner of Pulaski County, moving into the western part of Dodge County, moving northeast, and it is moving toward Eastman, the county seat of Dodge County. This storm is moving that way. Once again, rain-wrapped storm. There's no way you could see this besides it's dark out, and even if it was broad daylight, you would not be able to see this storm moving through because this is a high precipitation supercell rain-wrapped tornado. Impossible to see, but we can see it on radar, and there it is. Now pretty much out of Wilcox County. Let's take a look at the debris signature. We still show it over Wilcox, but that's lofted up into the air and not very high up. Yeah, we're about 2,500 feet, and then we lose it once we get about 5,000 feet in the air. So this one is pretty fresh. This has just started lofting debris up over the last few minutes. So take cover right now in extreme southeast Pulaski County. Hawkinsville, you're fine. You're a long way from this. As a matter of fact, just some light rain right now and not much going on there. But over Highway 230 in southeast Pulaski County, that's your biggest problem right now as we speak. And then next in line will be moving into Dodge County, and Eastman is in line. So I'm going to put the let me put the tracker on the debris ball. And yeah, Eastman is so close. Look at this. I mean, it's just to the south of town. And again, crossing the bypass in about 20 minutes. So should be pretty close to 7:30 as it approaches Eastman. I'm just looking at one of our other radar scans. And even if you don't get a tornado out of this, it is windy, very, very windy. Moving into Rhine, starting to move in, to the southern parts of Dodge County. And then that hail is also a big factor as well. Hail over Abbeville right now, possibility of 1 inch in diameter. That's that area is covered by the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, we're going to get back to Dodge County in just a second. The intense winds now moving into Albany itself. Also another round of intense winds moving in through Blakely. So second big storm for Blakely and Albany. Been talking about those 60, 70 mile an hour winds. It's in town right now. So we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. Really no rotation to speak of, so that's why we don't have a tornado warning, but the straight line winds, we're going to see some damage in Albany. Storm report coming out of Randolph County. A few trees down all across the county, so some power outages there. And tornado on the ground, moving out of Wilcox County into that extreme southeast corner of Pulaski County, going to be right there on the edge, about to move into Dodge County. Again, around Orphan Cemetery Road. Studstill Road will be next in line. We head toward Lower Rocky Springs Road. And then continuing toward Eastman. And here's our couplet right here. We can see the winds coming and going. Maybe I could show you even a better view. Okay, yep, this one actually is the best view that we have. So all inside Pulaski County right now. So our tornado warning is in effect until 7:30. We may see this extended. It's going to be pretty close to 7:30 before it actually reaches Eastman. So we may see that extended out a little bit. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Dodge, Lawrence, Montgomery, Telfair, Treutlen, Wheeler, and Wilcox County. So same area we were talking about before. That's going to pop up here momentarily. It's going to be another big area. This is in effect until 8 o'clock. Doppler radar indicating the severe thunderstorms along a line from near Eastman to near Godwinsville to Rhine to near Antioch Church. And these storms moving east at 55 miles per hour, 60 mile an hour wind gust with these storms, and hail. And of course, once again, tornadoes are possible. Just because it's not a tornado warned storm doesn't mean that a tornado can't happen. The atmosphere is right to spin these things up, and so we're going to continue to monitor this. So let's move forward. There we go. I was back a scan. So there's your warning polygon. So that goes all the way out to Trutland and Montgomery County, covers a good portion of Lawrence County, the southern part, excluding Dublin, Wheeler County, Telfair County, and all of Dodge County under this severe thunderstorm warning. And that's really part of this line right here that stretches down toward the south and showing some significant hail in that storm as it heads toward Milan and Chauncey over Rhine right now. So Rhine could be experiencing that hail as we speak. And then within that severe thunderstorm warning, we are also watching this tornado that looks like, all right, that debris signature has faded quite a bit. So it's very pronounced right here. Let me get rid of the storm track. And now we see it fading as it goes into Dodge County. Let's take a look at our couplet. Couplet also looks less menacing as well. It's still sort of there. So it's at that point where it could go back. So for now, we're just going to keep you in your safe place in Eastman. And just hold tight. We'll give you all clear as soon as we get it. New severe thunderstorm warning now. This is for portions of Baker, Dougherty, Early, Miller, Seminole County. Okay, so this is going to be the southern end. So parts of Dougherty County and Baker County under 2 warnings. This one is in effect until 8 p.m. Doppler radar indicating the severe thunderstorms coming in from Alabama, stretching from Blakely to near Graceville. These are moving east at 45 miles per hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with these storms. So, again, around the Albany area, let's switch gears and head back up around Eastman again. And this storm is running fast. As I mentioned, this warning polygon isn't going to contain this storm as fast as it's moving. So it's starting to move out. But let's see where see if we still have some rotation. All right, still showing that the rotation broadening out a great deal. So heavy rain over Eastman, got that wind in the Chauncey right now, and starting to approach Milan. And that's going to be the big concern, and that's why we have this big severe thunderstorm warning polygon that stretches all the way to the east past Mount Vernon, almost to Vidalia. And maybe we can get the purple or pink, what is that, purple polygon out of here eventually. Severe thunderstorm warning is continues for Dodge, Lawrence, Montgomery, Telfair, Trutland, Wheeler, and Wilcox County. All right, so looks like they took a little part of that off back in Pulaski County and canceled that. And a little bit earlier, we were talking about a likely tornado up in the Mayfield community. So that's getting up here on the Warren-Hancock County line. We'll zoom in closer to that. Right now, just light rain there. But a reported tornado there about a mile northeast of Mayfield up on Mayfield Road. So that's Andrews Road. So we're going to be up in this area there. And there was debris blocking the roadway after the tornado passed. So that's another possible tornado up there. We did have a debris signature. That's very likely. The Weather Service will do their surveys to determine whether or not that was a tornado and then give it its classification. So just kind of keeping an eye on this storm system. It's a big one, no doubt about it. Strong straight line winds is our big one. Maybe a tornado debris signature. All right, the Weather Service saying maybe east of Eastman. Southwest of Eastman, I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to have to get another couple scans on that. But in the meantime, we got another tornado warning. As we go back to the southwest, tornado warning for portions of Early, Baker, and Miller County in effect until 7:45. So here we go. Let's see if we can spot what we're looking at. About 8 miles southeast of Blakely. So not seeing the tight rotation there, but we'll get the polygon popped up here. There you go. All right, so let's get in there. We see an inflow notch here. And not the scariest rotation I've ever seen, but the Weather Service seems to believe we need to warn this one. So let's do it. We got tornado warning for northern Miller County, northwestern Baker County, and east central Early County until 7:45. So that thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado southeast of Blakely, about 8 miles southeast of Blakely, and moving at 45 miles per hour. Possibility of a tornado and quarter-size hail with this storm. So we're going to watch that. In addition to that, let's get our information posted. Yeah, I think we're just looking at, again, the possibility. It doesn't mean that there's a tornado that is occurring. It doesn't mean that a tornado is indicated on radar. It's just a thunderstorm that has that capability of producing a tornado. And we see it right there. I mean, it's not the most impressive rotation ever, but just to the west of Damascus. Looks like about 4 miles west of Damascus. And good idea to just go ahead and call that one, since it could produce a tornado. And this line has a history of producing tornadoes as it was moving through Alabama out near Dothan. So this is a serious storm to look at. We do have some rotation in there around Damascus and eastern Early County, so let's keep an eye on it. So Damascus, you need to be in your tornado-safe place. And then upstream there, heading into Baker County, Milford, be in your tornado-safe place. The storm's moving fairly quickly at 45 miles per hour, so it will be there very soon. As a matter of fact, we'll put the storm track on it. And here you go. Let's go in the middle of, yeah, that's a good spot. So the dangerous part of the storm, just moving right over Damascus here over the next few minutes. And then we'll continue to move toward Baker County. Should be there in about 10 minutes. So by about 7:32, and then up into Milford in about 12 minutes. If it stays on track, we could see it move into southern Dougherty County. Yep, just enough rotation in there to keep an eye on it for sure. So there you go. Do we have what do we have? This. Oh yeah, let's go check in with our other radar. There we go. Much better view there. Again, we had I had the Weather Service possibly call out a tornado debris signature, but I'm not seeing it now. And it looks like the bulk of this rotating part of that storm has pretty much moved out of the warning area there. So we'll see if they hang on to this until 7:30. We'll be kind of surprised. Well, it's 7:24, so they may hold on to it. We'll see. All right, so the worst part of this storm right now is now crossing through Chauncey, now through Milan. Going to be producing some strong winds. It could be 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in the northern Telfair County. So that's going to be heading toward McRae. And so that'll be next in line. McRae, you are under the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Alamo and Mount Vernon. Not quite to Vidalia, but trying to get there. And these storms are moving fairly quickly. Let's put this in motion. So moving really east-northeast, 45 to 50 miles per hour. So they move in and out and go along their way. So it is just really coming down in buckets right now in Chauncey. And then those storms will continue to push in, to right starting to break into Telfair County right now. and McRae, it's just going to be super, super windy. We could see wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour. This is very similar to one of the cells I was watching a little bit earlier, further in West Georgia, that had 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust, and we could see that in McRae very easily. So let's just make sure everybody's warned on that. Once again, bring in those trash cans, anything outside that could blow around, bring those indoors. And then, and I don't know what to do if you have a trampoline. Those things go flying like crazy. A little hard to get those inside, but wouldn't be a bad idea with those kind of straight line winds. All right, so let's revisit our tornado warning. And still just not seeing any real significant rotation. Well, let's see what we got here. All right, so the best we have is going to be in Baker County. And this is pretty rural part of Baker County. Could be a threat to Newton. Newton, you're not in the tornado warning polygon yet, but if that continues to develop, that could change. So just heavy rain right now. Most of the hail continues to stay out in Early County, still crossing north of Damascus. Got a new sweep here. Let's see what we got as far as rotation. Not seeing a lot of that going on. Report out of Early County, just south of Rowena. Reports of power lines down along Highway 45 out in Early County. So they have certainly taken their beating with these storms. Multiple rounds have been moving through Early County for sure. All right, I'll zoom out and let you know what we're looking at here. Albany, you remain under that severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like the main wind has already passed through. And Acre and Putney, you've got the wind coming your way and happening right now as we speak. Just heavy rainfall in Albany. And these storms not really showing any issues of rotations heading through Dougherty County, which is great news. All right, eastern Early County. Let's see what we got going on out here. Yeah, all right. So they're looking at the same thing we were looking at. Some of that rotation that was happening in eastern Early County, and then this other little pocket right here in just out in the farmland there in southern Baker County. So this little cell is one that we're going to watch as it moves closer to Newton. Let's see what we got as far as rotation. Yeah, they're still there. Still there, and that is moving toward Newton. So we'll see if we get a warning, a tornado warning extended out for this particular cell. It's not terribly impressive, but it is certainly there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for early Miller counties until 7:45. The portion of that warning that stretched down into Florida and Alabama has been canceled, but we're going to hang on to the Georgia portion. All right, tornado. Here's another tornado warning. We got to go back up more toward middle Georgia on this one. There you go. That's part of that same line of that cell that moved through Eastman. This is a tornado warning that is radar indicated. This means a storm capable of producing a tornado. This is for southeastern Lawrence County, central Dodge County, northeastern Telfair County, southwestern Treutlen County, Wheeler County, and Montgomery County until 8 p.m. That thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over a chord near McRae, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Possibility of $half size hail with this storm. So let's take a look at it. All right, so we got a notch here that we're looking at. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking. Yeah, we do have this rotation, so it's mainly north of actual downtown McRae. All right, but McRae, you still need to be in your tornado safe place. Alamo for sure. That's really going to get close to you. So let's put the storm track and fix the timing here and see what we got. So should be in Alamo in less than 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes from right now. So between 7:40 and 7:45, and if it stays on track, we'll be crossing into Montgomery County, should be at Mount Vernon in about 25 minutes. And if it continues from there, we start moving into Toombs County and Vidalia. And right now, we have no warning for Toombs County, but that is downline. So go ahead and just get prepared that we do have a strong thunderstorm that's moving that way. And if you know anybody in Vidalia and Lyons, just let them know that they've got strong thunderstorm that right now is about a half hour, 45 minutes away, but it is moving your direction. Main concern is going to be for McRae, north of McRae, and then in the Wheeler County up into Alamo and Mount Vernon in Montgomery County. You are in the tornado warning polygon, so seek cover now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And we'll let you know when it's safe. Chauncey is going to be clear. Godwinsville still raining. And Eastman, you're all in the clear as well. But to the east of this, let's put this in motion. You can see how these are moving. Look at that. You go from nothing to the sky opening up in just a short period of time. That's because these storms are moving very rapidly. So there they are. All right, just checking in on our storm down in southwest Georgia. Let me zoom out so you just know where I'm going when I'm going back and forth. So here you go, southwest Georgia. This is southwest of Albany. This is east of Blakely. And this storm that has prompted a tornado warning, not seeing a lot of rotation in that. We had a little secondary rotating portion that was moving toward Newton. It's still trying to hang on best it can, not seeing it do very much. Last few scans, it's kept it pretty weak. But we are looking at those heavy rain showers moving into Newton right now. And then out to the west of that, continuing to push through eastern Early County, moving into Baker County, southern Calhoun County as well with those storms. Power line, as I mentioned, power lines down. This little marker right there is around Highway 45, and that's an indicator of some power lines down from a couple of hours ago. And not sure if that's been repaired yet, but I'm sure crews will be working on that very soon. Another strong cell starting to move in to southern Early County, coming in from Houston County, Alabama. No rotation on that, but some hail. So that's going to move in to southern Early County once again. All right, back to our tornado warning. For portions of Lawrence, Dodge, Telfair, Troutland, Wheeler, and Montgomery counties until 8 o'clock. It's 7:33, so we got a ways to go. But this is going to be moving in towards some populated towns. Alamo, got some population, Mount Vernon, and certainly when you get toward Vidalia, we want to make sure everyone is aware of what's going on. McRae, got those heavy rain moving down, strong gusty winds. And let me just see if we have any sort of debris indicator. Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. Got a storm report coming out of Worth County. Trees, power lines down on Acorn Pond Road down in Worth County. And a report of a funnel cloud earlier at around 3:30 today, which we watched on radar. We were live right here on the WeatherNet in Cannonville and Troup County. So I think we're going to have several tornado damage reports coming out of Troup County once it's all said and done. Let's go ahead and take a look at the big picture. And here's what it looks like across the state. So all of our warnings now in Georgia are in the southern part of the state. So we have our 2 tornado warnings we've been talking about, and we have several severe thunderstorm warnings covering a lot of real estate. But we just want to make sure we're giving all these the coverage that they need. Probably the most significant tornado warning we have right now. Let me zoom out again. We'll show you what I'm talking about. This is south of Dublin, getting down east of Eastman, heading toward Alamo, McRae. And this is really going to be putting a bullseye on Vidalia. I'm hoping that as we get here later in the evening, or we're early evening, but we're later in the day, that we can get these storms to continue to weaken before they move into parts of southeast Georgia. Let's go ahead and take a look back again. Yeah, we still saw that rotation. This is going to be right where Dodge and Laurens and Wheeler County come together, just to the west of Alamo. So very important that if you're in Alamo, you know somebody in that area, make sure they're in their tornado-safe place. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes, so it's not like we're guessing it could happen here. They have been producing tornadoes through the day, and this particular storm cell, we're not showing any radar-indicated tornado, but we are showing the possibility that that could happen. The first thing we're looking for this rotation, and then between that, you can start to get the tornado to form. It's quite a process, but we know some of the first steps that it takes in order to get the tornado to spin up, and that's what we watch out for. So strong winds now, starting to move in toward the Scotland community, heading toward towns. This is just rolling right down US 23. Very, very gusty winds. That's the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust that we've been talking about, now moving into Scotland. Heavy rain over McRae, and maybe some hail. Yeah, I think good part of McRae saw a good amount of hail with this cell moving through, and it's continuing to move down to the east side of town, heading down the highway there, down US 23. All right, let's see what we got here. So I'm checking some of our messages. I'll throw it over on the big picture view. All right, so another severe thunderstorm warning. Where is this going to be for? I'm not seeing this on chat. Bear with me just a second. Make sure we got this. Okay, so this is just moving into extreme southwest Georgia over Decatur and Seminole County. There he goes, just popped up. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15. This is for portions of Decatur and southeastern Seminole County, stretches down into Florida. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind. This storm is moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. This is, not covering a whole lot of population. This does not cover Bainbridge in Decatur County, but it is covering Lake Seminole, so right on top of Lake Seminole, and that's basically the Georgia portion of the storm, and then a little piece there of southwest Decatur County. So severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 8:15. Let's head back to our tornado warning. Got a new tornado warning issued. And this is going to be for, all right, this is going to be for Albany. All right, so stand by just a moment. Going to have to get a little bit more detail on this. Tornado warning is in effect for southeastern Dougherty County. So we'll see if that actually covers Albany when we get the polygon up. Northeastern Mitchell County, northeastern Baker County, northwestern Colquitt County, and southwestern Worth County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado does not cover the city of Albany. All right, that's good, but still, we have a lot of population there from Newton all the way up to Bridgeboro. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Newton, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Possibility of a tornado with this storm and quarter-size hail. So you know what to do. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. If you know somebody in Newton, or up heading into Mitchell County, Baconton, DeWitt, in Dougherty County and Putney, southwest Worth County to Bridgeboro, and even a portion of Colquitt County, including Doe Run. You need to get to your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And just hang tight until we'll give you the all clear. So this warning does not include Albany, but it does include southeast Dougherty County up to Acre, including Putney. So this is going to take us, let's see, we'll have to, let me grab the other radar here. Stand by just a moment. All right, so we're going to be heading down Highway 19 from Albany, south of Honeysuckle Drive, Williamsburg Road. Again, Putney's going to be in there. Then you get into Mitchell, and that includes in Mitchell County, DeWitt and Baconton, not all the way to Camilla. I think everything's going to pass north of Camilla. And let's flip over to the other radar and take a look at the velocity. Yeah, that rotation's still there. We've been watching this before it got into Baker County. And I think we were talking about this about 10, 12 minutes ago. That we see some rotation there, and it's right over Newton. It's passing over Newton, over the river, heading into Mitchell County. So not anything super scary to look at there. I'm just kind of looking at our debris signatures and not just getting a bunch of noise out of both of our radar sites. So that's not going to help us a whole lot. But yeah, the rotation's there, and it's certainly worth keeping an eye on, and that's what we're going to do. So this green, that's showing you where we have some rotation that's worth watching, and that has passed over Newton, but I still want you to be in your safe place in Newton because the cell is still on top of you, so it's close enough. All right, we've got our new sweep now, and yeah, that is continuing to push on, trying to push out of Baker County, moving right across the, it's going to be the county line there between Baker and Mitchell County, and continuing to head up toward Baconton. If you're joining us now on the Georgia Weather Net, we are covering our tornado warning that's in effect for southeastern Dougherty County, northeastern Mitchell County, northeastern Baker County, northwestern Colquitt County, and southwestern Worth County until 8:15. So this thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado, doesn't look like it is at the moment, is just to the east of Newton, now moving into Mitchell County, going to be heading close to Baconton, just slightly to the south of Baconton, and then holding, if it holds together, continue toward Bridgeboro in Worth County. Camilla, you're going to be just fine. As a matter of fact, I don't think we see rain in Camilla for a while. It's going to be a while before the bottom end of that, the south end, rather, of that line moves into Camilla. We still could see some severe weather in that part of the county. But as far as this cell is concerned, it's going to stay in the northern half of Mitchell County and move toward Baconton and DeWitt. So Newton, looks like things are, the actual rotating part of the cell is going to be over the town now, so things are going to be still raining there, but got a little notch that's near Newtonton, so be quiet for a second, then some more rain moving that way. But you need to be in your tornado-safe place in northern Mitchell County, in Baconton, DeWitt, and then moving into southwest Worth County toward Bridgeboro. Got a reported tornado possible out in DeKalb County, so we're getting up in the Atlanta area. At 3:51 this afternoon, tornado spotted on the ground from Caldwell Road and Reading Road, north side of Brookhaven. That's in DeKalb County. How about that? So we did have a tornado warning for portions of DeKalb County. Didn't really see a lot of rotation up there, but looks like we may have seen a tornado, and we'll get the official word from the Weather Service. It'll take them a day or two to find out what's going on with that. Multiple trees down in Dodge County. Power lines down on Highway 87 at Edna Moore Road. And we've had reports of many power outages in DeKalb County, speaking of which. So that could have been from that tornado, could have been from straight line winds. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dodge and Wilcox County has been canceled. And we are keeping a close eye on our tornado warning for portions of Baker, Mitchell, Dougherty, Worth, and even into northwest Colquitt County. So just want to reiterate that Albany is not in the tornado warning, but Acre is, Putney is. And then when you get into Mitchell County, the real bullseye right now is going to be on Baconton and DeWitt. So up Highway 19 there, as the storm is going to be moving right over the top of Baconton here over the next few minutes. And we're starting to pick up a little bit more of a rotation signature. And let's just see if we have any sort of debris, indication of debris, and we don't. So that's good. Let's see if we can keep this off the ground. Storm report coming out of Randolph County with numerous power lines down, specifically Reed Station Road. So power outages and dangerous driving there in Randolph County. New sweep of radar showing our storm now beginning to try to make it out of Baker County. Again, we're clear in Newton. That's the largest town in the county seat, and the storm is now moving into the northern part of Mitchell County. So that's why we have northern Mitchell County, southeast Dougherty County, including Putney and Acre, in the tornado warning polygon, and this is in effect until 8:15. It's 7:46, and let's do a little storm track. All right, this is going to be the best area of rotation around, just to the northwest of Baconton. So this, again, is going to stay in the very northern portion of Mitchell County, just barely cross into Dougherty County. So Putney, you are in the tornado warning polygon. You need to be in your safe place, but I see it passing just to the south of Putney and then continuing to move toward the Worth County line. Should be just above Bridgeboro. I think we are still going to see some heavy rainfall, possibility of some hail in Bridgeboro. But the center of the rotation should be passing just to the north of Bridgeboro as it moves into Worth County. If it holds together, it will be continuing to move toward Sylvester. So, yeah, still have that rotation in there over Baconton. And this is going to be moving out of Baker County shortly. And we'll be just crossing into extreme southeast Dougherty County. It's live coverage from the Georgia WeatherNet. You can continue to follow us. We're on the air on local radio stations in Southwest Georgia. You can follow us there, or you can also follow us online through our YouTube page and Facebook page. Our live streaming will continue as long as these severe storms with the tornadoes continue. We're going to be here live throughout the evening and possibly after midnight. That's when the main line is going to cross over the coastline, will be after midnight. So we got a new scan. Let's take a look at our rotation. Still have it in there, and actually I think we may be able to get a little better shot out of Tallahassee at this point. So let's take a look at their radar, and while we do that, I can show you our statewide picture. We can zoom out, show you what's going on. All right, so, yeah, that's a pretty good couplet. This is going to be a better shot coming to us out of Tallahassee radar. So this just very close to Baconton. The center of the rotation is going to pass a couple miles south of Baconton, but that's some significant rotation. Not showing any signs of debris. We're going to keep watching those scans. Just got another one in here. Let's see. No debris as of yet. So that's good. Let's revisit our other storm. Maybe. All right, so here we go. So this tornado warning area has been trimmed up just a little bit. The tornado warning does continue, though, for portions of Wheeler County and Montgomery County. You can see the line moving into Mount Vernon. Strong winds there, not showing a lot of rotation on that, but we're going to continue to watch our tornado-warned area in Wheeler and Montgomery County. And then in southwest Georgia, we have our tornado warning that's still reaching into Baker County, but the bulk of that storm is out of Baker at this point, so all clear for Newton. But northern Mitchell County, we do have still some decent rotation there right over Baconton. And let me go back and here's Tallahassee radar. Much better view, actually. I was going to say little better view, much better view. So, yeah, this is showing our couplet pretty strong. About a mile or so to the southwest of Baconton. We put our storm track on, looking at the center of the rotation to cross into Worth County in about 15 minutes. So about 8:05. And that's going to be moving pretty close to Sylvester in 30 minutes. Should be south of town if it holds together. I mean, we're still going to see heavy rainfall and the forward flank of the storm move into Sylvester, and that could produce some hail as well. Going to be pretty close to Gordy. That'll be about 20-25 minutes from right now. But this is a decent storm. We have our inflow notch right here. We do have our rotation. We can see that with the velocity. There it is. Nice couplet. So this is a storm that very, very easily could drop a tornado at any moment. Haven't seen any indication that that has occurred, but it is very, very possible. And some more storm reports coming in. We already had the report of the Hobby Lobby up in Spalding County, up in Griffin. Strong thunderstorms will be impacting portions of Laurens, Washington, and Johnson counties. So that's up in the middle Georgia. Not a severe thunderstorm warning there, but strong thunderstorms. And this thunderstorm in southwest Georgia, now crossing over US 19 as it continues to head toward the northeast corner of Mitchell County. If it stays on track and holds together, it'll be very close to Bridgeboro, close to Gordy, south of Sylvester, and then we'll talk about it from there. But could be heading up toward Tift County if it continues to hold together. But it has plenty of open air to work with, so it's not really competing with multiple storms. You get out to the southeast here, this is just warm, humid air. It's unstable, has a little bit of wind shear in it, has everything you need to spin up a tornado, and that's what's feeding this system right now. Well, I'm starting to see that inflow notch break down just a little bit. So this is, it's probably kind of shifted up toward the north. So the best that we have here, this is what's feeding the storm, is near Bridgeboro. But DeWitt, heavy rainfall, got some hail, possibility of hail up to half an inch in diameter between Baconton and DeWitt. And that rotation remains south of Baconton, or about a half a mile south of where 93 intersects with US 19. So that's kind of that's Baconton, where those two roads connect. That's it. And so we're talking about a half a mile south of that is where our rotation is and our best potential for a tornado to drop. So this is moving east-northeast, as I mentioned, toward the Worth County line. No signs at the moment of seeing this thing deteriorate, although that inflow notch is not as impressive as it was. So we'll see what happens here. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Baker, Colquitt, Decatur, Dougherty, Early, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Seminole, Tift, and Worth counties. So that's a big one. There it is. So that stretches well into Houston County, Alabama. There you go. And covers a good part of southwest Georgia. And that's part of that squall line that's really reaching all the way from Sylvester all the way down to Donaldsonville. And part of that squall line is our tornado-warned storm. Again, a storm that has some decent rotation. Now moving east to Baconton. That's going to be crossing State Highway 93. and moving toward Bridgeboro in Worth County. Now, we do have a portion of Dougherty County in the tornado warning polygon. It does not cover Albany. Putney is in there, but it is going to be moving south of Putney and should be staying fairly south of Acre as well. So Albany is in the clear. As far as this tornado-warned storm is concerned, Albany had some extreme wind moving through over the last hour, and now the rain is just coming down, and that rain's going to continue to slack off as well over the next few minutes. But our main concern is now in northern Mitchell County, and we're talking about 2 or 3 miles east of Baconton, beginning to approach Highway 93, and then continue pushing toward Worth County. So just want to keep you informed in Worth County, Bridgeboro, Gordy, and even Sylvester and southbound that this storm is moving your way. And capable of producing a tornado. Not necessarily that that's happened, but it is capable of producing a tornado. All right, this is the Georgia Weather Net. The time is 7:56. We are continuing to track severe weather, primarily in southwest Georgia. We do have another active tornado warning that is more in middle Georgia, but we've seen a lot, not as much of the rotation of concern of that, but some heavy rainfall. Let's switch back over and we can take a look at that one, maybe. All right, let's get back up there. So that storm is continuing to move through Montgomery County, has moved through Mount Vernon, still not showing impressive rotation, but strong straight-line winds will be moving toward Alston and Uvalde in southern Montgomery County. Vidalia also will be picking up some strong winds as well. But as for right now, tornado warning, it was actually canceled for portions of Lawrence and Dodge County, but it still remains in effect for portions of Montgomery County and Wheeler County. And the bulk of that storm moving over Mount Vernon. It is heading toward Vidalia and should be crossing the Toombs County line shortly. We'll see if that gets extended or not. Back to southwest Georgia, over northern Mitchell County, extreme southeast Dougherty County. We're seeing that cell start to move in, but the rotation is, at the moment, still contained in Mitchell County. A portion of our warning has been dropped off. That officially clears Newton, the county seat of Baker County. You're in the clear. You've been in the clear, but now it's official. And a good part of Mitchell County also cut out of there as well. But the northeast corner of Mitchell County, southeast Dougherty, southwest Worth, and extreme northwest Colquitt County still under a tornado warning as we speak, as we continue to watch this cell move through. And that warning is set to go until 8:15. So another 17 minutes to go. And we're right here with you. This is the Georgia Weather Net with live coverage. We appreciate you watching and liking our stream, sharing the stream, and subscribing to our YouTube page. That way you can get that information sent to you anytime we have severe weather. We go live right here on the Georgia Weather Net with tornado warnings, and we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. It looks like it could be threatening. We'll go live as well, and so that's why we're live right now. And live in southwest Georgia, we thank you for listening in as we track this potentially tornadic storm now in just the extreme northern portion of Mitchell County. Hail is also a big concern. Just watching that over Highway 93 and 112 where they intersect there in northeast Mitchell County. Possibility of hail could be up to a ½ inch in diameter. And that rotation still strong, moving toward Bridgeboro. So know anybody in that area, let them know. They need to take cover right away. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, as this storm is capable of dropping a tornado. Let's take a look at our debris signature. And not showing any signs of debris necessarily. Radar shot here. Yeah, this is looking pretty high up into the atmosphere. We're looking about 5,000 feet up, so maybe something that we're missing, but we'll check all of the tools here and make sure nothing is sneaking up on us. So South Georgia, just with a lot going on. As advertised, this line was going to be moving through the cutting through the state. Going to be heading down toward the coastline later this evening. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be covering Statesboro. We'll make sure we get to that. Now, let's take a look at that one. Here we go. So, severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Evans, Bullock, Jenkins, Candler, Tattnall counties until 9 o'clock. We do have a severe thunderstorm, and this is because of these storms way back here. So I was just looking, and there's like nothing going on within the warning polygon, but this is as a result of these storms moving, cutting through Vidalia. They're moving very quickly northeast at 75 miles per hour. So we do have the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with these storms, and with all these storms, possibility of a spin-up tornado. So these storms are going to continue to move toward Metter, Statesboro, up in the Brooklet. So we do have that severe thunderstorm warning until 9 p.m. for an hour for Evans, Bullock, Jenkins, Candler, and Tattnall counties. All right, let's get back to our tornado warned storm. Latest sweep of our radar. Looking at our velocity tool just to show that rotation there. Still there. The data is going to start to get a little bit ragged. We're going to have to switch over to another radar here soon. But we are still showing that rotation. Still inside Mitchell County, getting very, very close to southwest Worth County. So it is continuing to move right along. Let's take our storm track tool. We'll move it right here to Bridgeboro, and we can track and see that the center of this storm should be moving toward Highway 33 south of Sylvester in about 15 minutes. I think this is going to miss Sylvester. Still going to have the heavy rainfall, possibility of some hail, but going to be closer to Ty in Tift County, and really crossing US 82 closer to the Ty side compared to Sylvester. So that's going to be next in line if this storm holds together. But we're starting to see the rotating part of the storm begin to move toward the end of the warning polygon as it starts to move into southwest Worth County. Flip back to velocity and see what we got. This is going to get pretty muddy right here, right on the edge, getting into Bridgeboro. And maybe I can get a better shot with this radar. Yep, that's better. So there you go. We'll just hand off to the next radar. So still showing some rotation, pretty broad, and no real sign of any debris. So that's great. Maybe we can get this canceled a little bit early. Right now we're set to go until 8:15. Time now is 8:03. And this is our one tornado warning on the board, covering portions of Mitchell, Dougherty, Worth, and Colquitt counties. But I just don't see any threat anymore to Dougherty County, and I see the threat has moved out of Mitchell County as well. So we're pretty much inside Worth County at this point, over Bridgeboro, heading toward Gordy. And hail, straight line winds are big concern, showing a little inflow notch, so this storm is being fed. It is not going to be weakening anytime soon. But we are watching some rotation with this system. And let me make sure, let me make sure we got all these warnings here. Yeah, we got this one. Okay. So, yeah, so two warnings as we start to get into the sort of the southeast or east central Georgia. Two big warning polygons, so it covers a lot of territory here, getting into parts of Treutlen County, Emmanuel, Montgomery, and Toombs County. Also a warning for Candler, Tattnall, parts of Evans County, Bullock County, Jenkins County, as we do have a strong line of thunderstorms that are moving that way. And some of those storms are severe, so severe thunderstorm warning, and that does cover Statesboro. That's in effect until 9 o'clock. Just tracking our rotating storm out of Bridgeboro and really starting to move out of the polygon at this point. So I'm hoping that we get the word from the Weather Service that we can pull the plug off of this tornado warning, maybe 10 minutes early. Otherwise, we'll be hanging on to it for another 10 minutes. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of Dodge and Telfair, Wilcox, southeastern Crisp counties until 8:30. So what's new up there? Yeah, that's still continuing to be a problem. Not a severe thunderstorm for that area, but strong thunderstorms worth taking note of. We'll flip back to the velocity tool. All right, still have that rotation there. Past Bridgeboro, still have the hail marker over Bridgeboro. And this is starting to exit the warning polygon box. So we'll watch this until the warning has expired and see what's next down the line. This could get extended out to more of Worth County, possibly in the Tift County. As for right now, that area is still going to be covered by a severe thunderstorm warning. So southern Worth County, including Sylvester, northwest Colquitt County, all under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that stretches back and covers all of Mitchell and Baker County, all of Miller County, southeast Early County, gets down to Seminole County, Decatur County, including Bainbridge, and northern Grady County under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is a big area. A lot of land there that's covered by that one, but these are big thunderstorms, so it makes sense. I'm just looking through any more storm reports that we have. A lot of these are rehashed storm reports that we had from earlier in the day today. So I'm just kind of looking up some of the newer information that we have. All right, so this one's going to be a new one in Miller County. In Colquitt, we do have a tree down on East Main Street, so that's right there in town. That's from the 911 center. Probably from straight line winds. I didn't see any sort of tornado debris signatures in Colquitt County, so that was likely from 60 or 70 mile an hour wind gusts that rolled through there. So tree down on East Main in Colquitt, the city of Colquitt, not Colquitt County, but the city of Colquitt. And that's our latest report from our immediate area that we've had here over the last few minutes. So hail, straight line wind, still a big problem in southern Worth County. We still have that tornado warning, and but it looks like the storm that prompted the warning has moved out of the warning polygon, and we haven't had that extended on into Worth County. So just kind of waiting to see what the Weather Service has to say about this. And not much. So last word from this storm from the Weather Service was about 10 minutes ago. So I'm sure they're keeping an eye on it, and they may just let it go until 8:15, just because we do have more thunderstorms there on the backside. Not really seeing any rotation with that, but we'll flip over to Tallahassee and see. Yeah, not really seeing much of a threat. The main thing that we have is the rotation right now outside of the warning polygon, well to the east of Bridgeboro. This continues to track toward the northeast. Could become a concern for eastern Worth County. Could move into western Tift County toward Ty, but we'll watch that and see what the deal is. And there it is. Tornado warning in effect for Tift and Worth County until 8:45. So we're going to be here until 8:45 covering this one. So still enough rotation with this storm that the Weather Service is going to go ahead and extend this out. And let me, we'll head over to this screen because this one is already updated. So this is where we have it. This does not include Sylvester. It does include Ty, and not quite the Tifton. Now, Tifton is going to be next in line. So if you know anybody in Tifton, you can tell them, hey, you're not in the warning yet, but I wanted to let you know that a storm capable of producing a tornado is moving your way. But if you know anyone in Ty, let them know that it's coming. Should be just south of Sumner. And then moving through a fairly rural part of Worth County. Be crossing Highway 33, and then right here we've got Highway, which one is this? This is 256. And let me grab the velocity. Yeah, it's still pretty good. So this should be making it to the Tift County line in 15 minutes. And that will be very close to Tai, or just south. And then if it continues on that track and continues to hold together, should be near Tifton, at least the interstate part of the west side of Tifton, in about 20 to 25 minutes. So that could be closer to 8:30, 8:35 before it's in the middle of Tift County. But as for right now, we're watching the rotation. It's a decent enough storm. Still have that inflow notch noticeable, so storm is still getting what it needs as far as the strength is concerned. And really the warning polygon out to the west is going to be not an issue anymore. So Baconton, DeWitt, Bridgeboro, things are clearing out your way. Everything is pretty much east of that. So this is our cell that we're watching about 10, 12 miles east of Bridgeboro, crossing Highway 33, moving northeast. And speed on this is about 50 miles per hour. We do have the possibility of quarter-size hail with this cell. And we're looking about 10, 12 miles south of Sylvester. But Sylvester not in the warning polygon, so no need to take cover at this time. And the Weather Service doing the same thing we're doing, kind of looking between the different radars to try to get a good view of this because it's pretty far out of range. This is a part of the state where we don't have great radar coverage. So, we don't want to miss anything. The best we're doing right now is looking up at about 6,000 feet up into the air. A tornado could be much lower than that. So that's why it's a good idea to just look at everything that we can, not showing any debris necessarily in the atmosphere. We are showing that rotation up about 6,300 feet up in the air at this point, and also the possibility of hail. There's a big old hail core right there from Sylvester just to the east of Gordy, down Highway 33. So a good part of Worth County could be seeing some significant hail right now. Rotation is still there. Maybe we can get another view right here. All right, so still showing the possibility of a tornado with this storm as it continues to move toward Tai in Tift County. At this moment, Tifton is not in the warning polygon, but that could change, and we're going to keep watching it. This is a big storm. Heavy rain in Sylvester, still raining in Gordy. Wind is kicking up in Tai, and rain over a good part of Worth County. All right, just see what we got here. All right, just going through some of the storm reports. Nothing new coming in. Last that I mentioned is some trees down in the city of Colquitt, and we already covered that. So we'll just take another little scan here. We see still a good-sized storm, capable of producing a tornado. So we have this tornado warning in effect for western Tift County and southern Worth County until 8:45. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll come back to southwest Georgia when we get a new scan, but I just wanted to mention these severe thunderstorm warnings with this line from Oak Park down to Vidalia. This is moving toward the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, so that's expected to move on into Tattnall County and Candler County and then eventually make its way into Bullock County and Statesboro. So that's why we have 2 warning polygons, and they're covering a lot of territory because these storms are moving very quickly, and they're large storms, so they're going to continue to move in toward the northeast and head toward Statesboro. Let's just put a timing on that as far as Statesboro is concerned. Looks like should be there in about 20 minutes from right now, so about 8:35, we'll see those storms move into town, and they're going to move out just about as quick as they move in. So just be on the lookout for that. All right, let's head back down to Worth County. Let's see what we have. We have, well, that rotation's not looking as impressive there. But we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that we can talk about. This is going to be for Decatur and Grady County. This is going to be, actually, let's take a look at Tallahassee for this one. There you go. Okay, so this is those southern part. We have northern Decatur, northern Grady County, and Seminole, and then part of that big severe thunderstorm warning, and now a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a totally different cell that is just to the southeast of Chattahoochee, Florida, moving into extreme South Georgia and southwest Georgia, heading in to Decatur County. So this particular warning covers Faceville and Falston and all the way up in, it actually covers Cairo and Grady County. So we have most of Decatur and Grady County under one of the two severe thunderstorm warnings. This goes until 9 o'clock, possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. This storm is about 10 miles northwest of Quincy. So again, near the Chattahoochee community of Florida. It's moving east at 50 miles per hour. And just with a little bit of a northeast turn as well. So that's what's going to push it up into Georgia and cross through Faceville over to Reno, and then possibly make its way up into Cairo. So severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock. Back to our tornado warning. This goes until 8:45. It's a long way from right now, but we're going to see if this storm outruns the warning polygon. Could happen. I'll take a look at the big picture here while I take a quick water break. So everything quiet in northwest Georgia, metro Atlanta, no problems, just a cleanup in that area, and the possibility of a tornado in DeKalb County. So that'll be interesting to see how that works out, if that is indeed the case. But still a lot going on in South Georgia as we continue through the evening hours. Live here on the Georgia Weather Net, coming up on 6 hours. And we'll keep going as long as these storms are doing what they do. So we have this tornado warning. This is for southern Worth County, western Tift County, not including Tifton, but Ty is going to be in line for this. So not showing very good data here coming out of the Tallahassee radar on this one. Let's see if maybe we can look at Valdosta, get a better shot. Oh, bear with me just a moment. All right, yeah, this is showing a little bit more, but not a lot of, there we go. Nah, that's not going to be what we're concerned with the most. So most of that rotation that came in with the storms that cross into Worth County looks like it is starting to broaden out significantly. So we do have a report of pea-size hail in Worth County, coming from law enforcement in Worth County. Not a surprise there, as we have seen a significant hail core as the storm moved into Worth County. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Baker, Colquitt, Decatur, Doherty, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Tift, and Worth County continues until 9 o'clock. So no surprises there. Let's see what the Weather Service has to say about it. So they have canceled the portion for early in Seminole County. So there we go. We got the updated polygon. So part of that has been cut short, but we still have the warning for a good part of southwest Georgia, and that still covers Camilla, which is getting rained on significantly right now, and then all the way up till Sylvester, all the way up to Sylvester. But our prime concern is going to be this big, angry-looking cell right here that had some rotation in it, but not seeing as much right now. But wind is going to be the main factor. Maybe another little system here is trying to spin up. Yeah, there we go. We're going to get another warning out of that. I'm pretty confident. Pretty confident that up north of Tai Tai. This wasn't the original rotation, but this is part of the same squall line. And so we've got another little kink in the line that's starting to spin up. So this is moving near Chula, northern Tift County. So I think we're probably going to see a warning issued here soon for northern Tift and portions of Turner and maybe even Irwin County. We'll see. I'm going to keep watching it. That storm, yeah, that's a pretty good little couplet. Let's just see if we have no debris. But that's a rotating storm right there for sure. And this is kind of the left-moving storm, so our original concern is still going to be down, not quite to Tai Tai yet, and now we've got another little inflow notch here, and we're starting to see some rotation come out of that, and that's pretty decent. That's pretty good, but no warning yet. Very interesting. So let's just make sure that you're aware that we have a strong thunderstorm that is rotating near Chula, and this is moving in extreme northern Tift County, going to move into southeast Turner County, and then continue toward Irwin County, possibly heading into Irwinville if it holds together. And I am waiting for a warning to come out on this, and it hasn't happened yet. Take another little view here. All right, now that view, still have the rotation there just to the northwest of Chula. And it looks like the tornado warning is the original one is going to continue, so possibly parts of Worth County is going to get dropped off of this, but the tornado is capable of producing the storm capable of producing a tornado near Tai Tai, moving east at 50 miles per hour. But I'm really surprised no action has been taken against this part of the cell right here. This moving toward Chula in northern Tift County is got some activity going on with it. So here our updated warning polygon on the tornado warning. So now just affecting the extreme eastern portion of Worth County and western Tift County. And that's going to remain in effect as for right now until 8:45. This is the Georgia WeatherNet live coverage of severe weather moving across the state today. It's been a very active day. We're going to get these storms out of here as we move through the late night hours tonight. Should be weakening quite a bit, but then moving in toward the Savannah area closer to midnight, and then should be completely off the coastline by 2 a.m. I know that seems like a long way away, but I think we're going to continue to see these storms weaken. There's a big gap in between our severe thunderstorm warned areas up around Vidalia and then our tornado warned areas closer to Tifton. And so these are strong thunderstorms that are moving through Jacksonville and Fitzgerald heading toward Ocilla, but not severe. So that's starting to give me an indication that these storms, the overall squall line is starting to lose some of its strength. And that would make sense. We're at 8:24 at night, so we have less of the incoming solar heating coming in from the sun to help warm these storms up and get them going. So hopefully we'll continue to see these storms lose their strength over the next couple of hours, and we won't have a lot to be concerned with as it heads toward Savannah and Brunswick and the coast. But as for right now, still watching decent line of thunderstorms crossing over Worth County into Tift County. The rotation over Tai Tai is pretty broad at this point, and we're looking at broad. It's large, broad, and not terribly strong. That has just crossed over Chula, but no warning on that one. Oh, all right. And really no talk of any issuing a warning on that. So some more counties being dropped off of the tornado watch area. That's going to be mainly up to our north and to our west. No more threat in a good part of the state, so that's great news. But we are still tracking the active severe weather that is in South Georgia right now. And just to give you kind of a big picture look here, if you're just tuning in and wondering where it is that we're talking about. So there it is, all in South Georgia, with that line beginning to make its way towards Statesboro and Metter, and then stretching all the way just to the east of McRae. They had some strong winds that moved through that area, and that's starting to clear out somewhat. Just with rain, heavy rain, strong winds in Fitzgerald, heading toward Ocilla. There's our tornado warning that's moving into Tift County. Heavy rain, possible hail right over I-75 up along the Tift-Turner County line. And then stretching into southwest Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning covering portions of Dougherty County down in toward Camilla, Baker County in there. We have a second severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock. This is kind of covering the south end of Grady County, down in Decatur County, and not quite to Thomas County, but Cairo, Grady County, you're in there. And then the southern part of Lake Seminole also in there as well. So a lot going on still, but all in South Georgia at this point. And it looks like, did we lose our tornado warning? Yep, it looks like that got canceled. Let's take a look at the text on that. All right, good deal. So the tornado warning for Tift and Worth County has been canceled. So we are all clear of tornado warnings. And let's see how brief that's going to be. Before we cut off the broadcast here, I just want to kind of look at that line that was up near Chula. Still broad rotation there. Tell you what, I like round numbers. We'll just wait until 8:30 and make sure that nothing comes up with this cell. This one's the only one on the board that is not in a warned polygon that could become a problem. Now, that we could see a severe thunderstorm warning issued on that, but there was rotation on that. So just keep an eye on it. Give it another 3 minutes. And if we can make it to 8:30 without any more tornado warnings, we'll end the broadcast for just a little bit and then come back on if necessary. So let's just visit through the entire state here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Evans, Bullock, Jenkins, Candler, and Tattnall counties until 9 p.m. Move down to the southwest a little bit. This is Toombs, portions of Emmanuel, Trutland, Wheeler, and Montgomery County until 8:45. That's all part of the same line right there. Then a little break in the action. Strong thunderstorms heading through Ben Hill County and Fitzgerald and heading toward Irwin County, Ocilla, but nothing warned. Some decent storms here with some hail, southeast Turner County. Possibility of 3/4 of an inch size hail, but no warnings on that. And then here's the big one. A lot of this has been trimmed out, but we still have portions of Baker, Miller, Mitchell, Dougherty, Worth, Colquitt County, and northern Grady County, northeast Decatur County. And this big warning polygon is going to take us until 9 p.m. Is that right? Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, 9 p.m. And we just talked about our warning for portions of Decatur and Grady County, which is also until 9 p.m. Tornado warning. All right, canceled. We got another one just popped up. All right, that must be the old one. Okay, one more minute to go. Can we make it to 8:30? This is what I'm watching right here, more than anything. And there's that broad rotation now moving out of Tift County, heading into Irwin County. So they're going to call that severe. So no tornado warning issued on that. So let's just cover that once the polygon comes up, and then we're going to end the broadcast for now. Come back if necessary. But severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Ben Hill, Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, Mitchell, Tift, Turner, and Worth counties until 9:30. So this is going to be another big one, and this is covering this area that I was kind of surprised that we didn't have any warnings, this little dead spot here. And we're going to get a warning popped up here in just a moment. And this is going to take us until 9:30 for this severe thunderstorm warning. But with these storms starting to lose some of that spin, starting to lose a little bit of energy, we're going to break off our broadcast here momentarily. All right, we should get the warning polygon soon. Again, this is going to be for Central Cook, Irwin County, Berrien County, southeastern Turner County, southeastern Mitchell County, Colquitt County, Tift County, Ben Hill County, and southeastern Worth County. This goes until 9:30. Line of thunderstorms from near Fitzgerald, Norman Park, down toward Wiggum, moving east at 35 miles per hour. And we do have, there it is. We do have the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with this line of thunderstorms. Hail damage also possible, wind damage to siding, trees, and to rooftops. And just kind of take a look at our hail. The majority of the hail with that line is still in Tift County, starting to stretch into Irwin County. So yeah, that's going to be a big hail maker, and very, very windy. There it is, moving toward the east. So, all right, thank you for joining me. It's been a good broadcast. We've been on all day today, and I thank you so much for subscribing to the page, liking our Facebook page, and, of course, keep you up to date with any severe weather that could be producing tornadoes. We go live right here on the Georgia Weather Net. We may get another tornado warning or two. If it's going to happen, it's going to be with this system that's moving toward Ocilla. As for right now, they're going to keep it severe thunderstorm warning limit, so we can deal with that. And if we get another warning, I'll go live right here on the Georgia Weather Net.